Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Global Pro League Last Chance Qualifier presented by the PlayStation 4. 8 of our 16 teams will secure the final 8 spots at the Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time at the end of today. My name is, of course, Ben. I'll be hosting the studio throughout the day. Joining me, our desk got a little bit bigger for the Last Chance Qualifier. I've got, of course, World Champion Teep. I've got the fantastic play-by-play caster Maven, joined by, of course, the wonderful Mr. X and former professional European player at the end there, Momo. We got a 5-man desk today, boys. It's growing.
Feels so far away.
I know. They put the 2 gingers on the end.
My chair has been slowly shrinking, and I'm now.
For a second, I thought you meant me and you. I was like, wait, what?
On either end.
Yeah, I get it now.
Good.
I get it.
Making sure. Of course, we're going to be bringing you all of the action of the Last Chance Qualifier live from the studio throughout the day. Make sure we don't miss any of the action. But of course, here is a little bit about how our teams got here. The top 16 teams from NA based on pro points. And of course, the top 8 teams will qualify for the CWL Championship, that Call of Duty World Championship in just a few weeks' time. And speaking of COD Champs, of course, tickets still on sale. And you can purchase those at mlg.tv/CWL Champs. But obviously, Teep, Momo, you guys are the experts of this desk, that's for sure. So, Teep, in terms of a specific team that you're looking for to potentially come out today and secure that spot at the Call of Duty World Championship, is anyone kind of jumping out at you?
It's very interesting to note in sort of how the pro point qualification process sort of works. So, obviously, you're going to look towards your top seeds here, but there is several players that are coming in that might be lesser pro points, but you know, very good in talent. But I'm going to go ahead and take that #1 seed, Project Evil, sort of the former Panda team from earlier MLG tournaments. Had a chance to upset that Optic team back at Atlanta. Several of the players from that team are going to be stepping in. Definitely looking towards them to have a good performance here and make pretty much easily qualify.
I mean, you go back and you look at that team. They had some fantastic games. I know Matt, Maven, you guys have casted that team before specifically. Clint, how good actually are these guys?
Phenomenal. I expect them to come through with ease personally. I don't think it should be any issue. I think for many people, they will be the favorites here. I know we've got a lot of tested players here throughout the entire 16 teams. I'm excited to see how it all plays out, buddy.
Yeah, I think they're a very talented team. I think they definitely get through. I don't know if I would say they're the clear favorite. I mean, I would look towards straight Rippin. I think they're only that far down because Temp doesn't have a ton of points because he can't play until like a few months ago. But Temp is, you know, back in AW, one of the best players. Yeah. You expect him to bounce back in a big way. I'm excited to see him play.
I feel like he has a ton to prove here as well. A lot of people kind of looking at him saying, you're not going to be that good.
I was joking with him in the back, and I was saying, hey, you know, you got a lot of matches to play today. 16 teams, 8 come out of it. He was like, boy, we're playing 6 maps today. So,
I mean,
he's feeling confident.
It is as simple as that. All you have to do is win 2 matches before you lose 2 matches, and you will make your spot. I mean, that sounds so easy.
That's cocky.
It definitely is. 6 maps.
That's incredibly easy.
I liked it.
Incredibly easy. In terms of yourself, though, Momo, is there a specific team you're looking for from this list?
For me, I was looking at straight Rippin, but also the likes of Team Kaliber, you know, kind of a staple in kind of Call of Duty for the past 2, 3, 4 years. It's always been here. But I'm looking at TK. They've got some obviously familiar names, Theory, Goonshot, Happy, and Accuracy, which have, you know, always kind of been there. You know, some had, you know, better careers than others, but apart from that, I'm just looking at these kind of veterans to shine through, and I'm looking at straight Rippin as well, like map set.
Okay, moving forward, we'll take a look at the day's schedule here at the Last Chance Qualifier, so you know when your favorite teams are going to be competing throughout the day. Of course, at 10 a.m., winners round 1 kicks off. TK, Havoc Esports. We also have Echo Fox versus FLG, Panda versus Rogue, and Project Evil versus Precision. The day will continue, of course, until we know our final 8 teams. It's, as I said earlier on, as simple as you win 2 games before you lose 2 games, and you will qualify for the Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time. As we mentioned, that first game that we will be kind of following a little bit more, at least from the studio, is going to be that TK game. I mean, Maven, for you, this TK squad, is this going to be a simple day? Well,
I mean, you've got a core of players that won top 12 at Champs last year. They just this recently, his team got top 12 at Anaheim. You have to think they are a lock to get through, but when you take a look at the other side of it, going up against Havoc, you have players like Miracles coming into the mix. I mean, Team Kaliber should come out of this with ease. Right? I mean, they should.
Yeah, they should.
Theoretically, right? You would assume so, Matt.
Yeah, but I mean, I believe we did cast some of these guys in Canada on Havoc Gaming, right? BZ and Holler, I believe.
Yes, they actually won.
They won it.
the World Championship. Yes. They beat the likes of Gunless, Ivy, a couple.
Goonjar was on that team as well.
Yeah, Goon as well. So definitely some players here that can perform. I expect this will be a very solid match, but I mean, I think Team Kaliber have to be your favorites for sure.
You think TK going to go through? Okay, fair enough. Again, to reiterate just one more time, for the last chance qualifier, all of our teams, they just need to win 2 matches before they lose 2 matches. Again, sounds so simple, T, but in terms of that kind of pressure that these players are going to be feeling today, is it really going to be weighted on them, do you think?
Oh, 100%. The whole goal of the year is to make it to the biggest tournament of the year. That's obviously going into champs. So you've been fighting for these pro points. Some of these players not having the best of years, so maybe they're not going to have that confidence. But it is 16 teams. All you have to do is make it into the top 8. A pretty easy format for a tournament like this, to be honest. So all these guys that have been working so hard, this is to really, put the all that work they put in, this is the time that they're working for right now.
One other team that we haven't mentioned, and I feel like maybe we should give a little bit of limelight to, is going to be that Echo Fox squad as well. A couple of tweets and a couple of their scrims. I don't know if you've been watching any of their streams, but they've been beating the likes of E-United. They've been beating a lot of these top teams, and I actually spoke to Methods yesterday, saw him at the airport, and he says, yeah, we're feeling very, very confident. We're going to come in, we're going to do business, and we're going to go home. Simple as that.
Well, some of these teams have a little bit easier access to pro teams to actually scrim. Just you have a lot of well-known players throughout these teams. That's not true for everybody. I mean, it's not easy to get scrims against top teams. So you got to think that gives them maybe a little bit of an edge going into this weekend.
Well, without further ado, the first game that we're going to be following is about to get underway. We can jump in live to Team Kaliber versus Havoc.
All right, here we go. Kicking things off with accuracy. We'll see what Team Kaliber is able to do. I know, Matt, we spoke about it a little bit, but you got to feel pretty good about TK's chances this weekend.
Oh, without a doubt. And Havoc Esports, went through a little bit to get here. You saw, like, they had some organizational problems, guys trying to figure out a way. Havoc picks them up. They're able to get here for the last chance qualifier. And right off the gate, it's going to be 3 kills for TK. So they get control of this center hardpoint. But TK is a team that easily could have been in stage 2 of the Global Pro League. I think just fell a little bit too short. I think they've been a very solid squad throughout the year.
And just to remind people how this is going to be working, we're going to be hanging out on the desk all day. We're going to focus on this Station 1 match, but we'll be hopping around a little bit. We've done some of these in the past, so maybe some of you at home kind of familiar with it, but we will get as much of the action to you as we can. Impossible to cover every single match as there's a lot going down today. Again, 16 teams narrowed down to 8, and we'll know all of our 32 teams competing at the 2017 CWL Championship, which is just, what, 10 days away?
It's kind of crazy. I just realized that the other day. I was like, I know I have another event next weekend, and I go to Europe, and then I come right back. I'm like, oh my God, we're already at champs. It's going to be TK in control of the game, but it'll be Havoc Esports in control of this barn hardpoint. And Miracles is one of my favorite players in the competitive Call of Duty scene. I think he's just an overall great guy, a fantastic player. It's good to see him end up on a pretty good team here, with a great opportunity, I think, to qualify. So I think actually, if you were to look at the overall bracket, I think both of these teams end up getting there. I just think it's going to be a lot harder for somebody, because somebody's obviously going to lose this match.
Well, there's like 3 types of players sort of competing in this right now. It's your up-and-coming amateur player, maybe players that just turned 18, and then former pro players that were in the league that are kind of trying to fight back in, that maybe didn't have the best 2017. But as we get into it, a nice barn hold is going to put Havoc now in front by 25 points. Watching Accuracy and Team Kaliber try to get back in. That's a 2-piece for Accuracy, 3 kills in a row. As they bust through, though, there's only a couple ticks remaining. They'll rack up the remaining time.
Yeah, and something I know Teep didn't talk about when talking about playing at COD Champs is that if you're Miracles, this is an opportunity to potentially turn around your career just in general, right? I mean, you go to Champs, you have a good showing there, you put yourself in a good spot going into next year. Maybe somebody takes a chance on you, and right now your stock's kind of low, and you see Havoc Gaming. These guys are really loud behind us. They're fired up in this first match.
Yeah, and for Miracles, I think you have a lot to prove. Last year, remember, you kind of sneak in on the Millennium team when Swanee couldn't go to Champs. It was an interesting situation. Now he finds himself with 3 guys trying to battle in here to compete for the $1.5 billion prize purse. All the kills right now, though, going the way of Havoc. It's 3 kills in a row for Bounds. Holler's 9-5 on a 2 streak, and they're starting to blow this lead open. But as you can see, the red arrows on the minimap trying to push through and flip the spawn so they can set up here for Statue. BZ wants none of it, wins a huge one-on-one gunfight, and he gets the spawn for his teammate Bounds in the back.
Well, Bounds was the one who went huge there. He picks up a 2-piece when the players from TK are coming under pass, and it's going to give Havoc the spawns for this barn hard point. There's one member of TK all the way in the back. It's actually Theory who's able to pick up 1. It's going to grab a second off the wall with the E-Rats. So those are 2 big kills from Theory. And although Havoc Gaming in control, Havoc Esports in control of the game right now, TK can easily come back here, Maeve. If they hold on to this baseball field, they can take the lead.
They certainly can. Streaks, though, starting to get invested into this one. Can they connect with the Trinity Rockets? So far, there we go. Bounce does get one, but he doesn't have anybody here to follow this up as TK wipes the rest of Havoc off the board. And I think, Matt, one of the more exciting things about this weekend is we're going to see a lot of players which maybe have history, but also we haven't seen a whole lot this year, right? You know, there haven't been players in this that have made a lot of deep runs, you know, into the top 8 at major open events where they're getting screen time on the main stage. There's a chance for a lot of these guys to show what they're made of.
You know, potentially even cause an upset. I mean, usually we see one upset, like one really kind of shocking result at like the LCQs. I remember back Ghost in Full Sail, Curse Las Vegas. That team was Miracles, actually. Miracles, Killa, Parasite, and Ricky, and they end up not qualifying for champs the year after, you know, 3 or 4 those guys won Call of Duty Championship. So always the opportunity for a crazy day, the last chance qualifier.
Well, as we're watching Gunjar, you can see he's 5-13. I think you got a glimpse of maybe why he's struggling a little bit here early in the morning. Shots seem to be a little bit off. You got to assume he's going to be a guy that's going to turn up, but you don't have a whole lot of chances. I know it's double limb. You just have to win 2, but you cannot afford to start slow here in the LCQ.
But if you're TK, I mean, Goon is, you know, double negative. You know how important he is to the squad, and you're only down 17. Like, if he was, you know, playing that bad, you know, you expect them to be down by, you know, 20, 30 points. They are definitely within striking distance. I mean, within 10 now.
Yeah, and Happy's the only one that's been positive kind of consistently throughout this. I think he started out 5-1. Rest of the team starts a bit slow, and you've got a chance to now take the lead. Now, remember the first time through, this is where Havoc really started to get going, right? Barn is where they dominated. They had the opening spawns, held consistently. This time it was TK in first. They're looking to break through quickly. Accuracy does get up 2-piece, but it's not enough. Havoc in for the time being, but FTL from Happy trying to thrust on through.
I was going to say it was a huge break from Havoc, but TK comes right back. It was Happy inside of the hard point. He was able to get one. Theory's going to be inside now, locking it down. It's going to be TK coming back, taking the lead. And it doesn't look like a lot, but Gunjar goes on, I think, a 4 streak there. And that 4 streak is good enough to turn this whole game around. TK now starting to build a little bit of a lead.
Well, let's see what TK can do behind this lead. It's Bounce flying there at Lemon. Takes out Happy. You've got all the blue arrows set up around Grandma's to try and not only maybe thwart the final time here on Barn, but also set up nicely as we get to Bike Path. Now let's see, as the rotation comes in, who just popped? That was Bounds popping right on Bike Path. So for Havoc, he will be the first man in. A collapse, though, you can see on the minimap happening right now for TK. Yeah, that was basically a 3-on-1 to try and take Bike.
TK has a great setup here, though. You see they had players, you know, extended on both sides of the hill, but now it's going to be Havoc getting back inside of the hard point. They've gotten control, but they need to push all the way through to break these spawns for this next hard point. If you're TK, you don't really need a lot of this time. I mean, you're up by a decent amount. You can hold on to this and go to baseball.
I would contest as much as you can. Just make sure you maintain that right side of the map, right? You know, you see those red arrows popping up. They're still popping in baseball. Don't get overzealous. Don't try to push through. Just make sure you don't allow anyone, like I was going to say, Bounds pushes through the back and tries to find a kill and flip these spawns. It could get scary for TK. But here we go. It's going to be a 3-on-2, and look at that. They apply enough pressure up towards Busted. 2 TK members are going to spawn out. Theory's going to have his work cut out for him. He went big the last time they were on base field. Can he do it here? He gets a kill. Should find an assist. TK now set up nicely for the next hard point.
And Theory has active camo, so if Havoc was to break it, you can pop that camo, get right back in. But it's going to be 1 kill there for Holler. But the pressure's still here. You know, TK, you know, able to hold on. As see, there's one player actually, I believe it's going to be Bounds. He probably used his overdrive there, went through that out of bounds area, saw it a little bit on the map, and now it's going to be Havoc flying in. Miracles picking up 2. Now they have control. Maybe you see the camo invested here.
Can we check Theory? He has streaks too. Maybe Theory might decide to invest the Trinity Rocket. With 30 seconds remaining, it looks like that is not going to be the play. Okay, here we go. So he does call it in. Trinity Rocket's out, trying to clear everybody out of the back hard point. He was just actually killed as well while calling this in. On the other side for Havoc, there's right now a 5 streak. We get over to Holler as he's actually popped this up to 6 in a row. He's 25 off now, picking up the bombardment as they're trying to claw back. This could be huge. Streak now up to 7. Holler going off here. Teammates covering him as well. He is just thrashing TK at the moment.
Well, now he has full streaks for the second half of this game. That's massive. I believe nobody else on TK has any streaks available. Just Theory with the active camo. So you may see the active camo on Barn if Havoc's able to get control early. But, I mean, you're looking pretty good if you're Havoc. I mean, even down now, you have those full streaks to potentially break Bike and Baseball.
Gunjar, top mid right now. Now we've got all 4 matches that we can kind of see on some different screens. We'll be trying to update you guys throughout the course of the weekend here. Of course, the day that is the 8 teams will be determined by the time we wrap up tonight. 30-point edge right now for Team Kaliber. You saw Theory still has that camo to work with. Accuracy looking top mid with that NV4. Shots a bit less than accurate. Holler, again, still fully streaked out due to the 7 streak we saw early on.
Now Miracle's working on streaks as well. I mean, he's only 175 off of the Trinity, and Havoc has made this a very close game, as now they're going to get over towards Barn and get control.
I just received an update that Echo Fox just won their game 1, 250-6.
Phil started playing for FLG or whatever. But it's a crazy game 1 goes in Echo Fox's favor. And you see Theory actually pops camo there, and he gets taken out from behind. So he kind of panic, uses camo there. He gets tagged up a little bit and then jumps through that side window.
Bounds trying to get set up here at back line. Getting pushed, not able to win it there. Gets the melee in, but doesn't connect with any bullets. This one looks to be going down to the stretch. Gundar does have reactive armor here. We're about to have a tie game. 185, Havoc versus Team Kaliber. Gunjar certainly starting to heat up. Remember, we were talking about him, calling him out when he was 5-13 early in the game.
Playing much better now.
Almost goes on a 5 streak there. Basically back to even at this point, and the lead's starting to grow a little bit here for Team Kaliber.
Yeah, but Miracles has full streaks now, and I believe we still have full streaks on Holler. So if you go over to Holler off the spawn, I believe both players, yeah. So Havoc has 2 players of full streaks here, Maven. Even if they lose here on Bike Path, I mean, as long as they get it back to even, you feel really good about them going into baseball with 2 sets of full streaks.
Yeah, I think you can invest some here, and then also, like you said, invest into baseball. You've got enough to work with 2 hard points. Now a lead shift back to Havoc. Players getting loud behind us. Miracles pushes top mid. Wins a gunfight there versus accuracy.
Well, what you do is you invest a little bit towards the end of this hard point.
To try and push through?
Yeah, try and push all the way through. So I think that's what you would see as Miracles uses the bombardment. He had used his Trinity already as well. They're going to try and take the last 20 or so seconds here, and then you're going to have Holler streaks to try and break into baseball.
So far, TK holding the back line. Bounds trying to maybe get in behind, but he's evaporated. So 4 kills go the way of Team Kaliber. They will be set up for baseball. But now let's see if the streaks, I believe, from Holler come into play. He was actually just killed. Won't be able to invest those quite yet. But here we go to Holler. You got to think he's going to, here we go. Yep. Calling in Trinity Rocket to see what he can find. Trying to tag up, able to get one, and he shuts down a payload actually with that kill. Who did he pick up? Its accuracy is going to drop.
He probably actually got the Centurion with that. So
okay.
He probably landed right on top of the Centurion. And now, you see, I believe Holler's going to ping that. So he's going to ping it. They're going to know exactly where TK is coming off the spawn. This is just 1 round of kills that Havoc needs here at the end, and Holler's going to be able to pick up 2. Turns, has his teammates spawning behind him. You don't need to invest in bombardment right now. You can hold on to it. This is a very good play here from Havoc.
A flawless hold wins the game right now for Havoc. You see the red arrows on the minimap of TK starting to try and break through. Theory gets an opening kill, but quickly traded out by Bounce. Pressure now to Holler. He's going to line him up. 3 kills go to Havoc. It's another flood coming in from TK. They haven't done enough to contest yet. That tick might have done it. You cannot win it now on this hard point for Havoc. We're going to at least see another one. Remember, you still have the bombardment to work with. You have camo to invest on the side of Havoc. I don't see how you're going to win this game right now if you're Team Kaliber, but the fight's going to go to top mid.
Yeah, I mean, you're 2 points away. You have the bombardment, and here it is. Holler is going to be able to get to with it. Accuracy needs to do a ton here to lock this down, and that should be game.
250 to 217. Havoc gets game 1. You see a shot there of all the action going right down right now between the 4 stations. And we'll see who's up next as we're going to try to take live look-ins throughout.
closing moment there of the station on, I believe it was 4. It was Project Evil versus Precision. Project was able to close that out 250 to 190. A solid stop for them. They led for the majority. A little bit of an upset there, really, from what we saw in terms of Alpha, 250 to 217. But there was a big game. Maven, you touched on it. What happened on Station 2? Momo, I got good news. Your record is still intact. Now you actually tie it. Lowest scoring hardpoint ever. 250 to 6. I mentioned it. I said, hey, watch out for the Echo Fox boys.
We need to check if they had any technical issues.
Technical issues?
Because that's
technical issues.
That shouldn't be happening.
250.
Everybody got a pulse on the side of it.
250 to 6.
We need a medic.
They've got 3 players trip negative at this point.
I mean, hold on, they have 6 here with like 3 minutes to go. You're telling me for the last 3 hills,
yes.
they get a point?
Yes, I am. That's exactly what I'm telling you, Matt.
Well, are you shocked? I mean, if they have 6 total points, there's a whole hell of a lot of hard points they're not getting time on.
Their last chance may already be
Can
up.
we get a box breakdown for this game?
You don't want to see it. You don't want to see the box score, let me tell you that. I mean, Momo, in all seriousness, though, I do have to mention it. Obviously,
of course.
TP did exactly that to you a few years back. What goes on? Like, what are the call-outs from the team? Are they even existing?
They say, don't worry, we'll take a game 5. You know? That's what we did.
I can't imagine getting
we lost the game 5.
I can't imagine getting beat that bad.
It's not a nice situation.
Imagine getting more kills than hardpoint time.
Yeah, it's a difficult one.
That's tough.
That's brutal.
That's a rough one to go.
That is very brutal. But Echo Fox coming out and playing extremely well. I did mention, I think this is a team that we do need to keep our eyes on as the day progresses, and that is a fantastic start for them. In terms of the game on Alpha, though, that you guys were surprised by the result there?
I would say surprised, exactly. Yeah, Team Kaliber, one of the favorites for me this weekend, but incredibly back and forth. We saw a ton of lead changes. It really just came down to streaks, right? You had 2 people fully streaked out on Havoc. I think that was the difference for the most part.
And I think as well, I mean, you look, Havoc, they're the 13 seed, but it's another situation a lot like with Temp, where Miracles hasn't had any really good placings throughout the entire year, doesn't have a ton of points, but he's a very good player, so it just helps that team out a lot.
And of course, here's a look at Panda versus Rogue. You've been keeping your eye on this one so far. As it stands, Rogue with a 175 to 113 point lead. Has anything kind of surprised you from what you've seen so far?
It really doesn't make sense that Panda is down so many points. Lyric has done a good job of really setting up himself up with streaks, but look at the score. The amount of kills that he has and doesn't really have anything to show for it. Granted, they do break a little bit of time here at baseball, but the fact that Rogue is able to generate so much hardpoint time, specifically on Barn, when Lyric is slaying so darn hard, I don't know if he's just playing too slow of a role or exactly what it is. He's 27 and 15, but regardless, Rogue playing a very team game, have a solid 60-ish point lead here going into the next rotation.
Yeah, looking good for Rogue. Of course, they will need to close this one out. Current score 191 to 127. And Rogue should be good, of course, as I mentioned, just close that out in the final few hills. But map number 2 of our game on station number 1 is about to get underway. It's Search and Destroy, TK versus Havoc.
We'll hop right into this game 2, see if TK is able to answer back. If you missed the game 1, thank you for joining us. And Havoc did take a back and forth affair with Team Kaliber. This will be the opening round of the Search and Destroy, and no one's ready for this flank.
No, not at all. It's an opening pick there by Bounds, but Gunjar answers his back with an NV4 kill, but well, I actually thought Havoc was going to catch him off guard here, but they end up just all flying out at the members of TK, leaving BZ here in a 1v3.
And I think, we saw Goon's shot warm up a little bit over the course of that game 1. He already comes in and gets 2 kills early in this one. You think maybe if Goon doesn't start as slow as he does, being kind of a main NV4 for Team Kaliber, they might take that game 1. It's true. I think the series certainly gets a little bit scarier for Havoc now.
Well, I think Havoc is actually probably pretty good in the Search and Destroy. It's a game mode we've seen BZ and Holler excelling in the past. So I would not count them out here of the S&D, but I think going into another respawn, I think you definitely would be worried if Gunjar heats up.
I'd beat them in a wager, Matt.
Gunjar at his best is the best player in the lobby right now. So I think if you had Gunjar kind of click in, it completely changes the game.
Well, Miracles gets first blooded, but immediately traded out there by Theory. Back and forth we go, but it's now a 3v1 quickly. Accuracy going to be the man that has to try and clutch. The lone red arrow on the minimap. We'll get to his POV, see if he can pull off a 1v3 here in our second round. He cannot.
Can't. Just a few bullets and a melee there, and I feel like if there's anyone on this TK team who has a lot of pressure on them, just individual, I feel like it's Accuracy. I feel like Accuracy gets a ton of opportunities playing with some pretty good players. We just never see the great placements. I feel like this is a time where in an LCQ where you look at these rosters and you would say TK definitely has one of the more experienced, if not the most experienced roster. They should make it out with ease.
They should.
Needs to play well.
Watching Goonjar now, as he's getting out to mid street. It's going to be a big hit there through Hotel and Plat from Havoc, and they get 2 opening kills. Nobody has vision of this at all. There's been very little map control for Team Kaliber in this round. Accuracy and Goon going to have to try and make a play.
In this round, I mean the first round as
yeah,
well.
exactly. It's pretty similar, right?
I mean, they played all the way back. The only difference is the second kill in this round goes in favor of Havoc as well. Suppose where Goon was able to answer the odds, and it'll be Holler taking out accuracy. So just like that, it's Goon sitting all the way in the back with an NV4 and the bomb in his hands. Not really much he could do here.
Yeah, I mean, Goon never even got involved in this round, right? I mean, he's the player,
Look how
obviously.
far back he
he's the player kind of trying to watch the flank. Everyone else gets wiped out. Just trying to maybe see if he can get some kills towards this. Almost gets lucky there. They line up. Maybe he gets a couple, gets halfway to that reactive armor. But they're able to find him. 4 kills for Havoc, 0 for TK, and an ugly round for Team Kaliber.
I will say for TK, this is probably out of the first round matchups we have, probably the hardest one. I mean, if you look down at that bottom half, I guess the 2 teams I wouldn't want to play, I know in your bottom 8, so to speak, would be Havoc, and yeah, I mean, it would really be Havoc. I mean, this would be the one team I wouldn't want to play.
Yeah, no, I can certainly agree with that. And that represents also what went down in the game 1, and now a lead for Havoc here in the game 2. Big game thus far by Bounds and Hollers. There are combined 7-2. TK has control of the inside hotel. It looks like Havoc looking to wrap this back out and take it to bridge towards the A site. We'll keep an eye on the red arrows on the minimap and see how quickly they react to this. The first one out is going to be Theory. He's about to peek in from curb. Can he find an opening kill? He does just that. So first blood goes to Theory. Miracles will be dropping. 4-3 advantage for TK. We'll see if Theory can pick up a second one. You see one player on the outer wall run. Happy follows up with another. There is the third. Holler now by himself. I feel like all these rounds have been so lopsided. It's been somebody in a 1v3 or 1v4 basically every round thus far?
Yeah. I mean, you get bombed down and then you don't pick up any kills. If you're Havoc, it'll be diffused by Happy. It'll be all tied up.
Shot of the TK guys there as they celebrate the round victory. As we'll continue through this one. See if they can deal with a very tough first round matchup. And again, I mean, that's going to be, for those of you turning in since the beginning, this is going to be kind of the theme throughout here. We'll be casting a main match and trying to keep you guys updated, hop to other matches, show as many replays as we can throughout this. Hope you guys enjoy the show today. And remember, this is leading right into our $500,000 playoff with the top 8 teams from around the world tomorrow. But it's going to be fun today just to decide who's going to round out those 32 teams for chance.
Yeah, because we already had the last chance qualifiers in the APAC region and Europe. So these are our last 8 teams that'll qualify for CWL championships. It'll be TK down a man with the bomb down. We'll see if they can hold this time. It's a big kill to even the odds there from Happy.
3v3. 30 seconds on the clock. Goon gets one, but also finds a team kill, so quickly transitions to a 2 versus 2. Miracles just got eyes on one. It's Goonjar in the back, tags him up with some nice shots. Can he finish the kill? Yes, high off the wall run, but it won't be enough as TK do close it out and take a 3-2 advantage in this one. You think this is already must-win territory here for TK? Tie this up at 1-1. It's got to be scary against this roster if you go down 0-2 in your first best of 5 of the weekend.
It would be scary, but I think if you get Goon playing better in the respawns, maybe you have a chance, to bring it all the way back. But I know that last search and destroy, I feel like Game 5 is always a little bit of a coin flip.
And I think it's interesting, we mentioned earlier, some of these teams having an easier time getting scrims against your top teams, against pros. Obviously, I mean, you take a look at this. For Team Kaliber, you've got players that have been on so many pro teams. They've teamed with, how many, I don't know off the top of my head, but a lot of the players that are currently in your top 8 about to compete for the playoff, you think that would give you some kind of advantage in this one.
And on the other end, I mean, a team like Havoc really only has Miracles, who has been at the top of the pro scene, so a little bit harder for them to find some scrimmages as well. But see Miracles with bomb in hand, just looking over the site. There'll be a 1v2 here for Happy.
Get over to Happy's POV. Maybe he can use his FTL to make a play. 40 seconds to go. 2 players to take out. It's going to be Miracles and Holler. Just trying to find any kind of vision. He is playing a bit of defense. The bomb needs to get planted, but it's not going to matter as he's going to get caught backside hotel and dropped by an Erad. Another round. We'll be going to Havoc. Easy pickings there for Holler.
We'll see if TK on the offense can get anything going. Nobody has gotten any separation here in our game 2. So usually I feel like no search we either see go one way or the other. Like it's always around 11, or we see teams just blow the doors off the other team.
Well,
I feel like there's no in-between type of games.
Let's think of the green group last week. I feel like we had so many 6-1, 6-2.
6-1, 6-2, yeah.
Real quick games. Happy. Going ahead and investing a Scarab into this. Won't get any information.
It's a bad investment.
Yeah, that's taken out the second it gets in the garage. BZ and window connect, so he knows there's a presence there inside a bike. First pick goes to Holler. He closed out the last round, opens this one by taking out Gunjar.
So now we have TK. Down a man yet again. The accuracy at 1 and 4 here is now it's just 2 players alive for TK. Is now it's all on Happy here as he's going to get gunned by Holler as well over on Plat, and TK, nothing happens there on the offense.
Should be back-to-back round-ending kill cams here for Holler. This time, taking out Happy on scaffolding. Some nice shots to close out another round. This is great. I'll tell you what, like having these 16 teams competing, plus you have the pro teams. Some have stayed out to scrim, obviously, throughout the course of this, leading into playoffs. There's going to be so many players in and out of here throughout the day. It's going to be fun, man.
Yeah, I believe I saw Merc. He said Classic was here, like, really early in the morning. Said he just loves COD, wants to come down and watch the guys play.
Yeah, I saw him warming up with some of the guys. I was like, you're not playing today? He's like, He's just excited to get out here and watch some of his pals compete. Nice shots there from accuracy as he is able to take out bounds. Mike gets pushed from these steps. He's got an MV4, not the perfect range, but Gunjar looking over him. TK mopped the floor with Havoc in that round and tie things back up 4 apiece. This has all the makings of around 11 right now, buddy.
Man, they're so worried about accuracy in that close corner that Goon is able to just remark it. Just take out players with ease. Doesn't even get tagged up with any shots as be tied up 4 rounds apiece. Get a look there. Let's see what I believe Theory is going with on his class. Looks like a K-bar. Now it'll be TK on offense. We're starting to get close to some of the more, stronger payload abilities come into play. See Happy, he's going to use the FTL to go up on the Plat, and he's able to get one. Shuts down a player with his payload ability as well.
Biggie kills reactive there. So this is, I mean, that's a great FTL use. You get in behind the reactive guy. Easy though now. 1v4.
He's very dead.
Yep, super dead. We'll see you later.
Yep, super dead. So it's a good round there for TK. Don't know if that was the reactive player. We can take a look, but that would make the most sense. Actually, why would you pop reactive there? If you're the only one up there?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
You'll have to wait and see.
I thought
I'm not exactly
reactive hit markers for a second.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look on the side of Havoc, see what payloads were invested into that round as. So it was the reactive.
Yeah, I thought I saw the hit markers. So Holler, I mean, he's 10 and 5. That's why he got it so early in this one. I mean, he's probably been sitting on it for a bit, but you're not going to have it here, and you're trailing by a round. You have no payloads to work with whatsoever right now if you're Havoc. And Goon finds another first blood.
BZ answering back, though. It's a big kill. Nah, it does not look like if you're Havoc, you're going to get close to camo either. Your camo player is BZ. Right now sitting at 4 and 6. And we see streaks come through here. And it doesn't look like anyone's gotten with them. And now it'll be Havoc with the man advantage.
Those streaks, at least putting a little bit of fear into TK, giving Havoc a chance in this round. Remember, Theory still has this camo to work with. They're in a 2v3. If they can find one kill, he needed one more bullet there, I think, to finish it inside a curb. Force them back to the opposite side. Holler will be your bomb carrier, and he's going to get this down. It's now going to be a 2v3 retake for TK. Now the call is, I mean, if you get a pick, maybe you think about investing camo and winning it here. If you don't, you got to save this for the round 11. Theory is absolutely going to be the most important player in these next 2 rounds.
I think it determines on whether you get this first pick or not.
Yep, absolutely does. There's one inside a bike. Can they isolate this kill? He goes up on a scaffolding. They get it. 25 seconds left. It's 2 versus 2. And they're just hunting. He thinks there's somebody in here. They're not. Look at where the blue arrows are.
I mean, it's still not a lot of time here to invest the camo, but
he's covering him. He just needs a little more time. Will it be enough? He gets taken out. Accuracy gets the kills, but not enough time for the defuse, and we're going to a round 11.
that was close.
He had to have been very, very close.
I mean, when we were on with Theory, we see the few shots coming in, and he's tagged up, but they're not finishing the kill off. He had to be extremely close to getting that defuse.
I do want to start with Theory, though, if we can, in this next round, just because.
I think we should just stay on with him. I mean, he is the key to this round 11.
He's the only payload out of the 8 players going in this round 11. He's 8-6 right now. He has to make a play with this. He cannot die with this camo.
I like the push, though, from Havoc. I mean, if you know the guy's got camo, I mean, just hit him fast, but there's nobody over here.
Well, Havoc pushes the entire way through. This looks great for Team Kaliber. You plant for the backside. You've got complete control now of Cathedral. First one to engage, I believe, is
There's no way they can lose.
It's going to be Goon and Happy. Yeah, there shouldn't be. Goon gets another first blood. He's been brilliant throughout this. He pops reactive armor. 2 of the kills in this round. You might not even need the camo. Now he goes ahead and pops. He just spotted both, I believe. One to his right in market, one at the close tank. 1 player left in Holler. He's at least able to pick up a kill, but there's just over 10 seconds remaining in this. It's not going to matter. Not going to have enough time to get on it. TK will tie the series up at 1 apiece by taking the round 11. We got a series on our hands here, Matt.
Comes down to camo. On the side of Havoc, you never got camo. BZ does not earn the payload ability throughout the game. See Theory there, pops the camo, picks up 1 kill, able to put it away.
Fantastic play from Team Kaliber as they tie things up 1-1 in terms of map count. But for right now, we can jump over to a replay of Station 3. Of course, we saw a little bit of that hard point. We can see how that one closed out. Of course, that is Panda versus Rogue. Tipa, again, you were watching this one close out. Who ended up taking this one?
So Rogue was able to take that one 250 to 208. The funny thing, though, Rogue outslayed by 11 kills. Not just a few kills, 11, still able to take that game. Lyric was plus 17 on the side of Panda, but it just really wasn't enough. He didn't use those payload, or the score streaks, actually, to his best ability. Just kind of used them. He got a lot of kills, but the team game just wasn't there for Panda overall. And then talking about Stamino in the hardpoint, 2 minutes and 36 seconds of hardpoint time, single-handedly, that's pretty crazy.
There's some good stats. Of course, we saw Echo Fox with a fantastic map number 1, 250 to 6. We can take a look at what happened in Search and Destroy. Of course, Echo Fox going up against FLG. This one a little closer. Of course, it wasn't exactly a blowout. Echo Fox do take it. They now have a 2-0 lead in the series, a 6-3 advantage in the S&D. And Matt, you know, Replays, of course, joining this Echo Fox squad. What does he add, do you think, in terms of Search and Destroy?
I know Replays is a very smart player. He always has been, and no, he hasn't really played a ton this year, I believe. He hasn't played at all, right? I mean, he was the coach of FaZe the entire year. So I know he brings in some of their strats potentially. So he brings just a lot of experience. And I know Replays, he has been playing some 8s, like kind of keeping up. And I think I was speaking to Zuma, and he's like, oh, I know Replays is actually really strong in this game, really good. I was like,
he was
didn't really play at all.
I think it was stage 1 when he was here with FaZe. He was actually warming up in the back, and a lot of the pro players that were here during FaZe, we were like, whoa, what the hell? You can still play? Like, he's out here dropping like 40 kills and respawn, etc. So he definitely it still has
the same thing about Phil as well. When he goes back and
that's true. Speaking of Phil, I know you were watching the Project versus Precision game. That was obviously on Station 4. Project, with the 1-0 lead. Heading into the S&D, what happened? Break that one down.
S&D, basically, it was kind of a one-sided affair. I would say it was a little bit... I just feel a little bit strange player. I want to highlight, obviously, this very end here because something does special happen. I won't ruin it for you. But Precision, they were just 4-hitting everything, which, you know, necessarily can work in Infinite Warfare, but they were... For example, they were all 4-hitting the outside of the bridge. Just watch how this one ends out, though. 5-2 up. I know you're on your left, Tim, but you can't let this happen. This is, I don't know, do you call that a freezing?
He's like a ballerina. He did like one spin. He was like, let me do another turn.
Can we bring that back? Can we bring that back?
He just slides. He slides in.
I'm gonna be honest, that was brutal. I don't think anyone should see that again. That should be rated M for mature for what was
I thought I was watching like Tony Hawk or something.
It was like he spun once, he spun again.
Right?
Kill. Big twist to grab a H or whatever it is, like off the wall.
That was a savage ending, that's for sure. But of course, the TK versus Havoc game on Station 1 series tied 1 apiece.
Well, let's get right into the action. On with accuracy. He's going to be one of the players dealing with that key battle from kind of window to cover there on opposite sides of the statue, but it's Bounds now with drone in hand. Looking to attack on points early in this one. 1 point toss is up. Oh. It is short. That will not be a score for Havoc. Can't have many more of those in your gameplay.
Yeah, in a game of this magnitude, Uplink, the swing game in a series, game number 3, you can't afford to miss those 1 point plays right off the rip, especially when you think, TK, they're starting to heat up a little bit. The gun's starting to get going. It's a little bit earlier in the morning here. You can't afford to get those 1 point throws not to go through.
That's exactly, you saw the gunfight for a moment I was talking about. Accuracy there around statue, dealing with the player in that top ticket window. Whoever gets the better of that sets their team in a good position to get map control and get points on the board. Bounds, another opportunity. Missed his first. Second, about to be up and away. Will it be picked or can he make it in? It looks like he's going for an actual dunk. His teammates cover everything. You can't miss that one.
Beezy just slaughters everybody. We go to Beezy on a 4 streak right now. Starting this game off quite well. Finding players now in the middle. Should have a teammate. He's going to pick up the drone and bring it on through. His teammate Miracles gets one on the cut, and he's only 100 off of Trinity. It's going to be another 2 point play, and he's going to earn streaks off of this. So a phenomenal start here for Havoc.
Remember, the streaks were the difference in the game 1, too. Holler able to pick some up, I believe. Miracles we saw streaks with as well. You get some early ones, and I know maybe they won't be as much of a difference maker in Uplink compared to something like Hardpoint, but if it's a narrow game at the end and you can thwart a couple of pushes, they could end up huge.
And we'll see if accuracy can start to heat up, Maeve. We talked about it in game 2, but a lot of pressure on this guy with the NV4 in his hands. Needs to pick up a lot of these kills over by Statue to give his team control. Did not get off to the best of start. Starting to pick up some kills now. But he is so essential to this team's success, especially when you're taking the NV4 out of Goon's hands.
And BZ already used the Trinity rocket. Do they actually get anything out of it? I mean, everybody ends up dropping. If you at least get a 1 point toss, oh, that goes in. I thought that hit off the corner of the building for a second, but you sink it. Nice shot there. 5-0. Havoc wrecking TK early, Matt.
I thought that was 100% going to get reset. It looked like it was going to just land on top of the building, but it bounces off the corner, goes into the goal. Havoc dominating the beginning of this uplink.
Sitting with Happy, who's trying to play that close, sneaky corner there around drone. He falls. Goon able to pick up a couple kills, but back into 4th we go. Just over 2 to go in the first half. BZ clears out Tarp. Now trying to put pressure onto Statue. Still has bombardment here to work with. About to pick up another Scarab as well. Make it 16-4 on a 5 streak. BZ melting TK right now.
Highest in the lobby is 8.
Yeah, this is absurd. And that's maybe you don't blame him for investing the Trinity rocket so early in this. I think he feels pretty confident he's going to be picking up more.
Yeah, if you're 17-5 and there's still players with 3 and 4 kills in the lobby, do whatever the hell you want. So Happy gets through the mid cut with the drone. He's quickly cut down, but man, BZ is on an absolute tear here.
Here,
game number 3.
Let me look up real quick. I know I have it saved. The top kills by mode. Let's see. Uplink Precinct was Urban. He dropped 42 versus Bittersweet at Anaheim. You're on that pace right now if you're BZ. 18-6 with 90 seconds left to go in the first half. We'll see if he can keep up the absurd tempo he set for himself. But the big thing here is the 5-0 lead. You're getting points behind an incredible slaying performance from BZ.
But it is TK with drone in hand. They have this top control, and there's 1 kill that comes in from Miracles, and that should be enough to slow this down. It probably, you'll actually know you have Goonjar in the back of the spawn. It'll be a 2 point play, but that should be it, though, that it won't be relayed into more points. So you're going to see TK get that 2 point play. Now the drone will go back towards the middle.
It's Biggie at least gets something on the board in this. Can TK tack any more points on? As they eliminate Holler, they eliminate the presence from Havoc on that drone. Other players now wrapping inside. Miracle's first man there. Make sure TK can't at least get drone, and Havoc continues cruising. 3-piece there, 22-8. Let's keep watching this man as much as we can over the course of this game, as he's on a record-breaking pace right now. He gets 2 more with the bombardment. 24-9 first half out of BZ. Show the man some love. This is absurd stuff.
Yeah, but they don't get points out of that. So they use the bombardment. They actually try and force it in for 2. You don't get anything for the streak use. But they didn't get camo in the search and destroy. He gets camo in the first half of the uplink. believe he finishes 25 and 10.
Again, the record, 42 kills. He's on pace for 50 right now. Now, we have seen many times that a player goes off in one half. It's obviously the game plays very differently depending where you are, but the way he's shooting right now, I've got a feeling that record's about to be broken.
Definitely is looking likely. As BZ has dominated the first half.
He just needs a 17-kill half. That's certainly possible.
He's got 25. Yeah, that Bounds on his team with 6. This is just insane.
It really is. I mean, he's got as many as any two players combined, basically, on TK outside of Goon in theory.
But
Goon and Happy.
If you're TK, you can't let that happen. I mean, Miracles goes in, picks the drone, runs it right out into the mid-cut, and able to throw in a one-point play. How does that happen off the rip of the game?
They give up the opportunity on the rip of the first half.
Yep.
Remember, Bounds just actually missed that toss. But other than that, I mean, Team Kaliber getting kind of destroyed in the opening moments of either of these halves.
The fact that they're making BZ hold the drone right now is ridiculous. Give it to anybody else.
He's got camo at least to work with. There we go. Now he uses his teammate to get 1 kill on the board, but
wasn't the ideal time to throw it to a teammate in the middle of a gunfight. But
hey. take this extra armor, then your gun disappearing.
Yeah. So Miracles picks up 2. Up top by a statue as kills just being traded out here. So drone will get reset. So we are back on board with BZ. Do not mind staying with him as long as
he's
possible. I mean, he is just dominating this game. It's just not really. I mean, it's really the story of the game. I mean, if he's just going off, you're not really getting much of anything from Bounds. I mean, 9 and 17, but it doesn't even matter when you have somebody playing that well. I mean, I guess if you're TK, I mean, you already burned the streaks on BZ, but still, I mean, the guy is just slaughtering you all over the map. I mean, people are just dying so quick.
Yeah, his K-bar certainly on point. He's got camo, pops it here, wants a dunk, just a little bit left. Is it enough juice to get in for the dunk? The answer is yes, he's doing it with his gun. He has the most points in the uplink, for the uplink as well with 4. Bounds now with drone in hand, trying to hit mid-street. Toss over the top, it's away. Is it going to connect? Intercepted there at the last second by Team Kaliber. Now for TK, you're still in this. You're only trailing by 6. There are 3 minutes to go. Somebody's gonna have to really heat up here to counter the production you're getting out of BZ. Granted, he hasn't had a second half so far like his first half. He's definitely come back to reality a bit.
Well, I think it's been a combination of BZ and just really strong NV4 play from Holler. It's really swung this. It's a lot like what happened in the first respawn, to be quite fair. You see streaks coming in now for Holler as TK has the drone. They're trying to get a 1-point throw off, but Holler answering back with the streaks. He's able to earn the bombardment out of that as well. But it's really this Holler versus accuracy matchup that's huge in this one, because I mean, look at the kills that Holler is picking up. It's making it obviously a little bit easier for BZ. No Goon, no positive 2, just needs that other long-range presence there with him.
2 minutes to go here, Matt. Bombardment now being called in. Overdrive expended here for Happy. Can he turn this one into a dunk? You're right back in this. There we go, 8-5. And you just saw the Trinity used and a point still got through. You see a bombardment used, a dunk gets through for TK. The streaks come up with nothing. And that's what I was saying earlier, like, yes, they're good, but not as effective as something like a hard point here. Both get expended, are not able to make a play behind it.
And they've already used camo. And you're going to have TK, you would think Theory gets camo here in the last 2 minutes as you see how close he is to that ability on your screen. It's going to be 2 kills in favor of Havoc. So they're pushing this drone, trying to get it topside. It gets reset there in the last few seconds, and they're trying to pick it up. As now you see Holler and Mirror in the kill feed. They're going to go back towards mid-map. And if you're Havoc, you can just kind of hold this drone topside and just slay around it. You don't even need to really push it forward for points.
I mean, this is all going to come down to whether or not Theory can actually get that camo for me. And, well, if you get a dunk here, that's ball game. Miracles, 2-piece, back alley. Dunk now for Bounds. After that first miss he had, he's put 5 points up on the board. 10-5 advantage now for Havoc. With 50 seconds left and Theory dead again. Doesn't look like he'll be able to get camo on this one. Should be a 2-1 advantage for Havoc here in 40 seconds.
And BZ slowed down in the second half of the game, but he'll still finish probably #1 in the lobby in kills. It's just that far ahead in the first half. You see Holler actually had a very good game. It kind of goes quiet a little bit.
Just because we were
how good BZ was.
Exactly, exactly. Just overshadowed a little bit by the all-star first half you got out of BZ.
So Holler now has put together a very good game, 32-21. So the drone back at mid-map, but it should be Havoc taking both of the respawns here off of TK. And the search and destroy goes to around 11. I mean, this is very close to being a 3-0 in favor of Havoc. They just don't get the camo in S&D. I feel like that's the main difference.
Theory finally has camo to work with, but it's too late. 10-7 victory for Havoc. Nice stuff as they take a 2-1 advantage.
I know a lot of people looked at TK as pretty heavy favorites coming into today to make that spot at Call of Duty World Championship. But elsewhere, let's update you with what is going on. Station 3, Teep, that was Panda versus Rogue. Map 2, Search and Destroy, goes to round 11.
Unbelievable. A tragic S&D overall. We're going to take a look at this round 11, though. Seems like everything's going into Panda's favor, but then all of a sudden, Panda is the guy that's going to end this game out. He ends up getting 12 kills, the ace in the round 11. Woo. He ends up burning this Trinity rocket. So we're going to see him call this down. He spots the 2 players. Oh, round gonna be over, right? No. Oh, he sends this down. He hits the rail above the balcony there. Doesn't get the kill, and I'm like, oh no. That's the one play they needed to just basically secure it. But regardless, he is gonna play it slow along with his teammate. He is able to get the final couple of kills. Just great plays overall. We're gonna see this round progress. Just a simple sort of 2v2 sort of scenario. But the payload use is in the search and destroy. It was a 5-3 comeback on the side of Rogue. Just some weird choke plays coming in. As Panda,
really close,
just couldn't really, use those abilities at the right moment. And now you see
1v2
at this spot too. I don't know how he's able to pick up this kill. Obviously, the player on the other team knows where he is. The confidence is there. This guy just doesn't take the challenge very well. You see how he sort of hesitates?
Wow.
Yeah.
Panda gets the ace.
That guy got scared at the end.
Beautiful play from Rogue, and you
Panda
can
just choking, man.
see how much it means to them. We can now actually go to a live looking at Station 4. That is currently in Uplink, I believe. Momo, you've been watching this Project versus Precision as it stands. Project with the 2-0 lead in the series. What's been going on in the Uplink?
I mean, so far for these guys, it's continued as, the first 2 maps. Project Evil have looked the better squad. Fastballer has been on point throughout the whole series, 26 and 25 at the moment, but he's got 6 of the 11 points already for Project Evil. Precision, a little bit of a comeback using in the payloads. They were 11-3 down. They used the camo to get that 5th one, but as you see there, Project Evil closing things out once again. With 30 seconds left, this one's almost done. I believe Prophet actually has his payload as well. An overdrive in the bag, and he's going to be carrying that drone.
1 seed versus 16 seed.
Yep.
They needed to
Shocker,
handle
right?
That should be a 3-0, right?
It should be, and it most definitely will be. Of course, no time left for Precision to come back into this one, so congratulations to Project Evil. They have a 3-0 start. They are now just 3 maps away. Of course, if they're able to do it in terms of the winner's bracket, they will qualify for champs. A couple of extra keybags come through. Elsewhere, of course, on Station 2, it was Echo Fox versus FLG. We can quickly show you the final few moments there of that uplink. Echo Fox did take it. Final score 8-3 for Echo Fox, so they also get a 3-0 in round 1 over FLG. Echo Fox look absolutely fantastic. To be honest, it was pretty much perfect play.
Is it that bad? I mean, when your uplink scores half the amount that you got in the hard point? Yeah,
That's not a good stat line.
That's a good point, Matt. That's a good point.
I have a question though, Matt. Like, are you surprised to see replays doing well? Because remember, when he retired though, when he retired, remember it was all like he was just sick of I think he was just tired of playing. Like the stress of competing, like it was just kind of getting to him. He wasn't having fun anymore. If he's having fun again, like should we be shocked that he's performing well?
I'm not shocked at all, really. He's
a world champ.
He is a world champ. Of course, Echo Fox progressed to winners round 2 as the Project. For now, though, we can go back to Station 1, where Havoc could potentially cause an upset over Team Kaliber.
Havoc thus far have dominated the respawns, but we'll hop a few moments into this as TK has already got a nice little lead here on the central rooftop. What do you think, Matt? Havoc close it out here?
I don't know. I mean, if BZ comes in and plays well, really for me, the entire thing is how accuracy plays for TK.
Okay.
If he's going to be the main NV4 player, you take it out of Goon's hands, put him with a K-bar. He's got to play well. I mean, Goonjar, you see now running the NV4. This is a map where you can get away with 2. So I think this is a little bit better of a draw of a map for TK, but still, you need accuracy to play well. He gets off to a good start. They get a lot of time. See if they can keep this going.
Accuracy caught between swapping guns. That's Miracles breaking in with Bounds. He gets a two-piece, and they will get control. 35 seconds remaining on cell block. Miracles trying to push it out. I like this, trying to back him up. He gets caught, but he still should end up spawning safe and able to help his team before they're able to actually rally these troops in. Amity comes in on the wall run. Accuracy here as well. Kills back and forth, but so far, Havoc still holding strong.
So that is one where TK, they have control at the beginning. You got to be able to hold on to that, and it's going to be Bounce. He had a tough uplink game. Did not play the best, but got 2 great performances from teammates. He's on a 4 streak now, and this is a map where you can get a ton of score streaks on, maybe. It gives you a great opportunity to win the game. And I know Theory, we didn't highlight it, did not have a great uplink, starting things off here 0-4 as well.
Being the ERAD player right now, he's going to be crucial to the success of this TK team. He did well in game 1 on throwback, and as we call him out, he picks up a 2-piece. There we go. Check it out, Bounds. He's on a 5 streak now. He's 50 off the Trinity rocket. We'll see if he can pick him up. Should be an easy win there. He gets the assist just enough to find it. Final kill will give him the bombardment. Nice little bait and switch there of Miracles. One more inside a cave. This could be the full streaks. But isn't that been the story of every single respawn thus far? Havoc getting streaks early in the game and throughout.
And I like that decision. I mean, look, you give up a ton of time to TK, right? They're able to take the lead for a split second, but now you have, the last 15 or so seconds, you'll come back, take the lead, and you have streaks going forward. So I think you give up those, 10 seconds of a lead, get it to about even to get these streaks. I think they're that worth it.
And how huge is this for Bounds? You're the only player from your team that rotates over to Commissary. You have 2 TK members hitting the outside wall run, 2 hitting mid. He ends up killing 3 of them, just wrapping back and forth. Bounds is going huge. Any amount of time they get here is all because of this man right now. That was very literally kind of a 1v4 there for Commissary, and he ends up picking up 3.
And I mean, you look at everybody in the lobby, he's the one player that I feel like you don't really know much about. I mean, we've seen all these other players before. Bounds is really the name that I know, at least when I looked at these rosters, was not the most aware of. Showing up big here in game 4 is Havoc now starting to pull away from TK.
Wants to tag, he almost doubles up on his Trinity rockets there. He almost has reactive already in this game. He's been stellar. And then Beezy, the all-star from game 3. He's sitting at 8 and 6, 40 seconds or so in the hard point. Erad up close, wins the first, has help for the second. None other than Bounds. It just seems like there is somebody, if not multiple players, that are stepping up huge for Havoc at all times in these key respawns.
And on the opposite end, for TK, there's nobody that's stepping up. Like, this is a must-win game, like down 1-2. Like, you have the experienced players. Like, this is where you kind of buckle down and you're like, all right, guys, like, somebody's got to be that big game player that turns in a big performance. You expect it to be like Goon or Theory, like one of these guys who has been in big moments before. They're getting nothing.
Well, we're starting at 10 a.m. It's not gamer hours, right? These guys usually don't wake up till afternoon. Maybe they're just going to warm up a little bit.
Yeah, but still, this is a team that they were so upset that they didn't qualify for stage 2. And always talking about grinding for this moment. You need to come out and play in the moment. I mean, you could put all the work in, like, that doesn't really mean much of anything if you don't show up.
It's true. Good for them, though. You've got 2 chances today to get this done. Again, win 2, you're in, lose 2, you are out. Things looking dire right now for Team Kaliber as Havoc continues to cruise in the hard point. Up just over 50 points now. This next cell block could be crucial. I mean, TK has to break, and they have no payloads to work with, no streaks that I saw them even get close to earning.
No.
If cell blocks completely control for the next 50 seconds, this game is over.
Yeah, you're looking at something like a 190 to, I mean, let's say even if it goes to like 175 to 90, you're still in a good spot if you're Havoc. But there's a break there from TK. At least for a few seconds, they get in and contest.
Can they win this contest fight is the question, because this close spawn is still for Havoc. They're spawning in the back garage as you have to continue to hit the wall run over and over and over again for Team Kaliber. So much easier to reinforce right now if you're Havoc. So they're going to win at least the time here for the most part. And they've got 2 players already at the top of the map. Can we hop over to number 5? That's going to be Beezy, who's already, look how pushed forward he is in cave. So he gets 1 kill, but the fact that he was already that pushed up, not even set up on Doser, like he's at the backside of the cave basically, but with both getting that aggressive, it does allow the reinforcements to get here, get into the stronger positions, and I mean that was beautiful. If you're TK, you're just getting outplayed completely right now in this hard point.
Without a doubt, it's a beautiful rotation by Beezy and Miracle's accuracy, just laying down behind the tank, waiting for a teammate. he gets picked up. This has been a hard point that has been dominated by Havoc.
I mean, you haven't even, TK hasn't had a chance to fight for some of the hard points. Like, they're having to win fights so far out away. By the time they actually get through that run, we're 30 seconds into the hard point.
And they're at a spot where, you know, you can't rotate for the next hill, give up some garbage time. Like, they need every second. I mean, Havoc up by almost 100 here. They have streaks going in a commissary. This is looking like a, you know, an easy game that Havoc will have here to close this series out, which you know, would shock a lot of people. You look at both of these rosters. I think, you know, we've obviously seen, you know, Holler and BZ have success. This year we've seen
and last year, yeah, some success too.
We know what Miracles is capable of. Bounce is, you know, a player that I didn't really know much about, but he's put together, you know, quite a nice series. It's not too shocking of a result.
But it is an upset. I mean, this is the number 4 seed versus the number 13 seed. It is absolutely an upset. Is it shocking to many? Maybe not, but it is certainly an upset worth noting. But Fury, I mean, they're going to have to go huge if they're going to somehow climb back in this. Down exactly 100 points now. 35 seconds in commissary, and the team in commissary is going to be Havoc. He's trying to find the FTL player. Buddy, Holler's already picked him out of the sky. Nice job here. It is a flawless 2-man hold as kills just go back and forth for Bounds and Holler. TK has never really had much of a chance here in this game 4.
Yeah, and if I'm a TK fan, you know, obviously, you know, right now looking like they will have to qualify through the loser bracket. I'm definitely worried. I know you come into this series the favorite, you would lose it, losing all of the respawns. You know, the first one is closer, obviously, but I think, you know, Havoc really, you know, dominated that game. They were able to rotate early. They had full control. The S&D, they don't even win that clean. It goes to around 11. You let BZ come in, dominate you in the game 3 uplink. And this one hasn't been close start to finish, so I have not been really impressed with TK.
They've been struggling. I mean, they've been struggling to have a single player go positive in these respawns.
Yeah.
You're not going to win. I mean, we know the stats from stage 1, stage 2. We've usually been hovering around a 90% win rate for the team that outslays.
Yeah.
And you're getting outslayed every single time.
You look, at the end of the day, it's a shooting game, right? I mean, you got to be able to shoot and kill players, I think, and with how fast the game is, be able to get away with some rotational mistakes. And I mean, right now, just 1 point puts it away. It'll be Havoc Esports taking the first series against TK. Dominant fashion, 250-118.
Nicely done there by Havoc. A little bit of an upset for now that we go to a live looking with Station 3. Of course, that is Panda versus Rogue. Team, you've been watching this one. Rogue are just handling business.
Well, the previous maps in the series were quite close. Panda making it very, very competitive. This map, well, not so much. You can see the scoreboard there, 20-5. It was 7-1 at half on the side of Rogue, and Panda just looked absolutely lost on Precinct Uplink, to be quite honest with you. I think that losing that Search and Destroy with that 5-3 lead really got to them, and that map just wasn't really close at all. We can take a look at the scoreboard, and man, I think this whole series, I have to give a bunch of props to Pander and GodRx on the side of Rogue. Those two guys look tremendously better than all the other players in the lobby, to be quite honest. GodRx every single map just completely dominating with streaks. Pander as well with that camo ability, just unstoppable.
Yeah, this is your 8 versus your 9 seed. I mean, you expect this to
Close
be
game,
close, right?
Yeah.
You think you're doing your March Madness bracket. It's always that matchup that you're like flipping a coin to see how it's
really
going to go. 20-5, though, that's a huge win.
Definitely was. I do want to touch on, of course, what we saw in Station 1. Team Kaliber versus Havoc. Obviously, you guys were casting it. I'm with you. I call that an upset, no matter how you look at it.
An upset,
yes, Miracles is a Call of Duty World Champ. Take nothing away from any of the rest of the players in terms of skill. Very, very talented. But coming in, Matt, I think everyone would have said TK was going to win that.
Yeah, you would have. I know. I think if you're a TK fan, like I was talking about, you definitely would be worried about them in respawns. But this Havoc team, they have some very good players. Miracles is obviously former world champ. Clint and I casted BZ and Holler up in Canada, and they actually beat a very talented team. They had Exotic on their team. Can't remember their fourth off the top of my head, but they beat a team that had it was Gunless, Moonjar, Ivy, and Royalty, like 4 very good players. You look, I mean, they're able to beat that team. They can come in, with some other players, beat whoever. I'm worried about TK going forward.
You just finished top 12 at Anaheim. You can't finish top 12 out of these 16 teams. That shouldn't even be a conversation.
It shouldn't. But, I mean, for now, TK, of course, they fall down into that loser's bracket where they now have to win 2 games back-to-back. Of course, they have no more lives, technically, left. But, of course, that concludes all of the first round of matches from winners bracket round number 1. Congratulations, of course, to Project Evil, Echo Fox, Havoc, and Rogue. For now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, the next 4 winners bracket round 1 games. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4, of course, and it is the last chance qualifier here on Thursday. We've already had a little bit of an upset, if you will. Of course, Team Kaliber falling early in their first game of the day. My name is Benson. I'll be hosting the studio throughout the day. Of course, joined by World Champ Teep. Then we got Maven. You're still on the desk. I love having you on the desk.
Never leaving.
Joined by the wonderful Jack up, of course, Courage, and of course, Merc, you're joining as well for the first time today.
I've wanted to be on this desk for so long. There's so much talent up here. I'm so happy to be bringing it down a level.
Wow.
Oh, come on, Jack.
You're fantastic.
Yeah.
That's called fishing for compliments. Thank you, TP.
God damn it.
Thank you, Ben.
God damn it, Jack. Anyway,
Get 'em on.
hopefully you guys are having a good day so far. Of course, we have already seen our first round of Winners Bracket Round 1 matchups. We're now going to go to the second set of Winners Bracket Round 1 games. So no qualification or elimination games going on just yet, but we will keep you up to date with how that things go on. But in terms of the second set of matches we're going to see, Teep, is there a specific team now that you're looking at and you say, okay, this should be a guarantee. They should make it a Winners Round?
I think I'm going to go with Lethal.
Okay.
Basically, Juju, Human Jesus, Clink, and Hate. They've had some pretty decent performances throughout the open bracket at some of the MLG Open tournaments, so I'm going to see if they are going to be able to make some noise again. However, once they do make it through the Open to some of the top-tier teams, they tend to struggle at times, but I think in an environment like this, they should be able to thrive pretty darn well.
They definitely should. Of course, Lethal is going to be the number 7 seed coming in, so expect some good things coming in from them. Maven, anyone you're looking at specifically?
Straight Rippin. I mean, they have to be, I think, kind of the fan favorites here. I mean, if you look across Reddit and Twitter, people are really excited to see these guys play, and it's split. You know, you have a history of the guys that were kind of left behind. When you look at the likes of Study and Ricky, people very familiar with the Pro League, you know, top finishes at events that are trying to fight their way back into the CWL Championship. And then the other end of it, it's all young talent, right? You have Dashy and Temp. I know for me, I am thrilled to see what Temp can do. He really started to explode onto the scene last year. We've been waiting for him to turn 18 so he can get back into the CWL. Right. I expect him to destroy today.
I know there's been a lot of buzz about Dashy in the competitive community, Jack. I know you yourself have said this guy's got a ton of talent.
Yeah.
Very, very, very good young player. What do we expect to see from him today?
I think this is a day where he's got to go big. I was actually catching up with him a little bit backstage, talking to all of Straight Rippin. What was funny to me speaking with them about was that they had a little bit of some internal issues a couple days ago. There was going to be a scrim that they were missing. These guys have been one of the few teams here this weekend that have had top pro-level scrims to prepare for this last chance qualifier. I was joking with Dashy. Already this team, they're good friends with each other, right? Him and Temp had some banter back and forth. There's some high expectations for Straight Rippin. They cannot let that get to their head. That's my one worry for them this weekend. There are some new players. Dashy just turning 18, joining the CWL. Obviously, Temp now being back. These guys have done well before in the past, but they need to make sure they realize they still have a job to get done this weekend, and it's qualifying for champs.
Well, the thing for me is the veterans, right? Because Ricky and Study, they were horrible in Stage 1. Let's just be honest. They're a reason they're not
Cut to the
Stage
chase.
2. Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses decided, you know what, these two players, they're not good enough for our Pro League anymore. That's why they're at this last chance qualifier. But again, Temp and Dashy, you know, they have big shoes to fill if they want to make it to their first World Championship.
They definitely do. Obviously, last time we all saw Temp on a main stage seems like years and years ago. Of course, a very, very talented young player. I mean, how much pressure is he going to be feeling himself? Because he knows coming in today, Teep, all eyes are going to be on him.
I don't think it's too much pressure that he can't handle, right? He's been in that sort of situation multiple times, going back to AW on some of those, you know, top rosters, making grand finals, things like that. So I don't think Temp's going to have any sort of issue with that pressure. You know, he's older. He's more mature. I think he's going to deal with that pressure even better than he did back then. He's got a solid group of guys behind him. You look at this four-man lineup here, it's got to be the most talent that we have in this qualifier right now.
And of course, you look at who Straight Rippin is going to be playing. It's going to be the Amity roster. That's Pemby, Apox, Sender, and Diabolic. I mean, some names a lot of people should really recognize in that squad, Merc.
I mean, we were talking about it this morning, how Sender and Diabolic, just earlier this year, they were on Renegades, and how good of a year they had last year was sort of their breakout year with Chino. And, you know, they were invited to PSX. This was, some of the players who we thought were projected to be top 8, top 10 in North America. And, you know, they've had a really awful year, but again, Straight Rippin can't take these guys lightly.
It's some guys that were playing in a final at Stage 2 playoffs last year.
Yeah. How crazy is that?
Now not even competing this weekend for that. It's kind of wild to think about.
Oh, and these aren't only the names we have in this round. There are a lot of big names in Call of Duty that we've seen in the past. Obviously, we talked about the Allegiance squad with Believe and Spoofs, who have always been right on that qualification process. Study, Ricky from Straight Rippin. You also wind up looking at In Control, which a team that you might not really put a lot of attention to, but then you have names like Nelson, Legal, TCM. These are guys that obviously made some noise back in Black Ops 3, again involved in the CWL then. A lot of Call of Duty talent here in this second wave.
Obviously, you mentioned In Control there. They're going up against Threes Up, and Threes Up, there's going to be some names you recognize there as well. You got Colchan, Drama, Mochila, and Swally. Yeah. I feel like that game, Merc, is actually going to be a very, very close one.
Yeah, it is. You know, I'm very excited to see how sort of Swally, you know, performs. Obviously, he was at on E United for Anaheim. Didn't have the best event, but you know, you learn a lot from those players, and he'll be able to bring that to his team. Mochila just seems like the guy always gets in when he needs to. He plays very well in big games, so definitely a team to watch out for.
I think what's interesting here, for the most part, when you take a look at the LCQs that have gone across the globe, I know it's been Europe, APAC, North America competing against each other. We've seen the top teams from all over the place, but sometimes you forget how deep the talent pool really is in North America. I mean, if you look at it, it was pretty straightforward, I believe, for the European LCQ. Same could be said for APAC. Just about anybody could technically come out of this. I think it really speaks to the volume of talent in North America.
I mean, you talk about big names, right? Names that we recognize. Then you also think, all right, well, what other players are in this LCQ? You got Miracles, the 2013 world champion. You got Replays, a world champion in AW. There's world champions, players with rings playing in this LCQ, Jack.
And some of the staff here from MLG who are now really learning the Call of Duty scene, they were surprised to hear from us as casters that a lot of the people participating this weekend in the Stage 2 playoffs, a lot of the players plan to be here today to watch these matches. And I was telling them, a lot of these guys participating are former teammates, they're best friends. It's nuts how much talent there truly is here. That's why we're excited for this Wave 2 to get started.
Havoc, the 13 seed, could technically have won either the APAC or the European LCQ. Like that's how much talent there is top to bottom.
All right, Clint. All right, let's not get into the EUNA debate.
I think he's totally right.
Pete, man.
Nah, he is. He's right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to talk trash.
Where's Momo?
I'm just saying.
Where's Momo when I need him?
I think sometimes
you don't want him.
because of CWL and you see stage of the top teams,
I'm kidding.
Forget about how deep it goes.
You're totally right.
It's awesome. It's crazy. And that's why I'm looking forward to champs. Because one of these teams, you know, is making a deep run. Look at top 12, top 8.
There was too many L6 performances in the regular season for me to even make this happen. Sorry.
I think one big thing to bring up too as we get ready for the second wave to start on up is that this is it. This is the final last 8 teams to qualify for champs. We know the other 24 teams of the 32 that will be participating there.
Now, obviously, the game we're going to be following more exclusively here at the LCQ is going to be the straight Rippin versus Amity game. But before we actually jump into that, we can take a look at Threes Up versus In Control. Of course, we talked a little bit about this. I mean, Drama, Colchan, Swally, Mochila going up against Nelson, Heck, TCM, and Legal. I mean, these are big, big names, Jack. Huge. You should pretty much recognize all 8 players. If you had to give a prediction for this series in general, who would you have?
Oh, man, that's actually...
I know, right? Throw you under the bus.
That's really tough to call. If TCM plays like he did back when we saw him a couple of years ago in Advanced Warfare, I think that'll absolutely help In Control, but I think I've got a favorite.
There was.
Threes Up is interesting. So I was hearing, I follow Mochila on Twitter, which I regret every single day.
Yeah.
But, he was tweeting, there was like a string of like a week or two where he's like, scrims are going great, blah, 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 blah. Then like he got a little bit like sad on me. I guess the internet went out for Drama for a couple of days. They weren't able to scrim. It was something completely out of their control. I'm curious if maybe that's going to affect them, because if I just looked at the rosters, I would say Threes Up is my favorite for this, for sure. But
really,
without being able to scrim like a couple of the key days leading into this,
I think one thing we need to know, going back to last year as well, is how good of a slayer Legal was overall. He set that record on Fringe, right? 60-something kills.
That was nuts.
Unbelievable stuff. I think the overall amount of potential on this In Control lineup is very good. Nelson sort of been that high aggression player going back to last year as well on 100 Thieves. Well, that was kind of a joke of a team, but I think he's got a much better setup going in here to this LCQ. They have a solid lead going into this one, but the Threes Up lineup, you got to go towards them.
The 3 seed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the amount of experience that Drama has playing on that, he was on TGC back then. He's got some quality, play the whole year. Colchan was on TK for a while. They didn't do too hot, so I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see.
And maybe kind of as you mentioned, this is the 3rd seed going up against the 14th seed, and it just shows you kind of forget about seeds for today in the LCQ, because honestly, these teams have so much talent. Seeding, I don't think really matters at this point.
Yes and no. I mean, there's a reason the pro point system exists, and it's based on results throughout the year. Do I kind of agree with you in the sense that, with this one day of play, can it be thrown out the window? Sure, but I think as a viewer at home, maybe if you're not as familiar with Call of Duty Competitive, maybe you're a little bit new to this, I still think it's a pretty basic guideline that you can judge upsets on. I mean, the only ones that really are thrown off are teams like, straight Rippin, or somebody that comes in with maybe one young player doesn't have a lot of pro points because they weren't competing all year. But for the most part, I think it's at least a basic guide on how people will perform.
Fair. Curious to see how many upsets we do see throughout the day. Of course, Team Kaliber already in the losers bracket in their first game.
Yeah, and you mentioned Team Kaliber. Colchan, that was the team he was on. I do want to bring up, Colchan was our breakout player of stage 1 last year, the first ever stage of the CWL. And this is a guy that since then, if I'm a Call of Duty competitive fan, if I'm being quite honest, where's he been since then? I mean, the team then goes downhill. He hasn't been involved in the stages to this point. This is a guy that was at the top of his game last year, was one of the best stars we had to kick off the CWL, and then since then has been completely quiet.
Obviously, you mentioned TCM. Look out for him to potentially step things up and have a great game. Currently sitting at 6-11. Not the perfect start, but of course, in control. Ironically, they are in control of map 1.
Okay, stop.
Yeah, all right. Well, I can touch on TCM. Obviously, I teamed with them a little bit.
Right.
You know, towards the end of AW. You know, we got a top 6 finish. You know,
Let's go.
at an event. But he's sort of a streaky player. He's very quick, and sometimes he just tends to get ahead of himself. So be on the lookout for him to just sort of have really good streaks, because that's when he just sort of gets in his zone. But besides that, he sometimes gets ahead of himself. He plays a little too fast. He can set the pace off. So, you know, be on the lookout for TCM to probably have more deaths than everybody else.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so
Plays
maybe
like me.
a little bit of a pacing.
He just runs. Yes.
He just runs?
Yes.
Left stick. Okay, cool. Well, that's probably explains why, you know, right now 8-13. But again, look for him to really kind of step things up, as Mert just mentioned, a little bit of a streakier player, that's for sure.
A Moch, maybe the opposite of that, a slower player. He's got 13 engagements right now compared to everybody else. And kind of like Jack was saying about someone like Colchan, how they sort of disappeared. I mean, Moch is a guy that was on Allegiance and placed, what, 4th to kick off the year in Vegas? Unlike Royalty or someone that's got back on a top team, Moch needs to fight back into this.
Well, we'll keep you updated with that 3s up and in control matchup as that one progresses through. Of course, when we left it, in control we're in the lead. But for now, though, we can take a look at the Station 1 Straight Rippin versus Amity.
Straight Rippin versus Amity. Let's get into it, folks. This is one of those big matchups, a ton of names you know, here at the Last Chance Qualifier and Maven. All eyes for a lot of people online are on the Straight Rippin team.
Expectations certainly are high. A ton of confidence this team.
Ooh, that's Temp's first engagement back to being involved in competitive Call of Duty. He gets destroyed.
Fist to the face there by Diabolic. Diabolic 4-0 to start off. Let's see if he can keep this streak going. He's got K-Bar in hands. He's soaring out of top ticket. Another fight. That goes the way of Dashy, maybe giving him a little taste of his own medicine there.
Yeah, both of these teams have some quite aggressive players. 2 veterans, 2 up-and-comers. We'll see how it all plays out. Right now, everyone playing around that hard point. Yet to hop in, really, is either squad. Finally, Amity will take matters into their own hands as we set up for the rotation towards this back barn area. I would say the name we've seen kind of on the main stage the most this year, if you had to pick one, would have been Study from Straight Rippin. He's currently 1-3. Obviously was on that Evil Geniuses lineup before things went south.
Well, Tim, buddy, I know you're excited to be playing this weekend. Yet to find a kill. I know we're still very early in this, but Pemby with some crispy NV4 shots, now 150 off the Trinity Rockets.
And I believe that's...
everybody stop moving.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and hop out of that for now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, okay, I believe our host dropped out of the game. We can see if that continued or if it just dropped entirely.
Like a little bit of a technical issue there for sure. I actually want to blame Maven. I don't want to blame Maven.
Tim probably unplugged something.
When your first engagement is like that, back to welcome to competitive Call of Duty. Well, it is unfortunate, that's for sure. But I do want to actually go to a live looking once again with the 3s up versus in control matchup. Of course, that was on Station 2. In control, they're still in control. 164-93 is the current lead for them. Obviously, I know you guys were a little bit more focused there on Station 1, but this was pretty much more of the same, to be completely honest with you. Merc, you kind of mentioned TCM stepping things up. Exactly what my boy's done.
Yeah, he definitely gets back into it. He's 18-18, but Legal playing extremely well. And, you know, that's what you guys sort of said. He has that slaying potential. All these guys have such that veteran experience. I mean, Legal, he was on that H2K lineup last year where they did have some big upsets, some big placings, but unfortunately this year just, you know, hasn't been able to get it together.
And I mean, is this not Nelson as you'd expect at all times? Almost 2 minutes already in the hard point. This was a guy last year that it was common for him to have close to 3 minutes in the objective. If you ever have a worry about where Nelson could be on the map, if you're the enemy team, I can tell you he's near or inside the hard point. It's just where he lives. It's where he thrives. Already has as much time as the rest of his teammates combined.
Once again, to reiterate, this is, of course, the 14th seed versus the 3rd seed, and it is going to be In Control, who still have themselves a little bit of a lead here, 181 to 116. Of course, Nelson just doing what Nelson does best, as you mentioned, Jack. He's just in the hill, picking up so much time right there, team.
That was a great camo play right there, too, just buying his team just a little bit of time, just heads-up play overall. And very, well-balanced team performance besides Legal. He's +7 right now. The rest of them, though, just hill stacking so darn well. Over 2 minutes in the hill already for Nelson. Just so much pressure from him. Just so seems like an easy win, and you hear him yelling in the back.
Yeah, I was about to say, you just hear Nelson scream after he picks up that 2-piece. Maybe this is looking like the perfect start that In Control needed here.
I can't, every time we say In Control, I think of the StarCraft commentator. him standing behind this team, like coaching.
That'd be intimidating.
Yeah, right? I would actually be scary as hell. He could just pick up drama and throw him if he needed to.
I don't know who all follows this as a viewer, but it's like all I can picture every single time we say that.
One thing I do want to commend In Control on, just from that last baseball hardpoint, TP brought up the great use of camo and some of the streaks. It is one of the money hills on this map, if you can consider one. They did a fantastic job of making sure they had their flank lane watched at all times. Each time that 3's up spawned, they tried to hit that mid lane, and every time it was shut down before any impact could be made.
Yeah, and this is a player I don't think many of us know about. Heck, he's 24 and 23. I mean, if this is one of his first bigger events, his first chance to get into a world championship, he's playing pretty darn well for his first game.
Yeah, no pressure at all, or he isn't feeling the pressure, that's for sure. 25 and 23, he has 52 seconds of hill time, and his team as well with the lead, more importantly, 217 to 126. It looks as if 3's up did have a momentary sign of life there, but of course you can pick up all the 3 pieces you want. If you're not getting the points, really doesn't matter all too much. 223 to 127 as we go over to that barn hill, and realistically here, Maven, you expect In Control to close this out.
Well, let's see if they can get it done. Contested right now. Moach might need to make a play around the back, but it's Legal picking him up, Ben. We'll see if they can get these final 26 seconds, but so far, 3's upholding. The problem, though, with this map, you don't see big swings, right? Rarely do you see massive comebacks when you're down nearly 100 points. You have to chip away at this. I don't really see how 3's up can pull it out on a map like Throwback with this significant a deficit.
And what's weird is, look at the slaying as well coming in from 3's up. It's not like they're massively lacking. Yes, okay, Legal has 34 kills, but you're seeing Colcham with 30. You got Swally with 31. What's the issue right now, Jack?
I can simply point it out. You have Drama at 20 and 33. Most importantly, look at his objective time. They're almost playing a 3v4. I mean, the guy's got 11 seconds to his name. He's got half the kills of some of the players in the lobby, it seems. He's right now just a non-factor in this map.
And he's a guy that's been a scapegoat for teams at times, right?
Right now, Nelson's actually saying, you guys look great in your outfits today. I love the way you look in that hat, and best of luck in map 2.
And I also want to take a quick look at what's going on Station 4. This is, of course, Allegiance versus, Lethal versus Fury. From this one, and as it stands, in fact, wait, no, yeah, I was right. This is Allegiance versus Edex. I knew I wasn't crazy. There we go, 242 to 119 in favor of Allegiance. Merc, this is looking good for them to close that map 1 as well.
Oh yeah, this is a team I don't think we touched much on, but this is the #2 seed. This is a team who at Anaheim, they did end up getting into pools. They beat a team like Envious, I believe like at 3-0. They beat Envy at Anaheim. So this is a team with a lot of talent. They've always played well in 2Ks. This is a very solid roster coming into this qualifier.
Most definitely is. Of course, still plenty of action going on here at the LCQ. We can take a look at what is going on in Station 3. Of course, this is the Lethal versus Fury matchup. As it stands, Lethal do have themselves a little bit of a lead, 76 to 51. Nothing too crazy, though, team.
Yeah, back and forth to start on this first rotation here. Lethal just doing a great job of locking down that barn to get a pretty solid lead starting off in this one. Fury, looking at this lineup, though, Miyagi, a name we haven't really heard of in the past, year and a half or so.
Yep.
Remy, we saw him on the previous Allegiance roster that did pretty well earlier on this year at Vegas. So interesting to see, but favorites, you got to go towards Lethal 100%.
Definitely agree. Of course, In Control and Allegiance have already started off well with map 1 wins. Still just waiting on, of course, the straight Rippin versus Amity game to get underway. But for this one, Lethal with a solid lead, Jack.
A funny little note, last year, the old Lethal Gaming lineup, I don't think, are any of these players the same, Maven? We always bring it up, but...
Hate and Juju.
Okay.
It was what, they had BZ, and who am I forgetting? Was BZ Holler? No, BZ...
No, it wasn't Holler.
No, it was BZ and, God, I can't remember.
Whatever.
Spoof. BZ
Okay.
and Spoof.
Either way, We faced this team, Maven and I, in a 4v4 match, S&D.
Please tell me you didn't
We
win.
got them, and we went up 1-0, and then they said that they had to leave to go scrim for champs. They left.
No!
Bro,
It was
I
the
was
funniest thing in the world.
dominant. My M8 was so crispy.
Were you cooking, Clint?
I was cooking.
Ooh,
was
Clint,
fire.
Chef Clint, dude. Chef Clint in the kitchen.
Oh, no, they were getting cooked up. But no, we bring it up as a joke, but either way, this Lethal Gaming team, they've always been right on the edge, especially come champs time.
They just got into pool play, right, for Anaheim. So it's a team we know that can perform. You expect them to be coming out this weekend as well. But so far, I mean, Fury playing them tough. They're in it. But again, not a map where you can get big swings. You got to keep it around a 50-point game throughout.
And what's interesting is Jesse have Shipping slaying pretty well as it stands. He's 18 and 12 for Fury, and if he can continue at that pace, you may see Fury pull themselves back into this map. Of course, this is just map number 1, but you do want to start well.
Well, wasn't this, didn't Remy's team get to pools as well? I'm pretty sure the 4 Anaheim team pools were 2 of these guys and then Allegiance and Rogue. So, you know,
right.
these guys, you know.
We've seen a lot of these names before.
Yeah.
That's definitely for sure competing on the main stage. But for now, we can go back to station number 1, where Amity versus Straight Rippin, map number 1 is underway.
All right, here we go. We'll try this again. Some technical difficulties the first time through. Temp, all right, on the board. A little bit of a rough start. He goes 0-4 to start. Now he kicks things off with a 2-piece. Bit different here to kick off the second try.
Yep, Amity again, Sender, Diabolic. These guys have been teaming for what seems like ages. Apox and Pemby, on the other hand, we've seen these names before in competitive Call of Duty. 11-0 currently the score line for Straight Rippin, as they're slaying all around the objective. It doesn't matter what a break they've had.
All the points so far going to Straight. Study here in top ticket. Connecting and starting out 3-0, about to be 4-0, but some nice cover there for the Amity team. They're looking to take the lead here, but nothing too crucial until we get to our next rotation. And currently, Amity controls the spawns for Barnes.
Amity does have control of Barn, but you can see Straight Rippin, they're focusing on this back lemon side. You've got Ricky now with the AR. Spots one inside Granny's. We'll have to wait for his teammate's help, as now it's going to be an all-out onslaught towards these back spawns as Straight Rippin looks to the break, and it starts with a Dash 18 grenade.
Oh, that's going to certainly kill your chances unless Dashy can go big. Ricky up close and personal loses that NV4 versus NV4 fight. The last man up is Temp. This is the ERAD you needed to lead the way in. You saw a couple NV4s trying to bust in a barn. Temp gonna find a crucial kill he needs, able to help in the back as well. 2 kills now for either side. Dashy and Temp, the young guns going off here to get control of Barn.
One thing I do want to say for Temp, even in the time where he wasn't competing, wasn't, you know, involved in the CWL quite yet, the guy was still grinding. He's been actively playing in Big 8s matches with top pro players throughout this entire year, preparing for this moment right here. He knew his one big shot was going to be qualifying for not only champs, but here at the last chance qualifier as well. Good start from him on this map, as they look to hold on to this lead.
Well, yeah, he's been hungry. I mean, as soon as we announced a lot of how the year was going to work, back in Atlanta when we did that pre-show, Temp has DM'd me so many times, just asking for clarifications on things. When did the date matter as far as him turning 18 and being able to compete? I mean, he's probably hit me up more than any player just about, you know, what he needed to do to make sure he had this chance.
Oh, yeah. People need to go back and watch when he competed in Advanced Warfare. I mean, there's a reason why people waited the 2 years plus that he wasn't able to compete to have him immediately join a top contending team with 2 veteran players in Study and Ricky. That's how good he is.
Absolutely. Straight right now, though, trailing by 10 points, Jack. We still got halfway to go here on the bike path hardpoint. You've got a really nice setup right now if you're Straight Rippin. Not only are you getting the time into hardpoint, but you also are controlling the side for our rotation over to baseball. They could have a huge swing here in the next 30, 40 seconds.
And that's exactly what they're going to look to do. Unfortunately, look at that one
Oh,
spawn from
God.
Diabolic. They wind up getting a split spawn.
Well, who pushed forward? I don't think anyone pushed that far forward.
Do they have any idea that the final player will be here? It's Pemby, who's now behind Straight
Oh, they have no
Rippin.
clue. They have no clue.
Oh, gosh.
Go to Pemby if we can. So Pemby, he's just in the back. Pemby just got an easy kill.
Doesn't get much easier than that. Pemby now still just staying alive here with the NV4. Nothing to worry about now, as finally it looks like the pinch will begin to come on through. Pemby 6-9 with 11 seconds to the hard point, but Temp gets the break.
Yeah, I need to go see that again, because typically, I mean, you do need a lot of discipline to control spawns on bike path. They flip very easily, but I didn't see anyone kind of push forward past that halfway point. It's a split spawn that really ends up helping Amity, but Straight Rippin able to bust on through. Temp now 5 kills in a row, 150 off the Trinity Rockets. He's got a freebie! He's got a second freebie, doesn't matter. The rest of his team does fall, and he does get to safety there.
For a second, I thought that was his teammate. I was like, no, that was this guy. They're pushing for field, but no. did have one right in front of him. 75-70, still Amity with this lead. We've been talking so much about Straight Rippin, mainly Temp, who is 15-8, but it's Amity who have the lead. And look at Apoc, 16-17-6 on a 5 streak, and he's looking for more.
Yeah, basically everything that Temp is doing, Apoc says, hey, I can do it better. Still a ways to go to the Trinity, but having an excellent game, getting towards Camo very early in this. He's got 1 kill below, not able to snap. 3 kills go towards Straight Rippin. They're all behind Dashy and Temp, the young duo with such high expectations this weekend.
And look at Ricky right now. I mean, is this not the exact reason why Cloud9 parted ways with them earlier on? 5-13 right now. Just inconsistency, especially in respawns, is what we saw earlier this year out of him.
Well, what I'm curious about is the team dynamic, because with Cloud9, when he would have poor games, I think it just snowballed in the sense that the players would get on him, they'd start blaming at him, you'd see Lacefield screaming at him afterwards. Is there going to be somebody here that kind of picks him up, gives him a little bit of energy, allows him to focus maybe on the next map?
Hopefully that's study.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it, because yeah, 5-14, he's costing you right now. Thankfully, everybody else having a great game, and there's a reason we keep hyping up Dashy and Temp, man. Look at them combined right now. What, 35 kills between them?
Crazy stuff. And you can see Temp trying to clear that field lane. There's Dashy to help him on out. Nice shots from him as he cuts down Diabolic. Temp was famously that duo with Hook just a couple of years ago. Now Dashy trying to fill that same role. Obviously some big shoes to fill, but right now they are looking quite good. Another 2-piece there, 22-12. Looking for more as Temp just continues to slide on through.
Just keeping the pressure away from Barn, forcing out the spawns, making them have to win gunfights before they can even take the fight to the people in the hard point. Diabolic now inside. He's got 2 kills in a row. Temp actually just went ahead and popped his payload, I believe. Didn't get anything behind it.
For the people at home, just want to bring up and make sure you understand with Dashy online, that's where he really began to make a name for himself in the online search and destroy community. He was so good and so dominant earlier this year that people were accusing him of using a keyboard to play. That's really where I began to first hear of Dashy. Oh yeah, no, he's just a keyboarder. He's some Canadian guy, but obviously not using a keyboard this weekend. Still getting the job just as much done.
Now they continue to destroy, and it's like you imagined that slang would eventually get it done, but they've been so strong in this, it hasn't mattered that Ricky continues to be triple negative. And they're still up by 50 points. And again, this is kind of that make or break time if you're Amity. You can't allow this lead to grow any more for Straight Rippin. You at least have control of bike path. Do not allow them to just burst on through here. Dashy going to be the entry man. Gets 2 FTLs behind 1. Nice little bait and switch there, but at least Amity able to find a couple of kills, Jack.
Yeah, nice job by them to keep relieving this pressure. Just play the contest. They've got the spawns for the new hill. They're back within 30. Apox again. If there's any guy you want to be going off, it's your camo player who's now 25-13. Hell, if he uses this now, he could wind up burning to second this game.
And this is a perfect timing right now if you're Straight Rippin. You got 3 down. You need to try and push through. If they would have got there a little bit sooner, they might have been able to spawn some of the Amity players out.
Temp just snuck behind all of them.
Let's go to Temp real quick. Temp's POV. He's picked up 1 kill in the back. Can he take the second? The answer is yes. Temp gets 2 big ones, allows another follow-up player in Study to come through. I don't think it's going to be enough, though, because Amity have the close spawns.
Dashy, though, here gets 3, and now he's got his teammates pitching on through. It's all on center to hold off this push. He does get 1. The flank now behind. He's bought enough time. Amity's still in control of the hard point.
That's incredibly back and forth. How many times did you think Straight was going to get the break there? Get control behind plays from Dashy and Temp. Finally there. Maybe a little bit of time to slow down and get set up. Nobody in the hard point. Study has transitioned back. He's got Dashy on one side, Temp on the other as they're looking to close things out. But it's Apoc still going off. 28-15. About to crack a minute for his team. Oh, this one I think is doing it all. The wire.
Man is doing it all right now. 171-136. Straight Rippin, though, still in the lead. Ricky is 7-24 on this map, and still Straight Rippin are edging out their opponents.
It's kind of wild, right? But
yeah.
When you've got 2 guys going off the way that they are, maybe, I don't know, what do you tell Ricky right now? Just focus on spawns and maybe laying down on the hard point.
It's actually tough to cast when after every kill you've got Nelson yelling about 8 feet behind us about something that just happened.
Yeah.
I'm actually keeping up with that game strictly off of Nelson's yelling.
He is certainly getting hyped. Apox, though, here in this series continues to impress.
Oh my gosh.
Almost snaps right onto Dashy. The lead maybe starting to slip away a little bit for Straight Rippin. There's 30 seconds remaining here on train platform.
Temp has 31 kills. Ricky has 9. Second in the lobby is 20. So there's 9, 20, and then someone with 32 kills.
Ricky's warming up, dude. He's letting the young players. He's letting the young players, you know, get a taste of.
What a nice guy.
Yeah. It's just leadership, Jack, is what that is right now.
Okay. That's why you were a terrible coach. 185 to 161. Again, straight Rippin. They've got to start things off nice. And I will say, if there's a game mode as well that I think that they should excel in as a team, search and destroy. Oh, yeah. With Dashy on this lineup, with Ricky on this team, Study's no slouch either, and then Temp, we know he's good against across all 3 game modes. They should be a force to be reckoned with, probably the best S&D this weekend if you look at things on paper.
I could agree with that. 3 kills go the way of straight Rippin. Temp now on a 3 streak. Oh, almost finds the 4th, but Diabolic there with some nice kills. I think an assisted suicide came in there somehow for Temp onto Diabolic at the end of that.
Still though, only a 10-second game now. Amity continuing to keep things close. Thankfully for Apox being there, 32 and 20. Diabolic now in the hard point. Payloads. No, I thought he was going to call it in, but stopped for a second. Straight Rippin trying to set up for this new hard point. They're going to go for one final push through, try to get the scrap time, and then play for bottom bike path. But again, Diabolic holding his own.
Dashy, though, with that 2-piece, able to break in for a moment. And he actually gets all 3. So Dashy just gives his team 10 seconds there by handling all 3 players in the hard point. After the rest threw their bodies to the wind for him, playing the meat shield. We'll get out the bike path now. Cinder tucked away in a pocket. Just got vision on one straight Rippin member on the opposite side. Dashy has 5 kills in the past 15 seconds. He's killing everything. Can we get to Dashy?
Oh my gosh.
Dashy. There we go, 6 in a row, 38 and 26. The 7th is there. He has gone from barn the whole way across the map and killed everything in his path.
About to drop the 40 bomb. Now Streaks coming in. They want to end the game or get damn close to it here on this hard point. 41 and 26, the 9 streak from Dashy. And the insane thing is Temp is right there with him.
Dashy must have brought his router with him, man. He is continuing to show he can play on land. Didn't he end up with one of the top KDs from Anaheim too?
Yes. Well, it was only one series was recorded.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I think it was a series versus TK, 240 to 198. Talk about Dashy helping shut the door. The 10th streak now. Temp trying to join the 40 bomb club. Not going to happen yet. But either way, that streak really helped propel Straight Rippin back up to this 40-second lead.
We might be able to win it here in baseball. Les Cinder said something about it. I believe we saw Reactive popped in the back there. Cinder will get cut down. That's Temp going huge. They just need 5 more points. Temp with a 2-piece. Dashy able to tag up the 3rd. They still haven't got in.
Folks, this is why the Straight Rippin team is favored this weekend. Even with Study and Ricky only combining for 45 kills, Temp and Dashy just dropped 86 on this map between the two. Ridiculous numbers make it 87. They double the amount of kills from their 2 veteran teammates combined.
A fantastic performance right there from Dashy and Temp. We said keep your eyes out on those young players, and they just put up some serious digits. It's all smiles from Straight Rippin. But I actually want to now go to a live look-in with Station 2. Of course, this is 3s up versus In Control. In Control are 1-0 up in the series. They also have themselves a 5-4 lead here in the Search and Destroy. And you look at that scoreboard, heck, 13 and 5. Merc, I hate to be that guy. You mentioned TCM. He brought it back in hardpoint. He's sitting at 1 and 7 in S&D.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I mean, he's a very young guy. I mean, well, kind of. I mean, he is a younger player. He's been around for a long time, but he's had a very similar play style for a very long time. Very aggressive. Likes to be the guy that sort of pushes situations. He's either going to get first blood or get first blooded. And as you can see, the game's just not going well, but he's able to pick up a kill right there.
Of course, In Control are still winning, though, and at the end of the day, that's all he's really going to care about. As unfortunately Nelson does fall, so you got yourself a 2v2. Now Drama left in a 1 versus 2 to try and force around 11. 20 seconds left on the clock. 1v1 against Legal. Legal will take it. And In Control, stay in control of this series. That is a 2-0 lead now for them. We can jump over to a live look-in at Station 4. Of course, Allegiance versus Edex going on. Allegiance with a 1-0 lead. Merc, I know you've been watching this one a ton here. What's been going on?
Yeah, just the rounds really back and forth. Spooth playing exceptionally well. Solo, he started out 5-2 for his team, but the teams have just been trading. Nobody really out there to sort of get a lead. But I did mess the scoreboard up, so don't get confused. But Allegiance now, Mayhem, he's left in a 1-on-3, but again, Spoof, he had an exceptional game number 1.
Scoreboard's good. Scoreboard's good.
So we may have, what, the 13 seed beat the 4 seed in Havoc over Team Kaliber. And then right now, In Control might beat 3's Up, correct? So the 14 might beat the 3 in the series before this? Wow.
Yeah. Why not?
Say lots of upsets, man, potentially.
I said that before.
Yeah, you did.
Like,
you did.
Hey, it's an early morning, man. These guys aren't used to playing at, you know.
Yeah, well, what time's prime time? Team for to play is like 10 p.m. or something like that?
I'd say like midnight probably.
Midnight? Yeah, okay.
Getting your
I mean, well, then
second
technically, if they stayed up, then they should still be warm, no? Yeah. Yeah, if only.
I don't know how I did
of
that
course,
for so long.
this one, 5-4 now, will be the lead. And unfortunately, for Allegiance, they're going to need to really try and pick things up here. We're going to stay with this live looking just till this one closes out. Of course, we will keep you up to date with what's going on with Straight Rippin versus Amity, but Edax, of course, now with a 5-4 lead over Allegiance. And Merc, it's looking good that they could close this out.
Yeah, and I feel like Edax is maybe one of the teams we don't know too much about. Solo, he was a player that, you know, played a ton of Black Ops 1. He used to compete, you know, in the circuit, but I believe he went into the military, so he's back from that. Zeus informs though, not too much. I've heard of Rippin around maybe in some tournaments, but this is really the one team that, you know, we don't know too much about.
Very true indeed, and you mentioned Rippin. He is actually the first to fall. Immediately traded though, so you got yourself a good old-fashioned 2v2. FTL is going to be used there as well, but Solo decides to just kind of back away from this one. Now a 1v2. If he wins this, he will tie up the That's
Come on, man.
That's a problem.
that's
Round 11, Ben.
that's a personal problem.
Can't say I've ever done that.
Solo was dirty and needed a wash.
Oh, he's
I
gonna
can
be.
just imagine he's getting like that hype up talk from his teammate, and then it just.
You got this, man. You're gonna.
You know where they are,
You know where they are. You've
Oh.
got this, dude. 1v2, easy. These guys. Oh, that's awkward. And here it is. A beautiful.
In slow-mo, too, to
Dude,
read.
look at this boost control, dude. Like, and it was at this moment he knew.
Right there, that's the English channel, Ben.
You guys.
You're off the desk.
I've been thrown
Go
off
home.
twice today.
You have, of course, round 11 though. Underway. Allegiance, as I said before, they do have a 1-0 advantage in this series. They look to go 2-0 up in maps.
Yep.
And it's
Spoof's about to win this game for the team.
okay. That was very loud.
Came out of nowhere. It was a spoof.
Oh, the first thing I did when I sat down on this was turn down my headset.
I probably should have done the same thing, Jack. Not gonna lie. Maybe.
Yeah,
Well,
very
wait,
loud.
is this a free plant for Allegiance right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is indeed. So, of course, Bomb does go down. And
Okay.
Spoof, yeah, he's going to really turn up hum if he's first blood in. And oh, Zeus finds himself in a pretty tough situation. Now you got yourself a 2 versus 3. Shots not going to land from Forms. He goes down, and that will be that. Allegiance will take that map. That's going to be a 2-0 lead for them. And for now, we can actually go back to Station 1, where Straight Rippin versus Amity Search and Destroy is underway.
First game, we saw Temp and Dashy completely dominate, sort of put Ricky in the backpack for that game 1. Let's see if Ricky can bounce back and search and destroy a mode that he is certainly more comfortable with.
That was more than just a backpack in game 1. They were carrying.
A level 3 backpack.
Yeah, they were carrying Study and Ricky in that. As now we'll get into round number 3. Loving the coverage so far of the LCQ. Hopping between all of the action. Again, the top 8 teams here. 8 teams qualify out of the 16 remaining.
On board with Temp, who's got 3 kills already. Tax on a 4th there. Sender, we'll see you later, buddy. First blood for Temp. And I think I'm seeing why there was so much confidence from Temp when I talked to him this morning. He's playing phenomenally. Him and Dashy have both the kills in this round. It's going to leave Pemby, though, in a 1v2 for the Amity side of things.
The reason why Temp's able to play so aggressive towards Catwalk right there is they get plat control. They've got eyes now on Pemby. 2 players here, Temp and Dashy holding hands. Sonic great players. And again, that right side of your screen, Temp and Dashy, for all we know, it could be a new duo in the making.
Oh, I think there's a reason we see them sit next to each other. I mean, how many times have we seen them working in tandem, whether it was in the hard point or now in the search and destroy?
Yeah.
Playing off each other brilliantly. And I think, like, I don't know if you're Ricky in this, I don't think you need to get a ton of kills. I don't think you're relied on to get a ton of kills. Like, what's his main purpose on this team, you think?
I mean, we talk about veteran leadership, but that's never really been something that we talk about too much from Ricky. He's more of that guy that, yes, he knows that he can shot call if needed, but from a standpoint of like, come on, boys, let's do this. That's not what Ricky is as a player. That's more Study's job on this team. Unfortunately, Study gets to get first blooded there, but again, Dashy there for the trade. I mean, we know Dashy's learned everything in Search and Destroy from Illy. He's basically been taught by his master, and it shows now in how he's performing so far in this game too.
Yeah, he's got his payload already. I believe he got 3 kills in the last series. He has another one tacked on here. Dashy will finally fall, but he's at 6-2. We've got a 2 versus 2. Let's watch Ricky. Let's see if he can bounce back into things after a tough game 1. Or maybe see what's going wrong for him a little bit.
He's trying to watch whatever crosses he can, because you see Temp was just inside Bike. He had vision of basically nothing for his team. Now they will get the rotation, and look at this timing. It might work out perfectly for Ricky. He gets eyes on 1. Temp's there for the help. It's a 2v1. Ricky spots the player. This should be a quick cleanup here onto Pemby. There it is. Nice job by Ricky and Temp to play together. And now the defuse should come on through for Ricky. Here it is, Straight Rippin up 3-1.
They continue to coast. Well, I shouldn't say coast. I mean, game 1 still ended up being pretty close, but I think that's kind of the nature of Throwback at times.
This should be their best game mode.
Oh, yeah.
I don't see how S&D isn't Straight Rippin's best game mode.
No, I certainly agree with you. Well, let's see what they can continue to do here on Retaliation. I know there's a lot of you out there that are excited to see how this Straight team will perform. Amity right now trying to play spoiler in their first winners round 1 matchup. Sniper now out for study.
This is Amity trying to make changes as this map goes on. They've been losing plat control this entire time, so they wind up sending all 4 players towards Top Hotel. There's 2 kills though immediately from Straight Rippin. First blood from Ricky. Now they can command where they want to go on the map. They've got another free kill here. 3 players getting involved in the assist on that one. Pemby left in another 1 versus 2.
He got away with his life, so certainly still a chance to clutch here. He's got basically all of his team's kills right now as he sits at 6-3. Might get a good timing on 1 to back. He does. Turns into a 1v1. Nice shots over the car, and that is a clutch from Pemby. All 4 kills. That was filthy, filthy stuff.
Pemby's got 8 kills, doubling that of basically his team. But you look, Apox, who was going off map 1, is currently 0-5 to start off game 2.
What a play from Pemby. Those are the type of plays that keep you in the game, maybe get your team amped up, allow you to claw back into this one to get a bit. You lose that round, you're trailing 4-1. Things looking so bleak. Let's see this again. I believe this ends up being a 1v3 and an ace in this one. Gets nice timing, really nice timing at the guy at the tank, but look at these shots as he hovers. Does that remind you of the Wuskin kill?
Oh, yeah.
A little bit?
On the Havoc, same exact map, same exact game mode. Pemby and crew, though, now slowing down the pace. They're trying to play for this streak, and I don't blame him here. He's a couple kills off. He's got the bomb as well. They're playing fully for Pemby to earn his score streaks in this round.
Let's get over to Pemby if we can. Yeah, let's see if he can keep this streak going. They'll plant. Remember, the bomb no longer works towards payloads, but it will work towards your streak. So he'll just be 50 off of this if they can cover him.
Not using the reactive. Okay, there's at least 1 streak. 1 more kill for the bombardment. He's spotted Study as well, and Study only with a sniper, not the weapon you want to have when you got to retake through arches. He's going to try to maneuver around. He's nowhere near his teammate and Ricky, and just like that, it's Study all by himself. Does get 1.
Apox didn't hit anything. I can see why he's struggling to find kills.
I think he got 2, though. I think he got 2 in that round.
Well, he was never going to kill that player. No way.
He was not. He was not. You're right. Here's your final kill cam again. Diabolic shutting down Study. We've got ourselves a 3-3 game as the boys on Amity are keeping it close.
The big round from Pemby, the swing one, leads into a 2nd victory now. All right, 3-3. Pemby 8-3. 100 off the bombardment. And he's going to be the low man today. We'll swap off of him for now just because he's not going to be near any of the action for the time being. I'm curious if maybe he's thinking about using any streaks in this round.
If his teammates can get eyes on the guy going for the plant, then they might use one. Nice job by Diabolic, who's actually all alone inside Bike Shop to stay alive and get first blood. They should have a 2nd kill here momentarily. There it is. Terrible timing for Dashy, though. Terrible timing. Apoc shuts him down. 1 versus 3 for Ricky. Oh, 1 versus 1.
Ricky, what are you doing, buddy? All of a sudden a chance to make a crazy play like we saw Pemby do. The hero of the previous, 2 rounds ago. Ricky a chance to do something very similar.
This is game-changing right here. Pemby does have reactive, which is his best case scenario here. He can use that. There's a reason it's called reactive armor, is because the second you start getting shot, can pop that to save his own life. Round 7 currently we're in. Pemby on the verge of potentially being at a 3.0 KD. I don't blame him. I think he's playing around letting Ricky go for a plant. But if Ricky takes too much time,
Yeah.
He could wind up just dropping a streak.
Oh, this is done. Pemby just got the information he needed. He's on the site. He should be able to get timing to check this if he pushes out to A. If he didn't hesitate there, I think he would have caught him before he even got the bomb planted. As it stands, though, Ricky's actually able to get away with his
Oh, my God! Oh, my goodness! Pemby choke city! That is the one way you lose that round! Oh, look, Temps yelling burger. That is literally the worst play I have seen in competitive Call of Duty in months.
What do you mean? This is perfect.
Bye-bye!
Yeah, crap.
Look at that. That was one kill from Bombardment. He had reactive on a swing round as well. TP is speechless, just shaking his head.
There's a reason they're playing in the last chance qualifier. God, that's tough. That is tough. 4-3 advantage, 4 straight Rippin. It's dude. Pemby had the he had what a 1v3 ace though earlier, and he hits around
I kid you not, that's the worst play I've seen in months.
Oh, maybe the pressure building a little bit. You got a lot of players in here. Some of the guys in the Pro League checking out the action as well. But Pemby trying to redeem himself. He does that with a first blood onto Study.
Don't let him get anywhere near bridge. Oh, Study, Dashy with the FTL jump right into 2. Apox all by himself, and they know where he's at.
Dashy, an animal right now. 9-6 after the stellar game 1. Watching to see if Apox can clutch. Oh, Ricky's had an assisted clutch at this point. Pemby's had a nice clutch as well. Apox's turn to try and do something flashy, but not a lot of time.
There's no time, and he's got to go for this plant, and the rotation from Straight Rippin is absolutely perfect. 5-3, now Straight Rippin. They get gifted by Pemby when he jumps off the map in the previous round, and now because of attempts got another kill. In game 1, Ricky and Study combined for 44 kills. Temp and Dashy by themselves both almost had 44 kills each. Now in game 2, Temp and Dashy each have just as many kills, if not more, than Study and Ricky combined. The hard carry continues into map 2.
Yeah, I mean, not surprised though. We know what the players are capable of. It was purely an age thing on one side of that. Well, hell, for both players kind of coming into this year. And I think they really, as much as some of these guys, like again, Ricky and Study have a lot to prove as they've been dropped from teams in the Pro League. Temp and Dashy have a lot to prove in that most people haven't seen much of them.
Well, streaks now being called in. They've got full knowledge of where Straight Rippin are. The worry for me is how do they bounce back off of this? Amity with a great pinch. It's Sender with first blood now as Ricky's now cut down.
Sender giving them a chance in this game too. Temp, our camo player. They are down a man. We'll see if they are going to opt to use this. Dashy, though, trying to get him in it. Apox able to win it. 4v2 advantage now for Amity. Temp, though, trying to keep the hopes alive of closing this out in this round. He's got 1 kill to work with. He would need a 1v3 ace, similar to what we saw Pemby do earlier in this. Unfortunately for him, he's got 20 seconds on the clock and bomb.
Yep.
This is bordering on impossible outside of the fact that he does have camo, and he's given himself a chance. Can he do it here? He snaps and wins that one. Pops camo, makes a play. I'm screaming.
You probably would have screamed no matter what happened in that scenario.
That's likely true.
5-4. Man, wouldn't Amity like to be up 5-4 themselves if Pemby didn't jump off the map with reactive armor, 2 streaks, and a potential 3rd on the way?
Be nice to have that one back.
It would.
You need a extended rewind. Very extended.
To bring him back 20 seconds to have him actually check the A-bomb, you mean, before he plants it when there's no other option for him on the map?
I've got a payload for years from now. You rewind rounds. That'd be the worst.
Like, that's why you're not a game designer.
Among many reasons.
Temp, he's popping that camo before he sees anything. He'll get information for his team, but now it's gone. There goes camo. We've talked about how preemptive camos most times don't actually work. There's another. They don't get the bomb down. The bomb doesn't even get planted.
And they push to the top. This game's over.
GG. They've got to now push down Arch or try to retake from top bedroom. That is worst case scenario in this round.
How pissed are you if you're Diabolic? Like, no one covers you whatsoever. Temp gets a free kill. I know camo's probably part of that, is the person checking the flank, didn't see anything and just went ahead and pushed on through. You've got a Scarab just sitting on the bomb right now.
He's dead. That's a quick trade. The Scarab drops your movement speed down. Study just lost that gunfight.
How is Pem?
Oh,
reactive.
reactive. Okay.
That makes negative sense.
Ooh, I know Sunny's having a rough map, but
Suddenly, Amity might actually win this. A round that should have been closed out early when Timp got a kill. He's got 13. 2 in this one. He'd have to clutch a 1v2. He knows where Bomb is.
they do still have to plant.
They know where Timp is.
Pemby
We're going to round 11.
forces the round 11. Talk about one of the stranger S&Ds I've seen in a long while.
Pemby's had some of the sickest plays and some of the worst we've seen here in this game.
What a roller coaster of emotions. Think of the, Amity staff watching.
From tears to cheers.
Yeah.
If they take this round 11.
This is the 6 seed Straight Rippin going up against the 11 seed Amity.
Camo for Apox. You saw Temp invest his in the last round. They thought they should have won it there.
Oh yeah, he can't get first blooded.
Apox needs to make a play.
Does Pemby still have any streaks left? I don't believe so. I think he used the Scarab and the Trinity already.
I
But
believe.
is Straight gonna get a free plant?
Not yet. Looks like they're searching for more information here. Bomb carrier all the way into hotel. They're following up. He's a little bit, the pacing might be off a bit. He's a bit out in front. If he were to get dropped with that, it'd be a scary position, but he's able to get through hotel and over to that A site. Bomb now getting planted. You can see his leg. He's dead. No plant for Temp. He won't be the hero in this late hour, round 11. Apox still has camo as well.
Questionable decision right there, as they knew they had B site controlled. Now it's a 4v3. You've got multiple payloads earned for the side of Amity. The camo now pushed on out. Study trying to get away with his life. Not going to happen here. 2v4, 1v4. Ricky last alive. That's it. Amity, in the end of it all, clutch up and win the round 11.
Oh, so much for Straight only playing 6 maps today. You're going to see at least 7. Oh, my God. What a weird search and destroy. Nuts stuff.
It looked almost as if that was going to be an awkward one there for Amity, but they do manage to find that win. They will tie up the series 1-1. Elsewhere, we had Lethal versus Fury. Their search and destroy. Of course, here's a look at the final few moments of this one. Fury was able to take it. And of course, bear in mind, at this point, Lethal was up in the series. TP, you were watching this one. How did this last round kind of break down?
Basically shipping very dominant in the hard point, carries it over into the search and destroy as well. You see him pop that Trinity down, get a couple of kills there, ending with another one to end with 12. But him and Miyagi were really the stars of the show in this one. No one from Lethal was really the one that stepped up to take that one. So you see multiple players on Lethal with 4 kills apiece. Really easy rounds from then on. You know, when you have a Trinity in the late rounds of retaliation, that's just golden. So.
Elsewhere, of course, 3's up. They were up against In Control. In Control had a 2-0 series lead, but this one is going to have an extra map because it was 3's up that were able to win it. And you can see in relative dominant fashion, to be completely frank, 11-6 the score there. 3's up really just stepping up when they needed to the most. They will stay alive in winners bracket round number 1. So congratulations to them. But In Control, of course, they still do have that 2-1 series lead. They're going over to another hard point. Then elsewhere, of course, Station 4, action still continuing on. We can actually go to a live look and catch the final few moments of this one. This is Allegiance versus Edax. As it stands, Merc, Allegiance is 2-0 up.
Yeah, and at half, it was a 2-1 lead for Allegiance, and then in the second half, the first 2 minutes, they just put Edax in a spawn trap. They made it 7-2. Edax, they're doing a great job sort of responding. No, they get a dunk, but just not enough time, as you see, 30 seconds left. And again, just Allegiance slaying, just too strong for Edax.
And there's a reason why we probably haven't heard much about these Edax players coming into this weekend. Yes, Allegiance, we've heard of a few of them before. Obviously, names we've seen trying to qualify for something like a champs in the past. But Edax, I think, have just been outclassed really as a team. A little bit of a wake-up call for them. There's a reason why we have our first through 16 seeds.
Right.
As here, Allegiance will take this 3-0.
And this is the second versus 15th seed. We haven't even mentioned that. You know, Allegiance coming in very, very well seeded. This is a very, very good squad. They will take that series 3-0. Which means they will, of course, now progress through to Winners Bracket Round 2. Of course, a win in Winners Bracket Round 2 will qualify you for the Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time. So, pretty important you win your Winners Bracket Round 2 game, Maeve.
It absolutely is. I mean, this, I know the first round we're covering as much as you can. It's a little bit tricky. There's a lot of matches going on, but it's going to start to narrow down over the course of the day. And God, I don't know. I'm curious. Who do you guys think? Like, who are you the most confident in getting in thus far? Like, of the winners matches we've seen, I know we've had a couple finish here in the second heat.
Echo Fox.
You're really high on?
Echo Fox.
They'll have a tough second game.
Yeah.
Much tougher. I think you have to go Project Evil, probably Allegiance. I think the number 1 and number 2 seeds probably in it pretty easily. After that, I think it gets a lot tougher.
It definitely does. The games are going to start spicing up, that's for sure. We're going to have elimination games, and we're going to have playoff games, potentially even more upsets. But now a live look-in with Station 3. This is Fury versus Lethal, and it is currently tied 1 map apiece. And I think we kind of mentioned this. This is probably going to be the closest game that we're going to see.
But it also seems like this is the shipping show so far this entire series, TV.
Dude is nice.
As he's now 18 and 11 in just one half of this uplink.
It's crazy stuff overall. The slaying from shipping's been unbelievable, like you just stated, but Miyagi just gets the 7th streak there. And this half was actually tied just until the last couple of seconds where we switched over. They get 4 points, back-to-back dunks there. Just crazy stuff. Lethal just kind of falls apart at the end, and man, it kind of a weird precinct. A 0-0 was possible at half, then all of a sudden it breaks open.
Yeah, and you heard Remy sort of talk about it at Anaheim, how excited he is to play with these guys. Like, these are just some of his best friends who he sort of grinded Call of Duty with, and to be able to get to this point, I'm sure they're very excited.
For some reason, shipping, it keeps making me want to like think of like a pun, like FedEx or shipping like FedEx. He keeps on delivering.
Perfect.
Get him a spot.
Ship the other team home.
Joe just goes, perfect. Let's move on.
Either way, it is Fury, of course, with that 4-0 lead. Miyagi has himself full streaks as well, so it's not just shipping. Miyagi doing a good job of adding in his fair shift to this game, but 4-0 is, of course, not the most comfortable lead for Fury. We'll keep you updated with how that series develops. For now, though, straight Rippin versus Amity. It's all tied up 1 map apiece. We can jump into Game 3, Uplink Precinct.
All right, Jack, let's get right back into it. Who do you think's taking this Game 3, buddy?
I might have to go with Amity in this one. I mean, this team, they recover and search and destroy. They were hanging with them in hardpoint for the most part, outside of the insane performances from Dashy and Temp. If you don't get that again here in Game 3, I think Amity take the 2-1 lead.
I agree with you, Jack, but let's see who gets the edge early.
Well, it's already 2-0 Amity.
This one, well, yeah, that's right. We cop in 30 seconds.
Now it's already 4-0
4-0. Well, the edge to Amity very quickly. Two dunks in the opening 30 seconds. That's not what Straight needs. And, you know, as lopsided as the slaying kind of was for Straight Rippin, like, do you think that kind of performance can carry you in uplink, maybe like it did a hard point on throwback?
I'm very torn on this because we've seen how the Straight Rippin team has looked, and if you get even a slow game from one of the 2 players in Temp or Dashy, I think that's enough to swing it into Amity's favor. They're just, overall right now, Amity as a 4-man unit are the more consistent team to this point.
And that preaches uplink victory to me.
Yes.
Versus having some flashy players, and especially, like, we've only seen them on Throwback. Throwback's a map you can kind of get away with flying over and over again. Is teamwork important? Absolutely, but if you're feeling one, if you're on a bit of a heater, it can go huge on a map like that. Your mistakes, I think, could get punished a whole lot more right now on Precinct Uplink.
I mean, it's frustrating to cast, to keep bringing up. But again, off the break of this map, you have Study and Ricky, a combined 2 and 11. That's a missed one. But either way, Dashy single-handedly holds off the base, the 3-piece right there.
Dashy kills everything. He's getting loud. Unfortunately, the volume doesn't turn into points. You need the team to start getting a little bit of forward momentum here as they're trying to wrap down through Cherry Blossom and get mid-street control.
I will say that it's actually legal for one getting extremely loud. He's 14 and 4 in his hard point he's playing. And
is that who I'm hearing?
He's yelling, run it up, because they're up by 60 seconds already off the break. Remember, they're down 2-1 in that series. We'll hop back in there later on to give you an update on that one. But for now, it's Study missing some shots as Apox turns on him right there. Apox now 6 and 4. As you remember, in the first respawn, he was a big reason why Amity were even close in that match.
That's certainly true. Kills going back and forth inside a lobby. Victor will be straight ripping. His Study now grabs the drone. This allows him to get some map control. Ricky gets into an aggressive position mid-street with the NV4, and this should more than likely be points. Study still picking up kills with that ERAD. 1 point tosses away, and finally on the board is straight ripping. Took almost 3 minutes of gameplay, but they finally strike. And you got to feel pretty good at least about the last 3 minutes. I mean, after you gave up the last couple minutes, after you gave up all 4 of those points in the opening, what, 30 seconds?
30 seconds, yeah, that was 30 seconds where they just fall apart in their base. They wound up going for like a late pinch, and Amity just 4 hit the same side together and just had the numbers, overwhelmed it, played fully focused on the objective and got the kills they needed. Now though, Study looking for an open lane. Smart play from him to drop this drone, but Apox again continues to have his number this map. Study double negative at 4 and 9.
See if the young duo can continue to carry in the slaying department. 1 for Temp on the kill feed, but Ricky and Temp both end up falling. It's 3 kills towards Amity. They've got drone. They're looking for points. 1 pointer up, away, and short.
Second. They missed
miss.
one far, one close. That's now 2 points that they should have had. No interceptions either. Just straight up 2 points that they have just missed.
And this could have been a counterattack opportunity. Now 4 straight Rippin. Opening pick to Study. Look at this. I like the kind of change of field here. They start pushing down through Cherry Blossom, immediately wrap it now up through Ticket. You have a couple lead blockers here. First one is going to fall. Second one falls. It's going to be Ricky now by himself. He drops. Nice defensive transition. Back to Ticket for Amity. Good job picking up the kills.
Yeah, good cleanup from Amity. It looked grim for a brief moment, but then Straight Rippin just couldn't find the kills they needed to when pushing into the base. Diabolic with the pinch right there, weakens a couple. Only able to get one before he does go to the grave. As Amity, their first 4 points came in 30 seconds. Since then, a dry spell is now. They look to finally get some sort of offensive plays going, but again, Temp is there with the C-Rat. Woo!
Temp gets 2. Apoc still in that power position in the window, but Ricky able to pick him off with that NV4. You need to get points here if you're straight. Ricky, toss, up. Oh, grabbed out of the sky. That's Diabolic going up high, but they're still dangerous here. No, he did actually toss it off, but they've got complete control. There's only Cinder that can make a play in lobby.
That
they
kill
just
from
cleaned him up.
Study. That kill from Study was massive. Winds up killing Cinder. They were looking for him on the map. He was right by that lobby area. Dunk comes in. All things considered, with the slaying edge over to Amity 2, Straight Rippin will go into the half, only down by 1 point. Amity, again, 2 missed 1 point plays is now the difference between a 1 point game and a 2 possession game.
And you also had Ricky and Study of Straight pick it up a little bit, right? They started with 1 and 5, 1 and 6, I think. They were both combined for just a couple of kills through the opening minute and a half. They pick it up, get to around even again. I mean, really, I think you feel very good about that if you're Straight. You got throttled in the opening 30 seconds. Outside of that, you controlled it 3-0.
Completely different case. Now as we go into side number 2, it's Amity now trying to score towards that station side. Remember, off the break of side 1, it was Amity getting points on the board right away. Now 4 dead already. You can see Dashy heightening the pace, sliding right around the corner. Ricky, the lead blocker. Can Straight Rippin get the one in?
I think Ricky needs to be huge with that MV4, but that nade that
nice play.
In the face
oh.
ends up slowing down everything. Whoever tossed that grenade off the break there to hit Ricky really slowed that down.
Diabolic, another defensive play from him. We already saw the interception there. Cuts down the FTL jump, the 2-piece, and then gets the drone back off the map. Nice job by him to relieve that pressure.
The flood from Straight, though, continues. 3 down yet again. It's mid-map for Study. He wins a 1-on-1 that allows him to get drone. It's over Cinder yet again, like the end of our first half. Study forward. This is a dunk. You've got Temp just melting with the E-Rad there in that mid lane.
You can tell just from how much Temp has played 8s and been in top lobbies with pro players, he always knows what position he needs to be in. We've seen this guy now for the 3rd time this game put himself in an advantageous spot. Even there, again, just does both sides of the work. He was pushed up. He knew his teammates were in an awkward position to die because of the pinch that came in from the opposing team. So instead of staying there and dying himself, he rotated back to middle, got control of lobby all on his lonesome, moved the drone out. Now he's on a 6 streak, leading the game in kills.
Well, it's funny when you think about it. Study and Ricky obviously have the most experience against top players here as they've been in and out of the Pro League all year. But if you look at the next person that's played the most with your top elite guys, it's going to be Temp. Even though you have Cinder and Diabolic, people that were in the Pro League last year, Temp's been grinding, man, and I think he's definitely shown what he's capable of so far.
Straight Rippin up 5-4. If they win this map, I think these players will be kicking themselves for just not getting the 3-0, right? For dropping that game 2 in round 11, throwing that S&D away for the most part.
A mode you expected them to be very strong in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at times they look fantastic, but they just couldn't close out certain rounds. Pemby was kind of their hard counter for the most part.
Except for the 1 round he took a dip.
Sheesh.
3 kills again. 4 straight Rippin. Cinder the only man up. Some streaks coming in. Cinder eliminated them by the streak of Temp. This should be points. Is that too high? No, that threads the needle and goes through. 6-4 lead for Straight.
Dashy still here with another 2-piece. Flying around with that higher sensitivity. Now dead again. Temp and Dashy leading Slang. 45 combined kills. Study, though, making his presence felt. Look at how different the Straight Rippin team has looked since when they gave up their first 4 points when Study and Ricky were combined 2 and 11. Now, Study and Ricky, they're both on the verge of positive. They've gotten 6 unanswered points. They are the difference of this entire map.
Yeah, the E-Rad of Study, I think, has really been the biggest. Well, him and Temp with those E-Rads has been the biggest thing. How many one-on-ones has Study won inside a lobby with that E-Rad to give them a chance to actually make plays on offense?
Yeah.
He's turned it around in a huge way. It's been like, if you get through Study and Temp with those E-Rads in your face, Dashy's there with a K-bar. If you finally get through that lane, it's Ricky ready to go. And there hasn't been a lot of pressure on Ricky. I think that's what's allowed to him to kind of balance out in this game.
Lane cleared, drone picked up, camo used as Temp's trying to go on in. They look for the body block, unfortunately not going to get the timing they need. Ricky cleans up both. He's still there with Dashy as, there you go, 4 dead again. Straight Rippin now fully on the offensive.
And that's exactly example what I was talking about. Ricky has easy pick. He's shooting at 2 players. They're just trying to body block, allow him to keep going with that MV4. He got 3 kills there before dropping. Dashy somehow almost stayed alive long enough to get a toss on through. But 8-4 lead, what a swing it's been since those opening 30 seconds.
Yeah, and Amity, they have to just try to force something. Overdrive looks like their answer. Sender flying on in, will get a 1. Do not forget, folks, Amity botched 2 1-point throws in the first side, which would have been the 2-point difference they need right now to at least bring it down to a 1-possession game.
That's very true. But again, the Erads of Straight Rippin continue to dominate. +10 for Temp. He'll have another one here. Actually ends up being an assist, but Study right there with the other Erad, able to back it up.
Ooh.
1-pointer just a little bit short. Right now, you're just playing the control game. If you're straight, just don't allow any kind of miraculous rally here in the final 40 seconds.
Here it is. 39 seconds left. Here comes one final opportunity for Amity to try to come back in this game. Dashy and Temp the first 2 kills. Apox and Peppy answering back out. They still have camo, but Apox has to stay alive at this point if he wants to use it.
Yeah, the question is, can he even get into a position to make a play? They wait for the 2 teammates to come off a spawn. Now you got to go. You don't have time to dance here. Apox has to get involved in the front lines. But as he tries to, 2 of his teammate drops. He's going to fall. No play from camo coming in. Nice hold from Straight Rippin there at the steps.
GG. Temp now +9. Most points on his team as well. Ricky and Study also slaying 2. When you got 4 players positive, it typically means you're going to win the uplink. Simple as that, Maven.
Well, there we go. It's going to be a 2-1 advantage for Straight.
And nicely played there by Straight Rippin. As you said, Maven, they get that 2-1 advantage, but of course we will see another hard point from them. The 2 young guns of the squad, if you will, playing very, very well. But for now, though, we can go to a little bit of a replay of what happened at Station 3. Of course, this is Lethal versus Fury. At the time, the series was tied 1-1. Of course, this is the uplink here, and as you can see, it is Lethal with that 6-4 advantage, and this is how that series is going to finish up. Lethal will take it, and that is going to be a 2-1 advantage to them. Of course, TPU watching that one. Impressive finish for them?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird uplink overall. A very low-scoring precinct to start off, but both teams having more of a favorable side on the bad side of the map. So it really able to get that dunk over towards that balcony side. And overall, Shipping and Miyagi on the side of Fury had a very, very solid start on that first half. Kind of cooled off, and that's where Hate took over. Ending up with a 30 bomb, just completely taking over the slaying, and that's just sort of how precinct works. You create that lane, some easy dunk opportunities coming in for them, so just nothing going in the second half for Fury.
Yep, elsewhere in Station 2, it was In Control versus 3's Up. Bear in mind, 3's Up the 3rd seed, In Control the 14th seed. Apologies for this one, the scoreboard actually incorrect, it's flipped. In Control is your red squad, 3's Up your blue squad, and this was brutal, Merc. At one point you kind of looked at it and you went, what, Legal's 31-12?
Well, yeah, he started off 14-4, and you heard him yelling, just saying, you know, let's run the score up, let's run the score up. I mean, they did such a good job. And I mean, this is what we talked about, the slaying potential. And again, heck, he's really impressed me. He had a great game number 2. I think he had like 14 kills in that search and destroy. So, you know, this young kid playing extremely well.
Yeah, very well indeed. That's going to be In Control, who make their way to winners bracket round 2, where they will join Allegiance. For now, they can go back to a live looking of Station 3. Of course, we just saw the replay of what happened to close out the uplink. This is game 4, Lethal with the 2-1 advantage. Current score 78-42. So, Jackie, it's all starting to heat up here at the LCQ.
It looks like Shipping's quieted down for a moment. We'll see how this game goes on out. If you haven't been keeping up with the series so far, been going each time to a live look-in or replay, it's been Shipping leading the scoreboard. Actually surprised to see Lethal up 2-1. Lethal currently down by 45 seconds, though, as Fury have doubled the score.
Shipping really has been a bit of a factor, Mark.
Oh, absolutely. I thought in that game number 3 as well, he started off so well. They went up 4-0 like very early on in the first 2 minutes, and they obviously stopped after that point as Lethal was able to take that game 6-4. But, you know, Shipping, you know, he brings a lot of slaying power to this Fury team.
Definitely does. And of course, Hardpoint breakout. We're going to look to see if he can really try to get back to that big slaying momentum. But as I mentioned before, TB, this has been the series that you have kind of been exclusively paying attention to. What are the odds we see a Game 5 here, the first Game 5 so far of the LCQ?
I think we have a pretty good chance of it. Both these teams seem very, very even on the respawn, specifically that precinct going back to it, only a 2-point game. The hard point was quite close as well. Just seems like whoever is going on that sort of fat streak at the time, gets those score streaks, are the ones that, you know, just kind of run away with it. Breakout, just back and forth. It's pretty crazy stuff.
Let's see if Juju can get some of those streaks you were talking about. What was he, 100 off the Trinity rocket before getting cut down? We know how
Curse of the Caster.
We know how good they can be on a map like Breakout. Falls just a little bit short. That was a theme we saw. I'm trying to think who we were casting in the green group. We saw like 6 players in a row die like 100 points off streaks. It's frustrating to see it happen, but nothing coming in for Lethal yet.
Definitely is, of course. Those streaks so impactful. Current score 109 to 83 as Lethal looked to tie it up. So, Team, you're kind of right. Back and forth game, and this one is just as close. Exactly. I mean, Lethal really just trying to make a little bit of a comeback into this one. Of course, the only other game currently going on in winners bracket round number 1 now is, of course, Straight Rippin versus Amity. Straight Rippin is 2-1 up as we wait for game 4 to get underway with that. We'll stay with this one, but I mean, Jack, how'd you pick between these two teams right now? So unbelievable.
How do I decide? That's an impossible question to answer. It's 6 seconds. You got Human Jesus playing like the man himself. Either way, this series could go to a game 5. Wow, Rebby just got shredded by that in V4.
Hey, Zeus.
Could potentially have 2 game 5s. Dependent, of course, on that Straight Rippin result. As it stands, you got a 7 streak for Human Jesus. Actually, he pops his FTL, and unfortunately will fall. Not much he can do. We'll keep you updated with how that match finishes up, and maybe go to a live look if it does go to game 5. But for now, we can go back to Straight Rippin versus Amity. This one, of course, 2-1 in favor of Straight.
Straight Rippin looking to close this one out, Ben. Jack, we will see if they can do it. 3 kills early to Straight Rippin, make it all 4 down. They'll be able to set up and rack up some time here. That was a clean sweep of Amity.
Got to make sure people at home are in the loop. There's been so much action going on. I know it's a lot to take in. Folks, this is the CWL Champs Last Chance Qualifier. This is the last opportunity for teams to qualify from the North American region. We know our other 24 teams who have already qualified for Champs in just a few short weeks. The last 8 will come from today's action. Also later this weekend, if you're wondering when playoffs are, that all starts tomorrow. The top 8 teams in the Global Pro League competing for $500,000. Some of the biggest names in Call of Duty Esports, well, realistically, all the biggest names in Call of Duty Esports will be there. This series, though, is a winner's bracket round 1 matchup between Amity and Straight Rippin. Straight Rippin, one of the favorites of this weekend to make it on through. Amity, no slouches themselves. As again, the top 8 teams of the 16 competing will qualify for the CWL Champs.
And remember, we're not playing out the entire 16-team double elimination bracket, simply looking for those 8 teams that are first going to get those 2 wins on the board. Amity right now trying to push this to a game 5 to maybe get that first win secured. Unfortunately for them, though, it's straight setup and cell block.
Back in the first hard point of the series, Ricky started the game, I believe, 6-24, a .25 KD. They obviously need more from him. Straight Rippin were still able to win that map, and it was because of this man on your screen alongside Temp, who dropped a combined near 90 kills. Insane numbers for Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. As now it's 45-32 in favor of Straight.
I think this will be interesting for Temp and Dashi too. You know, we had the first hardpoint be throwback, one where you can, you know, at times fly, play a little bit undisciplined, hit hardpoints with 10 seconds left. Breakout's the exact opposite. Like, you cannot make mistakes here. You need to have trigger discipline and control spawns completely. Aren't gonna be able to fly and fly and fly. Sometimes you only get 2 cracks at a hardpoint. So I'm really curious to see if they can still control a hardpoint like they did throwback.
Oh, absolutely. Well, right now, Straight Rippin, they've rotated first over towards Grave. Here's an opportunity for them to really show off what they're capable of in hardpoint. One of these hills that you get an early setup on, you cannot let it get broken. And as I'm saying, Matt Maven, they just get smoked out of the hill.
Study, the last one up, though, doing a good job to at least give them a chance to come off spawn. He needs to try and stay alive here. Stay alive and kill all 3. How about that? He survived just long enough for his reinforcements to come. So as he drops, he actually ends up being a bit of bait there. Unfortunately, Cinder ain't biting. He gets 2, third around the edge. Teammate covers him over the top in Pimby.
If Apox doesn't hit the super high wall run there, I think Study gets all 4 kills as Cinder was not looking at him. Unfortunately, the timing just not working out, and because of it, Amity will narrowly hold on to this lead.
They're trying to push it out as far as they can. Let's take a look at the bottom left of the mini-map. That's going to be the race to commissary. You see Ricky starting to push here through helipad. The wall run being hit by Temp to be first man in. He's going to have a one-on-one inside, and that's going to go to Apox, taking off his head. So it's early control for Amity. Let's see if they can hold on as the pinch starts to come in for Straight.
Nice job by Diabolic, the hip fire there. 40-second lead. Straight Rippin nowhere near this hard point. As they're spawning all the way back out at cell block, they're trying to take middle control. You've got a player from Amity in this top window. That's going to be Sender looking to play spoiler. What a great setup and lead that Amity built themselves now in this map 4.
Solid stuff thus far. We may see our first game 5. They can continue to push this to distance. On with Study's POV right now from Straight. Some nice shots there onto Pemby. I'll tell you what, I know him and Ricky started slow kind of in every game. Study has really picked it up since what, kind of a couple minutes into that uplink. It seems like he's definitely stepped up, found a rhythm for himself a little bit. Well, with the ERAD last map, here now the K-Bar.
They're going to need more than just studying a rhythm, though, if they want to come back in this game. Still down by 50 seconds. That's the end of the first rotation. And you can see the score lines between the two teams. The biggest difference where the kills are coming in for Amity and the hold they were able to get the majority of the time on Graveyard. Straight Rippin still a ton of time to come back in this game, though.
Yeah, they do.
And again, it's breakout. Anything is possible.
And again, that's what we talked about earlier. This is not a map that you can just purely kind of get by with raw skill, right?
Nope.
It's so tricky. You can be punished so big. Ricky team kills Temp, but Study doing his best to hold on to mid-map and loading right now for Straight Rippin. He's gotten 2. Tagged up a 3rd. There's the assist. 1 more player remaining. You can see Blue X-Ray. I think Study's got him teed up. So you got 2 kills there, 2 assists. Nice shot from Study.
Watching Study right now compared to what was happening earlier this series, he's playing with so much more confidence.
Yeah,
he's challenging.
Exactly.
He's on the same pace as Dashy as well as Temp, and it's making all the difference in this map.
Well, think about, just kind of interviewing some of the guys that we've talked to on the desk, whether they're talking about Search and Destroy, talking about Hardpoint. You got to play with some confidence. You got to play with some balls, as JCap would say. It seems like you're seeing that out of Study right now for the first time really in this series, outside of the end of that uplink. 15 and 11. On board, though, now with Temp. Straight has grinded back into this one after trailing by, as many as 50, 60 points.
Yeah, and it all came from that middle hill, which is the most surprising part of it. Ricky doing a great job, the 2-piece on the players sitting in the spawn. Pemby's all by himself. He's now dead. That's as clean a break you can ask for if you're Straight Rippin, especially when you had nobody near this new hill. 2 solid breaks in a row as they now look to take back the lead.
Well, they just saw Diabolic with that Scarab in the top window. Now is going to be his time to collapse. He's pushing through the back. Ricky's ready for it. He already spotted it with the Scarab. Flawless break, maybe even better hold.
Oh, yeah, and there you go. Last time we went towards Graveyard, it was an early setup for Straight Rippin that was broke almost instantly. Now, though, that scenario should be flipped. Amity should have early control. It's going to be Straight playing from the back foot. Nice little engagement there from Sender. Huge gunfight win to keep control of Medbay.
That was sick. You get hit with the Scarab, you know right where he's going to be tucked away in that corner. You pre-nade it, hit him, and finish the kill. Some flashy stuff there from Cinder, but a big deficit for Straight has now turned into nearly a 20-point advantage for them. We'll see if they can tack something up on top, but in Graveyard, once again, it's going to be Amity looking to control.
Sender really exposing himself when he's got this bulldozer for cover. We talk about how times, I don't really get the high-flying challenges there. You've got some of the best cover in the game. Ricky slides right on through, player to his left. Apoc's now dead. Questionable decisions from Amity to expose themselves so much to Cave.
Straight had a fantastic break at cell block. They do it again here at Graveyard. Question once again, though. How long will they be able to hold? FTL forward from Sender. Ricky able to pick him up from the close pocket, but he is traded out almost immediately. Apoc still here to fight. Apoc's there to get the break. Straight cleared out.
It's looking more and more like we're going to get out of this hill with a very close, maybe 5-second game, if not less. Dashy, quiet game from him. His worst map so far this entire series. He's currently 10 and 18. He's the first one near this new hard point, trying to fight for spawns. He's going to get pinched. Look, he doesn't know. It looks like he doesn't know what he wants to do right here. He's going all over the place. Does somehow win a gunfight in the hard point, but still, you saw some hesitation. Did he go for the spawn? Should he stay near the hill? He's getting pinched on. The fact that he even got 1 kill surprised me right there.
Nice breakdown there, Jack, as we'll see what they're able to do inside a commissary. Diabolic. First man in, he's got to deal with the pressure from the wall run if they opt to hit it. It looks like you see those red arrows. They're all wrapping mid-map to hit. It's a death trap, right? The death trap to hit that wall run. They want to get it done through showers and loading.
Same scenarios last time you were on commissary. If there is a reason why Amity win this map, it is because of this hill right here. They've got a great setup, and they trust Sender to watch the middle lane. Straight Rippin have had no luck with killing him both times they went for this break. All the work Straight Rippin did across the last rotation to come back from their 50-point deficit is wiped out by a full 60 hold there from Amity.
That was flawless. And
flawless.
You saw Straight, they did not want to hit the wall run. They were avidly trying to push out mid-map, and hit from the backside, maybe try to fight through for spawns. They never even got there. They couldn't get out of loading. Completely locked down by Amity. Superb stuff there, and now a significant lead. But where did it swing in Straight Rippin's favor the last time through? Miraculously, it was here at the central rooftop. Mid-map, the gun steal can really shine. Let's see if they can lock it up.
It can still happen again here. Apoc slides through. Camo now earned. and they know where the final player is from Straight Rippin. 224 to 182. They can still, now they can't win off this hard point, so we will see another cell block. Apox with Camo is going to be the one to really shut this door for the side of Amity.
Saving grace for Straight Rippin, you do control that right side of the map, so you're set up nicely for the next hard point. Just do what you can to contest here. Don't let anybody slip through the cracks and maybe flip the spawns on you. You see Dashy, that number 8 on the minimap, making sure he goes and sets up and cell block here with Study. They're ready to deal with this, but they need to be, I mean, a perfect hold gets them right back in the conversation here.
Well, a perfect hold is a tough, tough task, especially then having to go break at that graveyard hard point. 3 men hitting down middle for Amity. They've got everyone here watching this from Straight Rippin. As they have a Centurion too. I love this setup from Straight. They have a Centurion watching their top lane. This wall run though from Apox. Will he get the god timing out of Dashy? It doesn't appear so as of yet. It's already weakened. Slide on out, get the trade. No, Apox staying alive. Pops the camo as well. GG right there. Apox with the camo play should help Amity force this game 5.
Final couple ticks, no one can contest. It's game 5 time, baby. What a play from Apox. And we see people do that all the time. You know, how crucial, if it's at 1v3, you get up on that outer wall run, you keep contesting. And it was huge.
This is what you love. You see in the background the Lumpalard himself, Scraps here watching too. Fnatic watching. Oh, these games so intense.
They definitely are, Jack. They definitely are. Game 5 alert. Of course, we'll talk about that in a few moments.
Wait.
Before we get there, Fury versus Lethal.
You and Jesus.
Yeah, he's 29 and 30, Jack. He's pretty good at video games, that's for sure. Fury Lethal, this one does actually close out here. It was Lethal with the 3-1 victory Teeper, and they did so with style.
The second rotation was just unbelievable from the son of God himself, basically. Just dominating. Back-to-back sets of streaks. When you can hold Commissary, hold with it Trinity, then call your bombardment just to earn some more, well, you're having a grand old time on breakout right there. Oh, yeah. You can use those streaks again on the second rotation. They get over towards cell block. He's just lining up people in the wall run, back-to-back 3 pieces. The guy was on fire.
Of course, Lethal now joined ALG and in control in the winners bracket round 2 matches. We still just need to find out one more team, which of course is the match going to game 5. Before we get there, though, there is an elimination matchup going on now. It has just begun on station 4. This is, of course, TK versus FLG. This is losers bracket round 1. You lose here, you are eliminated from the last chance qualifier. And let's not forget to get here. TK got 3-1 by Havoc, and FLG got 3-0'd by the wonderful Echo Fox, and a fantastic map 1 performance they had.
I mean, if you're Team Kaliber, I think your first loss of the day was understandable. You played a very strong Havoc team. I know the seeds were a little bit lopsided, but we know the talent that's on Havoc. If you lose this, you have no excuse. It's nothing short of embarrassing.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Clint. I'm gonna disagree with you there. There's no reason I don't think they should have lost that game, that first match. Like,
well, I mean,
roast them.
No, I'm being honest.
There's a lot of talent on Havoc.
Yeah, I mean there is talent, but this TK roster has been together all year long. They almost well, not almost, but they were one of the top seeds, almost qualified for stage number 1. Like, this is a team that have been so prepared coming into this. Or, you know, that Havoc roster is probably what, a last-second LCQ pickup team. They qualify online to make it here. Like, these guys are just like, we probably have enough pro points. Let's do this.
If you lose this series,
we probably have enough pro points. You want to play?
There's not a single pro team playing here, Ben. Not a single pro team. If you were to lose this series, you would finish worse than Anaheim. You people at top 16 technically. You just got
That's
top
pretty
12
brutal.
with all the pro teams. I mean, you can't. That can't happen. I mean, I know they're in control of this first game, and it likely won't. But
listen, 24 hours ago, FLG didn't even, or not FLG. Sorry. When you talk about that Havoc roster, I didn't even know if they were coming here.
Yeah,
with the series with TK, they had a lot of other stuff to worry about than even practicing. But here we go.
This one, of course, looks in favor of TK. We will keep you up to date with how that map 1 finishes. Of course, I said that is an elimination matchup. You lose and go home. But for now, we can send it back to station 1 with a game 5, Straight Rippin versus Amity.
Game 5 time, baby, and we're on board with Temp Straight. Lost the first S&D in a dramatic round 11.
That's what I was going to say. The first one went to a round 11. Ridiculous map. Can only hope for the same exact thing here. Temp will be the one carrying the bomb, which wasn't the case back in game 2 as they gave it to Ricky for the majority of that one. He did have 3 plants. Do they go for the retake? They're getting baited on through. You cannot send that many through the corridor. Temp read it like a book. Now a 2 versus 1, Ricky and Dashy up against Pemby.
Tempe lines him up, hits the shots, and gets an easy 2-piece. Pemby clutched a 1v3 in our first S&D. He's had some of the best and worst plays we've seen so far this weekend. I think Amity right now really hoping it's on the good end of this. Can he do it? Nice shots there.
That challenge is too aggressive from Dashy.
And, well, Pemby, I mean, to be fair, just didn't miss a bullet there either.
He definitely didn't, but there's no trade opportunity.
Yeah, it's true. No, I agree with you. And the second one, it's Ricky. Woo! Cooking with the NV4 is Pemby. Tough to have faith in Ricky winning that 1v1 after the shaky series he's had.
Uncle Jack's S&D tips. When you've got 2 players and they've got 1, they should never be able to have 2 individual 1v1s. There should always be a trade.
Those were filthy shots, though, by Pemby. Those were filthy.
They were great shots, but guess what? That's how Pemby's been shooting in Search and Destroy. When he's just not near the edge of a map, the guy's been lights out.
He has. Let's take a look at it.
Why are you challenging?
Bye-bye.
Pemby still has 80% HP. Rotates back on over. He knows Ricky's crossed. If you have a guy that's already crossed, he knows Ricky's got to be near rock. Gunned.
And it's like Ricky tried to maybe hover behind the rock, didn't do the best job of it. You saw how much of it was actually open to those shots.
Why are you flying around?
Yeah. Keep it low. Just show your head. I mean, that could have been played much better by both players. But all right, let's see how this goes down. Amity, 1-0 edge behind the Pemby 1v2 clutch. Dashy and Study looking to make plays. They do just that. It's the pistol Study to open it up, but Pemby trying to answer back. Pemby now 5-0. Pemby has been a god in Search. Not able to win that final one, though. It's a 1v1. Study, Apox.
20 seconds left. He knows he's on the crate. There's no need to challenge. He can get out with his life. Study now slides on through.
There have been some misplays. There have been some clutch plays.
I have TP and Merc right next to me. They're both kind of shaking their heads at that. Why are you challenging and flying around? You know he's on crate. There's only 20 seconds left.
You see the beauty that is JCap over there.
Just to interrupt you, sorry, Maven, sorry, Jack, I actually want to quickly go to a live looking for upset. Last time we left, TK had almost a 100-point lead. FLG is flying back into this one. They now have a 228 to 225-point lead. Again, this is an elimination matchup. You lose this, you are out of the last chance qualifier, and FLG are just lighting it up here in Columbus, Ohio, 232 to 225. I can't believe I'm saying this, but TK potentially thrown this.
Yeah, TK won the first rotation by about 110 points, though. This second rotation, the first 3 hills of it, TK, unanswered points. Hugs 34 and 16. Krillix 31 and 23. It looks like they're going to close this up 250 to 225. A great response out of FLG.
Echo Fox beat FLG 250 to 6 in hardpoint, and FLG just beat TK.
That is one of the biggest throws of a big lead I've seen in a long time. Apologies for pulling away from what we saw in Station 1, but I felt like we absolutely had to. A huge comeback there from FLG. They go 1-0 open the series. We can now go back to straight Rippin versus Amity.
Hugs dominated that one. I think the TK guys just looking around for Hugs at this point after the throw, but we got to see how this Game 5 is going to shape up. You see in the background, you got some of the LG players there, NV players, pressure mounting. This weekend's going to be fantastic, man.
I don't know what to believe anymore. I do not know what to believe. Temp and crew able to secure that round. Pemby leading his team in really every category in Search and Destroy, especially with kills, though. As he's now 6-2. Straight Rippin, though, with the narrow advantage.
The Dashy versus Pemby battle here. Pemby just checking mid-street. We've seen how on point his NV4 is. Very close to reactive armor already in this one. There's going to be a big flank coming through. Dashy, first one there. Nice FTL. We thought he was dead. First bullet got into him from Pemby. Surprise. Ground covered very quickly.
Wow.
Assist to Ricky.
And look, he recognizes the one hole in their setup is their flank, turns around, covers, and gets the final kill. The man just plays at a different pace from when I earned my gold. Look, I won a gold with Dashy and another Search and Destroy player, Illy. I never had to worry ever with communication. They are so vocal. It's why I love playing with him, and I can tell you he's doing the same thing with his team. If he doesn't pick up that flank, they get 3-pieced, and that round is lost.
At the end, I believe, with the trophy plus the defuse, he is going to pick up the Trinity rocket this as well. So nice stuff from him. He'll have even more utility to make plays in this one. Study will kick things off with him. 3-1 advantage right now for straight.
My goodness. Big play right there on the swing round as well.
This might be a very quick round. Looks to be an aggressive hit. Diabolic somehow not picked off the wall run. Nobody else had the angle outside of Study. Erad versus NV4. You got to win that one, but he can't. Diabolic and Apox taking over. Dashy by himself. Dashy fully streaked out. And he had a chance just for maybe a moment. The final player was wrapping the edge. So.
He earned another FTL jump already.
Well, if he gets that kill, then the FTL might be enough for him to actually make a play in this one.
My goodness, that was unnecessarily close. I can tell you that much. Dashy, because of that two-piece, gets fully streaked out, which on Crusher, woo, talk about a way you can change the map. One side completely indoors, one side completely exposed. This now gives Straight Rippin the ability to stack the A site and retake B with ease because of these streaks.
Dashy, a name I am certain you'll be hearing more and more as the years progress. Right now, showing his clutch factor in the Game 5. Study, just looking for any kind of push through from the B site. The streaks are going to be invested.
I actually love this. This was such a smart play from Amity. Such a smart play. They're trying to counter the streaks, but why is Diabolic out in no man's land?
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, your exact plan there was to make sure you played slow and had safety. You see it called in. How the hell are you in the open to get picked like that?
I have no idea. And look, because Dashy and crew knew that they weren't pushed up, they've still got to cover A. They decide their goals is going to push on through this site. As Apox gets God time on a couple, sneaks behind one.
Well, now from what could have been God timing, turns out to be him fighting for his life, surrounded by Red Arrow. Somehow he's still up, but finally it does get traded out. 3-2 advantage for Straight, bomb planted for Amity.
Dashy with 2 more kills this round so far. Sender and Pemby up against Dashy, Temp, and Study.
Here we go, the 3-on-1 flood. Another FTL kill. He's got 2 uses in 6 rounds. Unbelievable. Pemby, you've clutched the 1v3, you've clutched the 1v2.
It's for Dashy's ace right here, too. Ace for Dashy. My goodness, the man is 13-3. There's a reason why I was able to win a gold with getting 4 total kills in the entire tournament when I played with him.
I believe he has more kills than all of his teammates combined. I believe he has more kills than all of Amity combined. I'll have to check that when we get back to the action, but he has absolutely taken over Game 5.
Whew, okay. Goals for Amity right now. Kill Dashy as fast as you can.
Or hide from Dashy.
I don't know if that's possible.
Let's see. No, okay, he doesn't have more than the entire team.
So now, because of these streaks, they can go ahead and just play for this outside B site. They should use this bombardment to help them plant this bomb. He's on his way to earning a second Scarab as well.
Dashy up off the high wall run. You can see on the minimap, nobody home right now. There will be a quick flank coming through. Let's hop to, can we get to Ricky real quick?
So he just pinged and stopped, and he's going to help his teammates hold this flank. There's 1, there's 2. Dashy now 15-3.
Unbelievable. I thought Ricky was going to be the one to engage, but Dashy just snaps back all 3. Give the man back-to-back aces. Pemby, you're dead.
16-3 is Dashy.
Hold up. I got to look up. Let's see what the record is here. Record for S&D on Crusher. 16.
I mean, how do we talk about anybody else?
16 for Scump at Anaheim. That's about to be broken.
That's a pretty good name to be associated with, especially when you just turned 18. And I mean, not only is he good at COD, I mean, the guy's handsome. He's got that going for him as well.
Let's see if he can do it in this round. Just needs 1 more to set the 2017
Oh, they're just going
record.
to fly right at him. This is going to be a very quick round. Temp with first blood. Dashy holding that middle lane. 3 kills already. There's the final one. 17-3. Get him out of here. Straight Rippin. Take the map, and you see Ricky's face. He basically said, oh, Dashy's got more kills than our whole team combined.
Dashy now the record holder. 4 kills
like Winnie the Pooh.
on Crusher Search and Destroy. 17. He just dropped a bomb on Amity.
That was
Wow.
a pretty big bomb. I'm going to be honest with you, Clint. That is a fantastic performance. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Straight Rippin didn't look as good as a lot of people would have expected. They go to a Game 5, the only Game 5 as well worth mentioning, Merkin. I feel like they need to step up in winners bracket round 2.
Yeah, this is sort of what we talked about. Obviously, Temp was very confident that it was just going to take 6 maps today, but we know it's never that easy. It never really is here at a qualifier like this. And, you know, it was really on the 2 veterans, Ricky and Saeed, and that's what we talked about. If they perform well, things go easy. Obviously, Dashy had an amazing game number 5. Temp performed well throughout the series, but, again, those 2 in Ricky and Study, they had some bad performances, and you can see it goes to a Game 5 because of it.
Again, to reiterate here at the LCQ, all you have to do is win 2 games before you lose 2 games. Sounds simple, but here's a look at our winners bracket now. The winners bracket round 2 games are qualification games. You win that you book your spot at the Call of Duty World Championship. And here's how the bracket is going to pan out. We have Project Evil versus Rogue, Echo Fox versus Havoc, In Control versus Straight Ripping, and Lethal versus Allegiance. I mean, we'll talk a little bit about Straight Ripping there. Obviously, Jack, maybe you guys casted that first game. In Control, I mean, they dominated their first matchup.
Yeah.
I feel like that isn't a comfortable one for Straight.
I don't know that any of these are super comfortable, to be honest with you. I mean, once we get through those first rounds, we expect a bunch of 3-0s. I think most of our series are going 4 or 5 games now, I honestly think.
Yeah, I like that Project Evil versus Rogue match. I'm really excited to watch that because Project Evil, again, was almost that team that qualified in Stage 1. Rogue, that team that they got in the pools at Anaheim. They have a lot of talent on that team, so that'll be a match to watch, definitely.
And, of course, on the flip side, we can take a look now at our losers bracket. This is now where it gets very, very scary. You lose, and you are out of the LCQ. Here's how things are going to break down. Precision versus Panda, TK versus FLG, 3s Up versus Amity, and EDEX versus Fury. Obviously, that TK versus FLG game, we saw FLG make an unbelievable Map 1 comeback, and they lead that series 1-0. None of the other games have, of course, started, but action is definitely heating up here at the LCQ. We're all excited, of course. Up next, the next batch of games, we're going to have 2 qualification games and 2 elimination games that we're going to keep you all updated from live here from the studio. For now, quick commercial break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last chance qualifier. We're jumping straight into Station 4 action. TK 5-2 up against FLG. Of course, this is an elimination matchup to get here. TK lost 3-1 to Havoc. FLG got 3-0'd by Echo Fox. And of course, map number 1, we kind of saw it on stream. An unbelievable comeback from FLG. They were down 100 points. But Merc, to be honest with you, it's looking like S&D should go TK's way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was a 2-2 game. And then, you know, TK, they've won the past 3. And this is exactly what you want. I mean, Theory, he's sniping, he's playing well. Accuracy, that was the one player they talked about in their first series who really had to step it up. On the other side, Deox 2-6, but Hugs keeping up that stellar performance.
I mean, we saw the comeback of map number 1, Jack. I feel like a comeback of this magnitude, Search and Destroy.
I'm not counting anybody out in this at all at this point. FLG win that round. Would it only be right, though, as a TK fan, that if they wind up qualifying in some way and they maybe win this round and win a second, that it would come down to the wire? For as long as I've been involved in COD, it's always come down to the end.
It's typical Team Kaliber Call of Duty, as you say. Of course, want to welcome to the desk Momo and, of course, the wonderful Chris Puckett. Thank you for joining us.
Puckett.
Yeah, why you got roast, Jack? Is it just because I keep beating you in show matches? Is that it? Yeah,
I think it is.
Probably is. Probably is. But Chris, obviously, I know you were backstage watching an unbelievable comeback from FLG. I mean, I feel like maybe they have a little bit of momentum to make this comeback now.
They had 6 points in their first hard point.
Let's not talk about that, Chris.
To come back from only putting up 6 points in your initial hard point to now a 100-point comeback to beat TK, that's all kinds of momentum. But allowing Team Kaliber to go up to this 5th point and search and destroy, it's looking like this series is going to be tied up. You have to think, though, TK, they should be able to solve these issues, right? These are legendary players, guys that have been around forever, the veterans that have been to COD Champs so many times. How have they fallen this far? They need to step up their game right now. They should be cruising past FLG.
They should, but First Blood did actually go in FLG's favor. A bit of a trade happens as well. Theory falls as well as Accuracy. Now Happy's left all by himself as a 1v3. Makes it a 1v2. Can he make it a 1v1? Not going to happen. Momo, I'm nervous. I'm getting scared for Team Kaliber. Somewhere out there, Kozlov is squeaky.
TK now is thinking, right now, between rounds, he's hang on, we just threw a 100-point lead on the first map. We were 5-2 up, now it's 5-4. If this does go to a round 11, my goodness, I've got a feel for the TK guys. They're losing full control right now.
Yeah, and just to all the TK fans, Jack's over here doing some voodoo stuff, just hoping they lose. It's really weird.
That's a TK voodoo doll you have right there.
Why do you hate TK so much?
It's actually a big sharp plushie.
Sharp.
That if you rub him the correct way, they turn up big time.
You rub his belly?
Oh yeah.
And then
You just want Sharp back.
I do. I love
doesn't?
Sharp.
Who doesn't?
That's reactive armor. That's an instant death, and there was no trade.
That's also bombed down as well.
What was that?
A ballsy play that didn't work out well.
I don't think that's what they meant when JCap says that though.
Oh,
yeah. JCap
well, that's a good play right here.
He's gonna be proud of Goonjar here.
Oh, Goonjar just took over, and TK will close it out.
Thank you, Sharp plushie.
Yeah.
Turn up.
Belly,
you just gotta touch the belly button. Make it happen.
Well, that series, of course, is going to be tied 1-1. And again, to reiterate, that is an elimination matchup. You lose, and you are out of the LCQ. Elsewhere going on, of course, we do have another elimination matchup going on Station 3. That is going to be Panda versus Precision. We can go to a live look in that in just a few moments' time. Of course, Panda, they got 3-0'd by Rogue. Precision, they got 3-0'd by Project. Yep. So both pretty good teams that they were actually losing to. But looking at the scoreline here for Panda, this is not good news at all. 191 to 96. I mean, Momo, this is definitely not a good start for Panda.
Yeah, not at all. I've tried to keep my eye out on this match just whilst obviously we were dissecting that first one, but really the story is Invader. Just a little lackluster at the start of the series, at the start of the game, and that rotation that he's just kind of been losing every single time. Very difficult for him. He's 9-18 at the moment. He is kind of holding this squad back, but 80 points behind. We've already seen a 100-point comeback on this map. Don't rule anything out, Ben.
No, not again. I'm going to have flashbacks, a little bit of deja vu, but...
Could start here.
It could.
Lyric has been their star player as well, which is a bit surprising. Not super familiar with this guy, but when you looked at his numbers in his first match, he was leading the squad despite the loss there. He's back. He's 20-11. From what I've seen in this game, he's doing everything right, Joe.
Yeah, and I mean, you have players like Sinful, Lyric, you know, godlike players we've heard of. Sinful, again, he was on that Allegiant squad who we sort of talked about early on in Vegas, and then since then just hasn't been able to get on a solid squad. Was on that straight Rippin team, but Temp turned 18, and they said, you know what, we'd rather play with Temp for this. And Sinful, again, at a qualifier, just trying to get to that World Championship.
Panda's mounting a bit of a comeback, and this is a big cathedral. They're not out of this one yet, but you can see already 3 arrows set up for the new hard point. It's going to come down to a team rotation. I wonder if Panda has the patience to actually wait for each other.
One thing I do want to bring up, it looks like our colors are flipped. Yeah, I just spoke to our director. So it is actually Precision down right now trying to make this comeback. It's Panda up. I know we've been swapping so much, we're like getting glimpses of these maps for a second. It's flipped. So right now, it's Panda in the lead. They're the red team. It's Precision trying to come back. As right now, you can see, again, no, don't worry. As I was explaining, I was trying to catch up. I was realizing as Chris was talking, like, something's wrong here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Sinful was playing for Panda this tournament. All right, it's making more sense again.
It didn't help that the colors, too, were all the way they were as well. So there we go. We've got it all fixed now. Precision, again, our lowest seed, the 16th seed this weekend, currently down by about 40 seconds.
Looking at that score, as you said, 215 to 173, and is Panda with that lead. Of course, again, to reiterate, this is map number 1, and this is losers round 1. You lose, and you will be eliminated from the last chance qualifier. Of course, you need to win 2 matches down there in that losers bracket. It's going to be pretty tough for those teams that fall early, as both Precision and Panda have done. But to be honest, Chris, it's looking like Panda should close this one out.
You'd hope so. They're out slaying. They set up early for the hill. They did their work on Broken. Now they just have to close it out. 24 more points to go. And honestly, I'm cheering for Panda. I want the veterans like Sinful to have a good game, to have a good series, and have a chance of locking in another chance to another trip to champs. Excuse me.
Yeah, you also want the Panda mascot, you know, in the stands.
Of course.
Who doesn't love the Panda
guy?
mascot? We've got to love him, of course. Speaking of Sin last year, of course, playing under Echo Fox, didn't really have as much success as he potentially deserved. He was a very, very talented player, and you see the talent just there. Oh, nearly turns and burns on Invader. But as I was saying, you know, this is a very, very talented roster as a whole as well. But it's getting a little scary because Precision, they are starting to make a little bit of a comeback now, Jack.
I was going to say, is that 40 points just in the hotel?
Yep, they've held it quite well, and a lot of it started with the streak we saw earlier on. There's going to be full streaks available for the side of Precision for this new hill. And look, they're using them right away. They want to force out these guys. That's now Charles getting Sinful, J-Timp with the kill. This actually could fall apart right in front of our eyes.
This is getting very scary indeed. The streak's coming through. Godlike picks up a double, make that potentially a triple. Nope, stays alive. In fact, there is the triple, yeah. Kills J-Temp. And as you said, Precision so close to making a little bit of a comeback, but Panda
here's the thing. The fact that Panda have now made it on through multiple streaks, you did see them use reactive armor. Now a 3rd streak comes in. The fact that they're even forcing it to make Precision, if they want to come back, go to a new hard point, means they've done enough for me on this hill.
And Godlike did use his reactive to get that triple a little bit earlier. There's only 20 points remaining, so we're guaranteed 1 more point unless Panda can break through right here. 2-on-2 inside the hill, and there was a flanker setting up. It looks like Panda's going to give this one up and try and lock it in on lower street.
And it simply comes down to this right now. Who gets the kills on rotation? First 2 here for Panda. Nobody nearby for Precision, and honestly, that could spell disaster. They've got to go for the quickest route. Sinful's there and set up. This should be GG. Panda, it was not easy, but they'll get it done 250 to 240.
A very, very close game indeed. But as you said, Panda will take that first win. I want to go elsewhere here, the last chance qualifier, to a little bit of a change of pace, a qualifying game. Of course, we've seen a couple of elimination games, but we should take a look now at what's going on at Station 2. It's Echo Fox versus Havoc. And, versus Havoc. And as it stands, it is Echo Fox with the lead, 117 to 72 points. Echo Fox, of course, Joe, they started off their first map very, very well the tournament. Yeah. Obviously, they beat the opposition by 6 points.
Yeah, I was talking to replays after that, and he's like, to be honest, they shouldn't have gotten those 6 points. Those were just off the start. We got all 4 dead, but nobody got in the hill, so they were able to break, and that was the 6 points. He said, literally, we had all, like, 240 points consecutively, so a very good job by them. This Echo Fox team, you have Methods and Mosh, who have been trying and reaching to get to the top, and then on the other side, Replays, he obviously took a bit of a break. But then M. Ruiz, this is a player you should all be very familiar with. He was on Enigma 6 for the most of the year. You know what?
Retired for 6 days?
Yeah,
back,
for 6 days. He was like, you know, I'm going to take a break. Took that break and came back, and now he's on Echo Fox.
Sad thing is, that probably isn't the shortest retirement in competitive Call of Duty. You've seen players retire for days.
That's a 6-day one. We've had a few 6-hour ones.
Yeah, there's definitely been a couple of short ones in our time here.
Might need to call his retirement early after those hip fire shots came in. But do want to talk about a little bit with this Echo Fox team. They've looked quite consistent so far in slaying, especially in respawns. Remember, they start off their first match of the day winning 250-6. Havoc, a little bit more of a test, right? They walk through their first series. It's actually really good, a really good thing for me to see them come out immediately against this team and have a solid start.
And it's worth mentioning as well, we do have 2 world champions in this series, actually going head-to-head. Obviously, 2013 Black Ops 2 champion Miracles, and of course, Replays, world champion from AW. So it just shows you the amount of talent here at the last chance qualifier. But as it stands, Momo, 165 to 106.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a 60-point lead, Echo Fox. They've been looking convincing. But overall, Echo Fox, they're looking to close this out and, take one map first.
Yep, and Echo Fox looking very good, that is for sure. We'll keep you updated with how map number 1 closes out in that qualification match. But it's time to jump over to another qualification match. Of course, we have Project versus Rogue over on Station 1.
Project Evil, our number 1 seed, going up against Rogue. Chris Puckett now joining me for the cast here. Stamino, Panda, Johnny, and GodRx up against Glory, Profizi, Fastballer, and Prophet.
Yeah, in this Project Evil squad, you're familiar with these names, and for good reason. They played under Panda back at Atlanta. That was a 7th place finish there. They finished top 16 in Dallas. Yep. They decided to go different ways for a little bit at Anaheim, and now they're back together. They brought Prophet back in. And this is a squad that I was talking to them. What's your strengths? What are your weaknesses? They said, we have no weaknesses, and our strength is our teamwork. We don't have a best game mode. All we do is focus on what we can do as a 4-man squad to make every game close.
I love it, man. The confidence, it's so needed. Currently, Rogue do have a oh my gosh. Fastball, the quick 2-piece right there. 21 to 18 now the score. Do you want to bring up Glory? Did just turn 18, wound up qualifying a couple weeks after his birthday immediately for this last chance qualifier. Talk about pressure being put on him right at the start of his new Call of Duty career.
Talking with Arcides, who of course plays for United, he was saying, I think this is all going to be Rogue. Rogue's play style, they have more strong AR players. Retaliation should definitely go in their favor. Project Evil, though, you got to look out for the speed of guys like Fastball. He's going to be looking for a lot of flanks. Ooh. And then it's going to be Profizi, who is constantly jumping that objective with Glory. So for me, it's going to come down to the long-range fights. Can Rogue just keep them at a distance throughout this game? You got a guy like Panda on this squad. He's good friends with Sam, a.k.a. Octane from Luminosity. There's a lot of talent on this team, and I think outside of Echo Fox, I think Rogue is arguably the strongest squad here this weekend, Jack.
Well, we'll see how it all plays out now that you've been introduced to the teams. Let's get into the action. Rogue up 49 to 38. Profizi again trying to rotate with his team. They will grab this scrap time, and I do like the setup though from Rogue. They've decided, hey, let's give it on up. Let's fully set up now for this money hill that is Cathedral, and they're ready for whatever Project Evil could throw at them.
I think player number 7 on your mini-map, Fastball, is going to be a key arrow to watch. He has 2 players, spots 1. He's not looking at him, and there you see the kill feed. A bit of a team kill coming in from Profizi. It's going to slow down the break from Project Evil, but a big 2v1 going down, and unfortunately, Stam isn't going to get anybody in that trade. Rogue, though, they're getting some reinforcements from the bridge, but there's 4 players waiting for him.
Yeah, and now GodRx is going to be one of those 4 players surging on through. The NV4, you don't typically see it be the weapon of choice to try to break a hill, but he's getting it all. Oh, no.
He gets 3 9/10 of the last one.
So, oh my goodness, I thought it was going to happen again to Stamina against a Fastball, but Rogue, in the end, it looks like they should get this hardpoint filing. No! Then Glory World Star Stamina. What is going on between these teams?
Are these great plays or missed shots?
Both. Both at this point. It was like both teams are doing their best to not hold the hard point there. And congratulations, Project Evil. You wound up losing that battle in the end.
Glory not going to be able to challenge Broken for long. This is going to be a full setup for Rogue. Profizi waiting for his squad is the furthest pushed up player for Project Evil.
He's got to stay alive. Stay alive, try to clear out this lane. Now watch how far out these spawns will come in. Watch where Johnny spawns in your mid-map. It should be, yep, all the way on the far left, Johnny. Now at Cathedral, this means it's a green light for Project Evil to push on through. And it's all started by Profizi slowing down his pace, staying alive, waiting for his teammates to push on up. Project Evil will take back the lead now because of it.
Showing that patience that they talked about before the match. Project Evil playing as a squad. No one going off for the team. You got Prophet, the only one really positive at 8 and 6. On the other side, you've seen Panda have a fantastic start. He's slowing down a little bit, and I was expecting more out of Stamino. He is going to be their E-Ratty objective player on most maps. So far, he's had to run the K-Bar. He's positive up to this point, has most hill time. but he is not leading in most of the engagements. It's guys like GodRx, the Slayer, coming in for the break.
Well, Stamino now on the push. 10 and 6 currently. He's looking for more players. Spawning back Cathedral gets another right there, near double positive from him. 100 to 77. Rogue, the first team to eclipse into that 100-second mark. Profizi and crew again. They're forcing the spawns out. This time, can Project Evil hold on for more time than just maybe 15 seconds?
Johnny just barely survives that fight versus Fastball, and now look at the mini-map. The pinch is coming in. Johnny from behind catches one. You see a team kill coming in now for Project Evil, and it's just a 10-point game in favor of Rogue. Very tight through our first round of rotations.
Oh, yeah, and now Profizi and crew, they've got to begin to worry about this next hard point at Top Bridge. We saw last time when it started on off in this game, it was even between these two teams. Some awkward engagements that didn't wind up going Project Evil's way. Again, the new player in Glory cut down there. He's now dead even. These two teams so evenly matched at the end of our first rotation.
And look at these spawns. Rogue, they have them cornered. GodRx is going hunting. And talking to Johnny, the captain of this Rogue squad, he said, really, we just let GodRx run around and slay. He's going to be our guy picking up the kills. The rest of the team has to focus on locking down the objective. And with Pander, your NV4 player down, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Stam. Stam is going to turn, finds one. Pressure continues, but now he's got support.
Wow, and he knows his player's one shot. He's trying to clean him up before he can push on into the hill. Nice pinch from GodRx right there again, letting him roam wherever he wants, get the kills he needs to. 145 to 97, and when this hill rotated, Chris, I mentioned Profizi and Project Evil have to be worried about this. I saw the setup coming in from Rogue. They're going to hold it near perfectly, and now they've got a full 1-minute lead.
There's a 10-point game on the hotel. Now you see a big lead for Rogue.
Oh.
Will they be able to keep it? They just lost deck control after that kill is scored. Project Evil slowly inching closer, and they will be the first into the new hard point. Glory's taking his position down low. You got the spawns in market. Jack, what's the ideal setup here on this hard point?
Well, plat control is so key, right, when you're trying to lock this down. This is a hill, though, where you have to be always focused towards playing for the new hard point. Getting a member inside bedroom. You have Profizi there right now. He can wind up watching so much for his team, easily come help assist on plat. Thankfully, Panda and Stamina are there where they are to try to slow him down, so that will be another retake from Rogue. But again, because Project Evil are focusing more on Cathedral and playing the full 60 there, they keep spawning on this top side of the map.
They just lost 2 players. The split spawn.
Wow.
And you are going to see Pander just mopping up everybody from Project Evil. They lost their original fortification. Now they have to go across the bridge and try and break through the Cathedral. Meanwhile, Pander on the 5 streak is going to soak up every last second. Rogue continues to build their lead. It's over 60 seconds now, and they're set up for more.
Pander should be the one that shuts this door as a nice FTL jump comes in from Glory. He should be the one, if he can earn these streaks, to shut the door. Pops the camo too. I actually love this, because watch the engagement on the bottom right. Now just 2 kills off the Warden. He's looking for more now at the bottom market steps.
He's playing greedy for these streaks, and I love it. One more bullet needed, and he will not get the second. Finally cut down by Prophet, just 75 points shy.
He was a one-man army right there. He drew over the attention of everyone on Project Evil. That the rest of Rogue pushed back across the bridge off spawn. Instead of them getting broken from that initial push from Glory with the FTL jump, it's now Rogue still in control, up by their largest lead of the game, 100-second difference. I think this game is done and dusted.
I mean, and this is all the second rotation. It was within 10 points on the first rotation. The second rotation of hills, it's all Rogue. FTL jumping to chase down the kills is Stam. They're playing with all kinds of confidence.
They're outslayed by 24 kills right now. You can have all the confidence in the world you want to have in hardpoint. On a map like Retaliation, 24 kills with how far out the respawns can be. It is unrelenting to the team that is behind, and right now it's still a 100-second difference. Centurion is there trying to thwart this push. But even if Rogue do give up the next 45 seconds, they've still got themselves a 1-minute lead.
Stam, the new pickup, replaced Nelson on this Rogue lineup. It's definitely paying dividends. He's positive for almost 2 minutes of hill time. GodRx able to play his role as the Slayer, and Pander the anchor. +9 at this point in the game. They are 20 points away. They could finish it on this hard point. Just one challenger now, as you see Project Evil running in alone. They've lost that teamwork that got them success in the first half. Yep. This game's done, Jack.
Yeah, even if they do get to the hill, you've got GodRx here, who actually does die on the challenge. He had his reactive armor. They're not going to get back here soon enough. GG. Map number 1 will go to Rogue, 250 to 133.
they are now 2 maps away from booking their spot at the Call of Duty World Championship. So, not much pressure, boys, but
yeah, no.
Rogue looking very good, that's for sure. Just to update what happened elsewhere, Echo Fox did close out the first map against Havoc. They now lead 1-0. Final score of that was 250 to 189. Of course, more games going on here at the Last Chance Qualifier. We had on Station 4, TK versus FLG. Of course, FLG made a huge comeback in map number 1. TK won the Search and Destroy. For those TK fans out there, you can breathe a big old sigh of relief because your squad managed to win map number 3 as well. It was a 3-1 victory in the Uplink, but TK Merc still looking a little shaky.
I mean, look at the scoreboard. Nobody positive on TK. Hugs, again, had such a good game. I mean, if you know, FLG's offensive pushes weren't so sloppy, TK would have lost that game. They were able to clutch up. You know, TK, they had 3 points total, everybody negative on the team. That's not a game you should win.
Now to quickly go to a live look in on Station 3. This is Panda versus Precision. And again, to reiterate, Panda, they're here in this elimination matchup because Rogue 3-0'd them. For Precision, Project 3-0'd them. And you can see Precision, of course, 5-2 up. Panda did take map number 1, if you remember. So this is to tie things up at 1 map apiece. And a 5-2 lead, Jack. I mean, this should be comfortable.
Yeah, and Precision finally showing up now. Big time in the S&D. Panda trying to just stay alive right here. They do have the number advantage. Invader in a tough spot. He'll be cut down 5-3. Okay, so still a winnable map here for the side of Panda.
And obviously, Memo, I know you've been watching this this series kind of develop a little bit. Anything kind of jump out to you in the Search and Destroy?
I mean, straight away, we've seen some things a little bit different. We've seen Overdrive obviously being used as well. It was used in that round just before we jumped on board with it. Didn't, you know, utilize anything, but it gets a lot of info. It gave a lot of information towards that Precision lineup as well. But all in all, same thing as well. Lyric, for me, has been that star player, even though he's only on 5 kills. Big clutch plays, big like round wins for them, and he's still got his payload available. I just want to see what exactly it is. He's rocking FTL, but on the other side, we've got Foncho and Charles as well, who's also rocking those payloads. One round away.
What a name.
Talk about stepping up when you need to most. Elimination game, Last Chance Qualifier. And
I don't like that.
Camo used and a couple of uh-ohs from the desk.
I like that.
He does get a kill, but definitely.
Did you need a camo for that, though? You had 2 teammates.
Yeah.
It's true. Very true indeed. It looks like kills being traded out. It's going to be a 3v2 in Precision's favor. Be surprised to see them.
Those plays just make me very nervous.
Yeah, right? It's so high risk, high reward.
They're trying to close it out right here, and it's just Godlike and Lyric up. The FTL could save Lyric if he's taking fire, but the bomb planted. This is going to be tough for Godlike. Already spotted by 2, pinched, but he wins it. Lyric gets a one-on-one as well.
What a choke this would be.
Foncho
all by himself. He's got 2 flying at him. He's already weak. That's an easy kill.
And Camo's gone. Meanwhile, reactive for Panda. It's there in round 9.
Yeah, and I think what you said, do they even need to use that camo there? Because, yeah, that's just a tool that can close out games. And unfortunately, weren't able to do it right there. And then the further you go, well, Precision, they're going to get some of their payloads. And it's going to make this game very, very dangerous.
Dangerous indeed. I do just want to give a verbal update. I don't want to pull away from this one, but map 2 between Echo Fox and Havoc is currently going on. Of course, Echo Fox has impressed a lot of people. Right now, Echo Fox is 5-0 down.
No, 5-0 down.
5-0 down.
Whew.
Yeah, that's
You're scaring me for a second.
Havoc Search and Destroy is definitely looking good.
Oh,
but
they're
back
5-0 down. I thought they were 5-0 up.
Yeah, they're 5-0.
Wow, they look a lot better
I
than
looked
what
over
I thought.
for a second, too, but again, yeah, we had to get those names swapped over there. But
Crazy. But back to this one, I do want to stay with Precision versus Panda again because this is lose round 1. This is elimination, of course, and as it stands, it's Panda with the 1-0 lead here. Precision, they need this to come back, Joe. This is a huge round right here.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to watch, and you could see Godlike does have that reactive armor, and that's probably going to be the play. I mean, he has to use this before. If he doesn't use it effectively, they probably lose this game. In a 4-on-4 situation, you know, good trades out of there. Sinful picking up another one, so a 3-on-2. If he's able to save this for round 11, that would be huge.
We're going round 11. I don't see how Panda can possibly throw this. 3 people up, one's watching.
Oh, we'll show you.
Oh, yeah.
Invader and
Hold my
Foncho.
This could be crazy. I mean, but bear in mind,
There it
Precision
is.
did it last round. Simple gets
Puckett gets his round 11, baby.
Woo!
Puckett loves his
What
round
I do, I bring the game 5s, the round 11.
round
show.
11.
We're going to a round 11.
oh, let's get it.
All day long.
Hey, guess what? Panda's going to win it, too.
Panda's going to win?
Panda's going to win this round 11.
Momo, prediction from you?
I mean, I think that reactive armor is still in play as well.
Yeah,
It's very
I'm going
hard to kind of
precision.
go away that. But reactive armor, you've got a favorite. Let's jump aboard with Godlike. 9/5, looking to make it double digits as well.
It's power, not precision here, Joe.
Does a Panda beat reactive armor with a soldier?
Without a doubt.
Oh, boy.
Perfect.
Grabs a bamboo stick and beats him over the head. Here we go. 44 middle map. Godlike with reactive. They're going to surge on through. This will be a very quick round. Team kill from Invader. Pops the reactive. Shut down. Godlike with 2.
There it is.
Nope. That's tasty.
I felt it.
It's J-Timp.
J-Timp, don't do this.
This could be a 1v4.
Actually, go ahead and do it if you can. I'm down to watch.
Please do.
I mean, you're 12-8. You got to finish with 15 kills. Look at them, though. All 3 just kind of backing off. Wise things to do. They can just play their time. They don't have to do anything at all. That bomb in the middle.
And if we can, for a second, can we swap on over to Neglect? Because look at the lockdown he's got. Look, he knows exactly what he's got to look out for. He knows the bomb is down.
Neglect.
Neglect.
Oh, yeah.
When you said Neglect, I was cycling through thinking,
And he's gone.
I was like, oh, Nug. I'll go, yeah.
Well, that's a choke from Precision.
Yeah.
What was it, 5-2?
And just quickly, before we actually jump across to stage 1, we didn't really get to see too much of it because that last round lasted a while, but that is a 6-1 lead, or 6-1 victory, I should say, there for Havoc in the game to search and destroy. I know our Station 1 matchup is still going on. Of course, this is a replay there of those closing moments. Of course, ignore that scoreboard at the top. Apologies about that. It's, of course, Echo Fox versus Havoc qualification game, and you can see exactly how Havoc closed it out. Miracles, your 2013 Call of Duty World Champion, 7-3, and you can just see how those kills came through. Miracles picks himself up. Replays, who was flying through. For now, though, we can actually go back over towards Station number 1. Of course, that's Project versus Rogue. Rogue with the 1-0 lead.
And Jack, we're jumping right back into this one. Of course, if you missed game number 1, it was Rogue, the second round of rotations, one-sided affair. Panda was a rock star, and already in this game, Stam, the new guy on the squad, putting up the most numbers, 5-3. And we got a bit of a 1v1 going down between Panda, who has bomb in hand, going up against Profizi from Project Evil.
Panda trying to swap on over. Rotate sights. Only 19 seconds left, and he still has to plant this bomb. I think Profizi's playing for the timing, and oh, the timing. He actually doesn't get to see him. I thought he was going to spot his feet. It doesn't work out that way. Panda will go to plant this bomb. The second Profizi checks the B site, or the A site, sorry. Nothing there. Best case scenario now for Panda, as he's got the bomb down in this 1v1.
This is going to be so tough for Profizi. Has no idea where Panda is at.
15 seconds off the clock already.
Profizi checking every corner. No one hiding yet. And now he knows where he's at. Profizi tagged up first. Time running out. Panda can just back down. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. Profizi, he's got to hit every bullet. Panda's not going to lose the 1v1. We're tied up 2-2.
That's a big swing round right there. Clutch job by Panda to make that one possible.
And I wouldn't expect him to come flying back at you if you're Profizi.
Well, the reason why Panda has to play like that is because the bomb, if you look, wasn't actually planted for the side Panda ran to. So you kind of understand why Profizi's checking that whole garage side so kind of thoroughly to make sure no one's there, because it was planted for garage. You'd expect him to be there. Because Panda doesn't wind up playing that side, though, it winds up basically winning him that round.
And now you see the attack coming in from Project Evil. Gory has led the squad so far, and he will draw first blood, but quickly gets traded out. 2 down for each team. Prophet and Profizi up against Panda and Johnny.
And they're both here. They're already at the site, and because of that, Profizi and Prophet will go ahead and back on up. Rotate the bomb. Got a minute left, so you got all the time in the world to work with.
And Rogue is going to be looking for a retake. They're just going to sit at their site until this bomb is officially planted. Prophet is setting up after this lower wall run, going to try and find anyone flanking.
Nope.
Player number 6, Panda, is going to spot him, but Prophet gives him the business, Jack.
My God. Panda should win that 17 out of 11 times. And
Okay, we're tied up. We're tied up. Profizi said, all right, Prophet, that was nasty. You have to do it again against Johnny here.
1v1. Oh, Johnny just going to try to play near this objective. Prophet checking the site. That's a quick kill. Prophet shoots the body a couple extra times, make sure he's dead. Project Evil take that round.
And Profizi stands up saying thank you guys. Appreciate that, Prophet. Prophet clutching up after a big mistake. Could have thrown the round. Whew. And that's got to be frustrating now for Pander and this Rogue squad twice.
Oh, for sure.
You got burnt there by Prophet in the 1v1 battle in the back. And then they even give you an opportunity and you can't finish it. What can Rogue do to tie things up?
Well, let's see. Stamina this time, down around. Look at the 4-stack from Project Evil. They do not want to give up that B site. And on the other hand, Rogue are more than happy to take A for free.
And Stam is absolutely nasty with the FTL. If needed, he's already got it unlocked. Shots going down at the top of the map, though.
That's all you can ask for. Pander's the only guy watching that lane. At least he gets one and some more information for his team before he's traded on out.
Player 7 Johnny was waiting to see if anyone would push through from Project Evil. Instead, the trio sticking together. And Project Evil is going to try and hit this wall run. Only one player is going to be set up to battle it back. It's going to be GodRx who has to make the call. He spots two, backs up. His teammate's still nowhere near yet. A little bit of cover from the balcony. Kills are traded back and forth, and it's in favor of Rogue. Rogue down to just Johnny versus Profizi here in the 1v1.
1v1. Johnny knows when he has to check. There, he should have spotted him. Yep, that's all he needed. Nice job, Rogue. Tying it back up 3-3. These teams so evenly matched, Puckett.
At least in Search and Destroy, it looks that way. I thought on paper when these two matched up that the slaying power definitely in favor of this Rogue squad. You see the teamwork coming in for Project Evil, though.
Remember, Pander was the player who actually filled in on LG back at ESWC for Saints on that lineup just a few short months ago. There was a respect from the top pro players for the skill that Pander had, so you know he's going to show up. He went big in game 1. Now try to keep that going here in map 2.
And you see the push coming in now for Project Evil. They all stuck together. They're going for the top bomb site here at B. Grenades being thrown at him, but GodRx does not connect. He checks the corners up and above, won't see anything. Now gets the call out. They're all there. Fastball and Glory get your first 2 picks, and Glory's gonna find the third. So it's just GodRx and his ERAD versus 4 Project Evil members. He melted Fastball, but now he has 30 seconds to work with, and that is not enough time as he will get triangulated and strangled out. 4-3.
Yeah, really nice B execution from Project Evil. They just take the site, overwhelm it, and then once Pander gets first blooded, I don't think they were expecting him to push through so fast. There's a fast rotation on this map, and typically teams will slide into med bay, throw out a stun, play for a nade, then try to take control of the site. Project Evil just sprinted forward, planted, and because of that, Rogue on their normal rotation timing would have gotten garage control, but there, because of how fast Project Evil played, they wind up cutting them off in time.
And can we go to Fastball once the gunfights start to go down? I want to see how he's so involved in the first bloods. There you see his positioning.
He
just goes flying at your face. Doesn't work out as Rogue gets the first pick, but Profizi makes it a 3-on-3. Merc is shaking his head no.
A little bit of a crazy challenge right there. No reason to go flying that high up, if you ask me. As now it's Pander and Johnny up against Glory, Profizi, and Prophet in this swing round 8.
And you see the game plan. Use our NV4s at range. Punish any overly aggressive pushes you're seeing from Project Evil. And Project Evil is not afraid to challenge. How many times have they shown themselves?
Right there, Scarab comes in, makes Johnny one shot. Profizi gets the call out, throws the grenade right over the bulldozer, and because of that, it's now a 1v3. Pander all by himself.
And if you're Pander right here, you're just looking for 1 kill.
Yep.
If you can get 1 kill, you're ever closer to that camo. The round is basically already done. So what can you do?
Well, right now, apparently it's just get shot in the back is what you can do.
Profizi finishes out the round. And now we could see a tied series. They are 1 round away from making this 1-1 in the best of 5. Project Evil will have control.
I mean, if you're Rogue now, what exactly are you trying to do here? You're down 5-3. You're getting slaughtered each round at the B site. Project Evil have done a much better job of securing that street site.
I would just sit in my spawn and wait for Fastball to come at me. You know it's going to happen.
Fly straight at you.
Fastball, the camo player, a bit behind Pander overall when it comes to unlocking the payloads. And you're going to see no one from Rogue peek. Everyone sticking together. They want to go in an all-out team fight. And the Scarab is out to scout for Project Evil now.
They know that the play is being developed towards cell block, and look at Glory already trying to be the thorn in their side. He should have a first couple kills here. Glory, yep, there's one. Spots the other two as well. They know where Rogue are. Prophet's popped his payload too. They're looking to close this out right now.
It's just Johnny, and Johnny is going to get slid into the round, going to Project Evil. The game now tied. Strong stuff here from Project Evil, and this is the teamwork they talked about. I like the executes, I like the aggression. They played off of each other well. The communication needed to get that Scarab into the grenade kill was impressive. They had their moments in this game.
It's simple. We have ourselves a series now.
Yes, we do indeed, Jack. Series tied 1-1 in that qualification match. Elsewhere, here at the Last Chance Qualifier, a little bit of a replay of TK versus FLG. Merc, this got scary because another 120-point lead almost blown by TK.
Yeah, TK, I mean, obviously accuracy playing extremely well, but on this push right here, Hugs wastes this camo. This was a huge play. They tried breaking in, lose. Oh, you just can't lose gunfights like that. But on the opposite side, Theory also blew his camo. But again, I mean, TK, they just rotated this hard point. They set up properly. Actually picks up a big two-piece here at the end. I mean, he was really the difference maker for this TK team.
TK will stay alive here in our Last Chance Qualifier. That 3-1 win actually eliminates FLG as well. For TK now, all they need to do is win their losers bracket round 2 game, and they will qualify for Call of Duty World Championships. Elsewhere, though, Station 2 action is going on live there. That is Echo Fox versus Havoc. Echo Fox took map number 1, 250 to 118.9 before Havoc bounced back in the search and destroy. They took 6-1 lead. Now, all of a sudden, Momo, we have Echo Fox with a 6-0 lead in the link.
Yeah, I mean, 6-0, very, very comfortable. I mean, there's, what, 3 minutes left of the second side, and, you know, after... What's that? 7 minutes already. Havoc unable to pop 1 point in. Echo Fox, they're looking comfortable to take this uplink.
They definitely are indeed. BZ looking to try and get himself a 1-point play, but in come the streaks, thrown away. It's replays with those streaks, and Jack, replays is just so good.
This is why they wanted to have him back, right? Replays knows his confidence. He was the coach of FaZe, yes, but you could always tell he wanted to be back on the sticks. Wanted to be back on the sticks. This guy won a Call of Duty championship in the last couple of years. I mean, he's still around. He's not like one of those players who won 5 years ago and still thinks they're relevant on the biggest of stages. But
you won't add him.
What are you talking about?
I won't add him. But either way, 6-0, Echo Fox in the lead right here. I do want to get full confirmation on exactly what the series score is because
1-1.
It is 1-1. Okay, so we'll get that graphic for you fixed up top.
It gets confusing with 4 matches going on at once.
There's a lot going on. Shout out to production that we've even gotten this far, but we'll go ahead and get that fixed on up.
Yeah, my brain's melting already. We're
yeah, right.
3 series in, but
yes.
As it stands, as we mentioned, Echo Fox Havoc 1-1 in the series. Echo Fox 6-0 up. They looking good here to win this uplink, Merc.
Yeah, and the respawns, they obviously look very good. Havoc responded very well in the search and destroy. But just players like Mosh and Methods performing well alongside Replays, and just the way Replays sort of forms his teams, it's around discipline. Reminds me of a player like TP or Rambo. He likes things very consistent.
Yep.
He has specific strategies. Likes his team to follow him. Always been a great leader, and his teams have been very successful.
And I love the Echo Fox org just allowing Methods to hit the reset button.
Yeah.
After Anaheim, Methods is the only same player to stay on this roster. They bring in the legend Replays. He is now sharing that role with Methods as the play caller for the squad. M. Ruiz, they saw his potential back when he was on Enigma 6, and Methods, he was talking, you know, I played with Replays in the past. I played with Mosh in the past. Mosh needs me if he wants to win.
Yeah, Methods in, before that 18 rule came in, Methods and Replays were on FaZe Red, the old FaZe Red before Ghost Champs, and they were a very good team. You know, Methods always talks about how that was his favorite team, so I'm sure he's very excited to be back with Replays.
And before there was even a FaZe Red, it was just FaZe and Black Ops 2. These guys go all the way back to when MLG first got involved with the commentating side of Black Ops 2. I remember in our New York City office, so many games that we watched Methods perform in, and he is going for another dunk here. Echo Fox, total control. It's interesting to see the difference between Havoc's respawn and search and destroy game against Echo throughout this series.
Echo Fox definitely controlling these respawns very, very well. And again, to reiterate, this is a qualification match. The winner of this will book their ticket into the Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time. And this one all but over. It's just a formality at this point. 16 seconds left on the clock. Echo Fox with the 8-0 scoreline. They will win map 3, and they will force as well that game number 4 hard point. Congratulations to Echo Fox with that lead. But still plenty of action going on elsewhere here at the Last Chance Qualifier. I believe over on Station 3, of course, Panda versus Precision. Panda find themselves 2-0 up, and this is an elimination game, Momo. This is a loser's bracket matchup. I know you've been watching that one pretty extensively. What's been going on in the link?
Well, I mean, just in the uplink, it's been pretty close. I mean, for me, a few sloppy plays where 1 point could have been, you know, transferred, if you like, and nothing's come of it. But we sit currently at 2-2. We are in the second side as well with 2 minutes left to go, and we're seeing a couple more payloads get into the action as well. FTL available for J-Timp as well, as you've got Charles rocking that. Charles has actually been playing very well this uplink. He's just kind of that mid-map control, that slaying ability, so it's good to see that from him.
And it's worth mentioning here, Jack, back against the wall here for Precision. 2-0 down in the series, tied 2-2. You got a minute 40, you got to make a play.
I mean, think of how frustrating this would be, right? Panda Gaming, they narrowly squeak by in that first map. They wind up winning in that round 11 as Precision throw away a 5-2 lead, and now it's 2-2. If Panda can wind up winning this series here, it would be in close fashion. Shurul's trying to jump on through. Invader's still here. It's still possible to get a score, and I do believe I think they'll do just that. Yes, Precision will get the dunk, up 4-2 now with just 70 seconds remaining.
And just a reminder as well for you guys at home, Precision, they are our 16th seed. You know, they come in here just, you know, scraping their way through to the last chance qualifier. So they're here kind of with no pressure. Yes, they're 2-0 down, and yeah, it's an elimination match, but they are currently leading, 60 seconds left to go, 2 points in the lead, and Foncho has that drone in his hand, a bit undecisive at the moment. He's going to get the beat down onto
Look how close the camo he is as well, and it's worth mentioning his teammate J-Timp actually does have overdrive as well, so definitely some playmaking potential, but you can't make plays when you're dead, that's for sure.
Charles just saved the day right there. That two-piece stops the scoring.
I just realized his name was Charles.
Yeah, well, it is.
I was calling him Charuls.
I like that better.
I like Charuls better,
French,
too.
the French version. Charuls. And his boys.
Overdrive's been used by Timp as well.
Gotta go fast.
And straight away, Nug finding that one piece. He's gonna make one piece. I was expecting the two, I'm not gonna lie.
We're fine. There's the dunk or the one.
And that seals the deal.
We're not fine. Either way, that 5-2 lead should be enough to at least force the game forward. It's not going to be that easy for you, Panda. And Precision will live to fight through another map as they've gotten the job done, led by their French leader, Charuls.
5-2. Congratulations to Precision, of course. They force map 4. Panda is still with the 2-1 lead. As we said, elsewhere in the qualification games, Echo Fox, they find themselves 2-1 up against Havoc. One more map win secures their spot. Of course, if Havoc was to lose that, they wouldn't be out of the tournament. They would just go down into that loser's bracket. And of course, the game that we've been watching on Station 1, of course, Rogue versus Project. Obviously, Jack and Chris, you guys have been casting it. Are you surprised that it's 1-1? Do you think maybe Rogue should have been 2-0 up, Jack?
I thought Rogue was the much stronger team coming into this one, so I figured that this is the team that could pull out a 3-0. I'm not surprised, though, to see this series going on. And talking with this Project Evil squad, the former Panda team, they said, we expect to go to a Game 5 against Rogue.
Yep.
They think that Rogue is a very strong team. They're aware of the firepower. I think it's going to come down to teamwork and who's going to clutch up with the payloads.
I guess the big question on my mind, Merk, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on it. When you are in the winner's bracket side of a tournament like this, where you're playing for COD champs, is it more like excitement and adrenaline? Is that what kicks in?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the entire time, sort of that excitement, adrenaline. A lot of these guys have never been to a world championship before. They would love to go to COD champs as much as possible and sort of get that experience inside of a stadium. But you know, yeah, adrenaline all day long.
Well, moving back over towards Station 1, Project versus Rogue, series tied, 1 apiece.
And as we touched on earlier, only Fastball, one of 8 players in this match, has been to a Call of Duty World League Championship. Everyone else fighting for their first ever visit. You're also guaranteed money. You go to champs, you're making, I believe it's $3K for the squad.
And also, a big thing to point out, there has been some trash talk heavily, especially from map 1, between these two teams. A lot of it coming from Johnny, and he's pretty vocal to mainly that player, Fastball, about his online performance versus LAN performance. Fastball in that relegation for Stage 2, people thought they were going to be a team that could make it on out, perform, and get into Stage 2 back in Anaheim. They fell short. They really fell apart, especially with that team. Now here again with Project Evil coming in with the #1 seed. Yes, they've been doing great online for the pro points, but they've got to convert it here to a qualification for champs, or else I can tell you that online or image for fastball can be developing even more rapidly than he'd like.
Now talking to Rogue, their best game mode is Uplink here. So to see Project Evil up early, a little bit of a surprise. Look out for Glory and Profizia to be the key objective players for Project Evil. On the other side, for Rogue, it's going to be Stam working on that objective. But Johnny said, this is the one game mode where we don't focus on kills. We focus on the objective more than any other team. We got outslayed in our first match, but we still won 20-5.
Yeah, and we'll see if that remains true here. You can see GodRx is trying to slow down this pressure for the moment as both of his ARs lost their battles on bike path. So now he's going to have to come and clean up the dirty work that they failed to complete. Pander with one nearby, knows Glory's trying to pinch. There's the quick kill. Pander 5-3 start from him. Not a gunfight you're going to win, though, versus an NV4 right there.
Stam last man up. Looking to slow down the push from Project Evil, keep him off this drone. And it looks like he's finally going to go. Shot from behind by Glory, who will take that position up top. This is a Project Evil dunk if I've ever seen one.
Oh, yeah.
No one in position. You can see the overextend is going to come through from Rogue. They're just going to give up the 2 points and look to counter here through the tunnel.
And see, that's a great job by Glory to recognize he's got to fall back and watch the same tunnel as well. They throw it manually forward to Profizi. GodRx trying to stop. Oh, fastball gets one. Can't get the throw off in time. All things considered, the fact that only one dunk was scored when 3 players came off spawn from Rogue and instantly died is actually a good thing for Rogue. GodRx saves the day right there.
GodRx in that ERAD gives them a chance in this one. 2 minutes, 30 seconds off the clock. Just a 3-0 advantage for Project Evil, but that number is going to get scary as you go into the half. On the other side, you look at the kills being scored. Johnny and Stam have been shut down. 4 and 7 for Johnny. Stam, who was positive in the hard point, now 4 and 9. You have Pander and GodRx about even on the other side. Glory's been the game changer here.
Yeah, Stamina was really the guy doing everything for Rogue in map 1. If you remember, he had like right up there with the most kills. He was beginning to lead in the in overall objective time. Now, not the case here. He's got to turn things around. Maybe this is the one for him. Intercepted by Prophet, keeping Rogue scoreless.
Prophet wasn't on the lineup when they played together at the last event under Era, and he was brought back. Talking with Profizi, he said, Prophet's basically our big brother. He keeps us calm. He doesn't always call all the shots. Sometimes that's fastball's role, but Prophet just keeps us all in the right mindset.
12 kill difference right now between these teams, and it's heavily in favor of Project Evil, and it shows in the scores. Rogue have yet to get a point on the board. I like this pressure from Johnny, trying to make sure Project Evil have to watch multiple lanes, the flank coming in, but that errata fastball again saves the day.
I'm honestly really surprised to see this red kill feed. GodRx finally trying to turn it blue, but again, the battles are won by Project Evil. When you're watching these fights, Jack, is it Rogue just challenging too many players at once? What is going wrong? That is the longest range melee through a window we have seen yet in IW.
Yeah, right. A lucky little beatdown right there. I think right now, the number one thing is that you're seeing a lot of Rogue sprinting into the already pre-aimed weapons of Project Evil because they're having to fight from the back foot. Project Evil, though, you have players like Glory who are just bringing the pace up to a different level, and there's just been no answer from Rogue. There's the manual pass, the dunk. They thought no one was there. Meanwhile, there's someone waiting in the base of the two-point play. Prophet still putting the pressure on with the rest of his team.
Rogue is just getting battered in their base. Finally will break out. Pander stops the players from flanking, and they've got to the middle of the map. Can they push into their opponent's side? There's 20 seconds left. You need at least a 1-point score to have any feelings of confidence in this second half. This is your best game mode. Precinct is Project Evil's best map. You're losing Throwback, which, according to Johnny, is one that he expected to win. And I think the difference is definitely the kills. Still just 7 kills for Stam, 7 kills for Johnny. Both players double negative after 5 minutes.
Yeah, Johnny expected to win when he actually shoots straight, not when he's double negative on the map alongside one of his teammates. Right now, Project Evil on pace to outslay Pander and crew by 30 kills in this uplink, which is honestly an unwinnable scenario if you're the team getting outslayed. You can see in the background, too. I love how so many players bouncing around, whether it's the teams here in the Last Chance Qualifier, you know, members of certain organizations. You saw Envy's JCap and Slasher on the main stage alongside Enable walking around. Everyone here watching the LCQ.
We got 2008 MLG National Champion T-Squared representing straight Rippin
T2, baby!
Building. Everybody's here today to watch the LCQ. And here comes the first push from Project Evil. Nice defense coming in from Rogue, but again, that's an opening battle that they lost and had to play defense on in the first 30 seconds of the game. You got to change the pace.
Wow.
You got to start getting picks like that from Pander.
Pander, beautiful shots at the NV4. They just, so far, Rogue, every time, Chris, they go to grab the drone, they never get the first kill. They always get first blooded on their aggressive plays, and it messes with their pacing. There's the one. There we go. Finally, Rogue get a 1-point throw in. Stamina, while he might not be getting the kills, you can see it's time for him to begin to focus on the objective. Pander's shot, man.
Pander paving the way for their first point. It's just a 2-possession game, so anything could still happen. And the drone's in the hands of Johnny. Johnny's going to go for the 1-point toss, and he sinks it. So in the last 35 seconds, you got 2 points being scored from Rogue. This is the momentum swing they needed.
Yeah, it's actually funny to see Pander looks like the best NV4 in the lobby. And then GodRx looks like the best ERAD in the lobby.
And Glory, best K-Bar.
Yeah, he takes that title for sure right now. He's earned himself that FTL jump. Trying to build up a streak. And shuts down GodRx, looks for a second, the 1-point play. Falls way short. Not even close.
Johnny getting stuffed. And Glory continues to patrol the middle of the map. Another 2-piece from him. He's on a 4 streak now. Profizi is going to bring the drones right behind him. And we're going to see a 4-man hit now from Project Evil. Will they have enough entry kills?
Overdrive.
The pass.
Overdrive, pass, back alley. It looks like they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. They try to go for a flashy play, and it backfires. Was that FTL?
That was FTL to get out there.
We swapped over Prophet. I'm like, wait, they have 2 overdrives?
Prophet still has that overdrive ready to pop. Here is Johnny, who is about 2 to 3 kills away from earning his. GodRx going for the toss, can't get it off. Instead, still a 3-point game in favor of Project Evil. I love what they try to do there, Jack. Showing us something that we don't see too often here on our main stage.
It forces them to obviously watch that lane, and you wonder, how else could there be a better use of FTL jump? Maybe there's not, but still. They had everybody up. They didn't need to go for anything cheeky like that. They could have just gone for a normal push.
Is this a dunk? No, it's a 1-point toss, and it's going to miss.
Jesus.
Rogue with another opportunity. It was GodRx that time. So we've seen Johnny miss twice. GodRx missed just now. That's 3 missing points. That is a tie game.
Yep. As we'll keep things going. Fastball it with Camo. If he passes this fence, that's when you should pop it right here. There you go. It'll last just long enough for him to get on through that portal. There it is, 7-2.
And pick up the kill.
And pick up maybe 2. No, GodRx shuts him down.
3 kills for Rogue as they fight out of their base. And you're going to see Johnny setting up in the middle. He's going to go on a backstab while his teammates were all on the left side of the map. He is coming from the opposite direction. Will he be able to do damage, though? All of his teammates are falling, and he is going to get cut out. So the flank, it fails. Project Evil just needs to stall out. They have a 5-point advantage and 80 seconds to burn off the clock.
Things are getting worse and worse for Stamina, too. Now 14 and 27. Johnny, -9 as well. They're being outslayed still by about 22 kills. Not a winning formula at all.
Now it's kind of the strategy. They think we can win without outslaying our opponents. It's not holding true against Project Evil.
Well, you can when it's like a, 5 to 10 kill difference. 15 is pushing it. Anything above 15 is, I've never even heard of that being possible in Uplink.
Especially from an individual.
Yeah.
And you are going to see finally 4 down from Project Evil. Is this a dunk? Camo's available for Pander. He goes for it. Has players set up here for a rally as well. Can they get it done? Player number 4, GodRx, has to go for the manual pass, and he is going to lose all of his receivers. Instead, it's 4 down. Great break here from Project Evil. That should be the map.
Yep, and you saw Johnny there just try to use overdrive to get back to the drone. Not enough time in this one. Project Evil will take the 2-1 lead in our best-of-5 series.
Final 20 seconds. The battle for most kills continues as Glory goes for another 1-point toss. That one falls just short. He's going for his own rebound, though. And the drone will bounce out of the map. 29 and 21 from Prophet, 31 and 21 from Glory. Fantastic stuff from their lead slayers here in Uplink. That was the difference maker. Glory never let anyone get near his drone.
I want to go to live looking on Station 3. Of course, this one is Panda versus Precision. And as it stands, Panda is 2-1 up. And you can see very, very close now to closing this one out. 226, 164, the final score. Momo, this has been a delight to watch.
Yeah, it really has. Neglect has been an absolute superstar in this game. His rotations have been fantastic, but he's been breaking hills, you know, when it's been a 1v2, when it's been a 2v3, he has been that X factor for the team. He's currently sitting at 26 and 14, but alongside him, Sinful, we talked about him before. He's been that kind of veteran that's almost been leading him through this, still has camo to his name, 20 points away from closing out this series, and this will put them in a loser bracket round 2. Of course, this will be their first victory of the tournament so far.
And again, this is an elimination game, to your point. Losers round 1. Panda win this. Precision are out of the last chance qualifier. Merc, they need a miracle, and they need it now. In actual fact, they're not going to even get the miracle. It's GG. 250 to 183 there, that final score in favor of Panda. Panda with a 3-1 victory. They will now progress through to losers round 2. We can actually give you guys a little bit of an update as well as to what actually happened in Station 2, of course. That was the Echo Fox matchup. Echo Fox versus Havoc. Of course, Echo Fox was 2-1 up in the series. And as you can see, this final 60 seconds here, Chris, Echo Fox, they just turn up. They turn up completely and they take the series.
Gotta love watching this Echo Fox squad. I'm pumped for replays. Yeah. He's fighting for another shot at a champs. Last time he was there, no one thought he would be walking away a champion. He pulled it off with denial.
What a huge kill right there by Methods to pick up that reactive on Holler. I mean, look at Methods at this point, 30 and 18, doing such a good job. Mosh helping him out around this hill. And this is exactly what you want to see. I'm sure Em Ruiz is also very happy again.
Yeah.
He was on a name of 6.
Yeah.
Retires for a week, goes on vacation, hits a beach, gets a pina colada, comes back and qualifies for champs.
And he's finally 18, right? He's finally old enough to play in the Call of Duty World League, and this is his first chance of going to a champs. Havoc there, falling apart at the very end. It was Methods and Replays who held their ground, and they just need a few more kills as Methods and squad will lock it up. Echo Fox get the job done, and they are moving forward.
And that is a big congratulations to Echo Fox. They are now the first team here in the Last Chance Qualifier to book their spot into the Call of Duty World Championship. Of course, Replays, he's a Call of Duty World Champ. He knows what it's like to compete against the best there, and he's managed to book his spot there as well.
You know what's really funny is you see them on their phones, you think, are they celebrating? They're tweeting
They're
out right
tweeting.
now.
Yeah. We made it, baby.
Champs, baby. We're back. Let's get it.
Oh, congratulations once again, of course, to Echo Fox. Of course, teams that do lose will go down into that losers round 2 games. So still so much action here at the Last Chance Qualifier. But of course, in terms of other qualifying games, you guys have obviously been casting Series 1 Project versus Rogue. As it stands in that one, Project Evil 2-1 up against Rogue. Rogue going to have to fight back in map number 4, Hardpoint. I believe that Hardpoint is about to get underway, so we can send it down into that game and see if potentially Project Evil can close it out 3-1.
Here we go. We know of one team we'll see at champs. Who will be another? Will Project Evil be able to close out this series here, or will Rogue force the game 5? Right now it is 2-1 Project Evil. That's off the break. You can see both squads fighting for middle map control.
And if you were joining us earlier, I said I thought Rogue had the best roster coming into the LCQ. But technically, Project Evil, they have the #1 seed. They have the pro points. They've had the most success throughout 2017. Again, this is 3 of the 4 guys that caused damage back in Atlanta. A top 7 finish. They had a top 16 at Dallas. Will they be able to close the door on Rogue? You just threw off 2 of their players. You shut down Stam, you shut down Johnny. That was Uplink. Can you do it again now in Hardpoint?
Well, we'll see if they can right now. We'll go ahead and get that graphic swap for you at the top of your screen. It is the side of Rogue currently up by about 14 seconds. There we go. There's a swap for you. Project Evil trying to come back in this one as they have rotated on over. Profizi leading the charge. The 3-piece right there.
And that is a big 3-piece for Profizi every second, going in favor of Project Evil so far. Rogue is going to try and break, and they're going to send 3. Profizi's waiting. Prophet's going to grab Stam. Here come the other 2 on a delayed push. Profizi trades out 1, and Glory will get the 3rd. Not that coordinated of a push there from Rogue.
They just tried to muscle right on through. This is actually their better chance because they wind up having God RX inside that main hall area right here where Panda is on your screen, inside the warehouse. They actually get that close spawn. They're easily able to flood back on it, and the pinch is actually still there because they have a player alive at Catwalk. So in the end, it will wind up being Rogue taking the lead, up 48 to 39. and they should get the scrap time as we rotate towards hangar.
Gotta love these spawns, and here is a look at Pander, making sure no one is locking in the back spawns for Project Evil. They're gonna try and pinch at the top. Godarex is gonna get the intro kill, but now they gotta trade out. Instead, Profizi, you saw the 3-piece from him on our last hard point. That is a nice double to lock things in at the hangar. Just one player trying to contest. He's down low, and this Scarab's about to find him.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually spotted him, so it'll be up to his teammates to watch that bottom lane. Now Stamina going to begin to push right on through. Prophet with a quick beatdown. Johnny, the last one alive, doing what he can to relieve some of this pressure, as he should know the rest of the players are coming from this top side of the map.
Nice job by Johnny. Gets 2. There's number 3. So he's killed 3/4 of the team. Just one more player there. It's Profizi. He's eliminated. Now Prophet and Glory going to try and hit it alone, and Pander's waiting for him.
Yeah, he did his job right there from the side of Johnny. Nice job by him to push his teammates into the green to get the scrap time. We'll put them up by 30 seconds. Drill is going to be an interesting hard point for me because I want to see exactly how Rogue try to play this rotation. Stamina, we've seen him struggle at times with the engagements he gets in with that E-Rad. There's another example of it right there.
Godarex coming through, gonna find one. It's on Prophet. Another challenger, and Godarex should not have won that fight versus Fastball. He was fully tagged
He shouldn't
up.
have won that one
and
either.
Godarex is just running through. Gets a little help from Pander here as the drill is taken over by Rogue. 13 seconds in, and Project Evil is wiped, and Rogue is in total lockdown mode of our new hardpoint.
Rogue now up by 30. They just look like the better hardpoint team so far this series. It's how they got their one map win, and it's how they're in the lead right now. Project Evil need to figure some things out right away, Bucket.
And I think the difference maker might be that Stam can go back to that E-Rad. You know how strong Godarex has been with the E-Rad. It allows you to play a little bit faster pace. The short range, they have been devastating. Project Evil, though, you look at the numbers, Fastball, he's a little bit off. He's been challenging alone quite a bit. He's losing those gunfights. The flanks aren't always paying off. This one could, though.
You can see cluster grenades, much more popular for these teams on a map like Scorch Hardpoint. There's so many areas of cover where it's tough to perfectly land those flechettes. So you wind up dropping a cluster, you time the grenade, it blows up and then does those mini explosions. Helps either make players one shot or pick them off those positions, especially on a map like Scorch.
Johnny working on the flank, had Godarex with them, both shut down. Stam and Pander. And behind it's Prophet, who is going to turn and just open Stam's mouth, shove some bullets down it, and will send him back to bed. Johnny looking for more picks at the drill side. And this is where Project Evil is succeeding. They're pushing out from the hard point. They're putting the pressure on the upcoming spawners from Rogue.
Well, you'd think that was a good thing until they push out too far. They push so far up drill that they actually flip the spawns themselves. As now Rogue will have control of the turbine, get the scrap time, and Project Evil have to fight for control.
Godarex using the Scarab. Cleaned up by Glory. It's Stam who has to go big here for Rogue.
He's done it already. He's already done his job.
And he has bought them time. The
Wow.
spawns are coming in. It's Stam is
Wow.
not done yet, Jack.
What a play right there from Stamina to stay alive, get the 3-piece, single-handedly breaking that hill. My goodness, that's a play that you got to remember as this game goes on, Puckett.
We highlighted his port performance in Uplink. Stam is back for another game of Hardpoint, and he is about to find kill number 4 on this streak. Working on the Trinity Rockets, just needs one more kill to unlock it. And here comes the challenge. Running by himself. Who? It's Mick Fastballer.
Adam to the top 5 plays right there, man. Single-handedly getting his team 40 seconds, stopping Project Evil. That was nuts. The damage has already been done. Now they can just rotate. Stamina, one of the better plays I've seen so far today.
And that's not a super flashy play,
Nope.
but it's a really smart play that we saw coming in. 15-point advantage for Rogue. Project Evil can flip it right here, though. They've just retaken the hangar. Those blue arrows spawning across the map. How did Project Evil just break right there, Jack?
Glory just ran straight through with an E-Rad and basically just shot whoever we wanted to get the kills. One thing I do want to say, we have already highlighted the S&D prowess earlier from Dashy, obviously from that straight Rippin lineup and how good he's been playing.
Yep.
Glory is someone that comes straight out of the S&D scene as well. This man just turned 18, decided it's time to get into respawns and play Variant. Not only does he do that, he immediately qualifies for the LCQ, and now is on the verge of qualifying for something like a CWL Champs.
It's kind of awesome becoming an adult. Sometimes things just work out for you.
Yeah, and a lot of those S&D guys that people kind of give a lot of stuff for only playing S&D, they've seemed to transition quite well to playing the other game mode.
They have that reaction time. We've seen it time and time again. Johnny is about to get flanked as Rogue will lose control of the hangar. Just 7 seconds remain. Everyone is in an all-out sprint for the new hardpoint, and it's going to be Project Evil set up first. Rogue, they're able to build their lead to 30 seconds.
See,
Project Evil, though, has control of the drill.
I don't get why Prophet's that far pushed up. He can just play exactly where Profizi is right here. Yeah, this is a much smarter positioning. You wind up just holding this lane. Stamino gets 2 at the streak. Profizi's got his hands full now with 3 players charging towards him.
Is it a spawning idea that Prophet has where he wants to push you even further back? What's the goal if they're spawning at Turbine?
Exactly. I don't mind if he holds the angle, but he like aggressively tried to push it towards box and basically got himself killed because he was already weak. Now doing a much better job of using cover to his advantage. The pinch comes in from Fastball. 172 to 172. This game's all tied up yet again.
And you look at the numbers. Glory is plus 11. Prophet positive 3 on this streak. Finally gets cut down. But Rogue's lead has disappeared. The drill total lockdown from Project Evil. We'll go back to the bridge here in about 5 seconds. It's going to be Rogue set up first. Will they be able to hold? Stam finally getting dropped in. The drill calls it out. All 4 coming at you.
Remember, we already know Echo Fox, the first team qualified for the CWL Championships presented by PS4 from this last chance qualifier. We now know 25 of our 32 teams who have made it on in. The next squad trying to join is Project Evil, but unfortunately that 4-piece that just came in from the side of Rogue will slow them down just a little bit faster.
GodRX is about to unlock his payload, and Pander just unlocked his camo. We are down to the final hills, and this is an incredible hold so far on the bridge. 30 points in favor of Rogue.
Well, they get the first wave of kills, and then they flood out the lanes. Now, Rogue, not only they've gotten 30-plus seconds of this middle hard point, they're in control of the turbine spawns again. They just can't make the same mistake as last time. As now, Fastball and crew pushing on through. They've got one close spawn from Johnny. Don't think it should be too detrimental. Look at how awkward this minimap is. You've got Glory spawning out all the way to the bottom right. You've got Rogue spawning out to the top right. You've got players from Project Evil now inside the hard point. Everyone flooding in from all different areas. These next kills are so key. Pander starts it off with the active camo.
The NV4 player showing what he can do with the SMG is going to go and shut down the Centurion. 47 seconds remain here on the turbine. Rogue could lock it up on this hill. Glory waiting for his squad as Project Evil is going to try and break together. Profizi knows there's a flanker, and it's Johnny all the way out at the drill going to find him. That means that Johnny's not in the hard point, though. An opportunity for Prophet as you see the FTL jumping in. It's Glory who's surviving, looking for the kills, and they just broke it.
They did just break it. Rogue, though, already here to try to flood back into this hard point. Glory's got to stay alive, and he's doing just that. 33 and 21. Stamino now dead as well. Glory holds his own. They've got to rotate, though. They're going to give up all this time. Yeah, they've just got to get bodies through this new hard point. Prophet's trying to do his job to stay alive and get this hill. Fastballer gets the godliest hipfire of all time, and Project Evil will set up for top hanger. They're not out of this game yet.
What a swing here from Project Evil. It looked like Rogue was going to lock it up at the turbine. Now we see Project Evil with an opportunity to lock up the game themselves. This would clinch the series as they have brought it within 18 points. They continue to score. Those blue arrows need to regroup and hit together.
Here's the issue. No payloads for the side of Rogue. They're now going to have their best chance of flood on through yet. First engagement goes in their favor. Prophet with 1. Profizi's there as well. Pander can't stay alive. It's a 1v1 of the hard point. Glory gets it done! Project Evil need to sprint back across. Rogue will get here first. Glory gets another kill, 37 and 22. Can the previous S&D star help his team qualify right here? There's one final hope for Rogue. Johnny's the last one. Bye-bye, Rogue. Project Evil. We'll see you at the CWL Championship.
My God. What a comeback right there from Project Evil. They look down and out, Joe.
I don't know why Rogue with 20 seconds left would hit Turbine again. Yeah. Just rotate the hangar, get a proper setup. Instead, what they do, they get a kill on Prophet. That spawns Prophet out. Prophet goes to hangar. He goes to the back, picks up a kill. That starts the rotation for Project Evil. It makes no sense to me why Rogue hit that.
It's time to start printing out those MVP jerseys for glory, though. The man in the red hoodie right there just took over the game. He was the rock star for me for Project Evil.
Of course, for Rogue, it isn't over just yet. They will go down into that losers bracket where they must win to have their chance of qualifying. But we now know 2 teams that have qualified for the World Championships in a few weeks' time. Of course, Project Evil and, of course, Echo Fox. They've already secured their tickets. And we actually caught up with the Echo Fox boys after their win to hear their thoughts about what it means to be competing at the Call of Duty World Championship.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the replays from Echo Fox. You guys just qualified for COD Champs. You're a former winner of the event. How does it feel to be going back?
It feels good, especially after being gone for so long. My first event back, I played pretty well. My teammates played definitely better than me, though. They stepped it up, and I feel great right now.
Well, I got to ask you, you take a little bit of a break. You coach FaZe for a while. What sparked this comeback? It seemed like you were out of playing for a while.
I mean, Methods, or Anthony, he's been texting me about for the last 2 years, and as soon as I quit, the day I quit, basically saying that I'm an idiot and I should come back. And after a while, I kind of caved in. He convinced me. I wanted to play again. I did a few scrims. I fell in love again, and I had a lot of fun.
And then now you guys obviously go to Champs. What do you see as this team's ultimate potential? What do you guys got to work on to go up against some of the teams in Stage 2 of the Global Pro League?
Definitely have to work on our search and destroy. Sometimes we're either really good at it or really bad, but for the most part, when we're on fire and we're playing those pro teams, like we've scrimmed some of the pro teams, we look really good online, and we came here, we brought it to land. So I think we can do really well, get a nice top 4, top 3 there, depending on how we play, but we have to make sure we go home and fix our mistakes.
Well, Echo Fox is the first team to qualify for the CWL Championships. Congratulations, Reap. We'll send you guys back at the desk.
Thank you very much, Matt. It's great to hear from replays. Of course, Call of Duty World Champion back in Advanced Warfare. Fantastic individual. He's a pleasure to work with as well. Just a nice guy as well.
He's dude from Long Island.
Always smiling. He really is just a genuinely nice guy. So congratulations, of course, to Echo Fox. And, of course, Project Evil. A crazy, crazy map number 4 has given them qualification as well. But there's still plenty of action here at the Last Chance Qualifier still to come. For now, though, quick commercial break.
What happened to Rogue?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. The Last Chance Qualifier now fully in effect. Echo Fox and Project Evil have already booked their spots at Champs. But for now, I want to recap what we missed going on Station 4. Of course, it was Fury versus Edex. And this one goes in Edex's favor. It was a close one, though. Final score 250 to 223. Of course, for Fury, they lost to Lethal 3-1 to end up in the losers bracket. And for Edex, it was Allegiance 3-0ing them. So this, an elimination matchup, you lose and you are out of the Last Chance Qualifier. Joining myself in the studio, we have wonderful TP back here as well. We have Mr. X, Puckett, and Momo all joining us for the next kind of couple of games that we're going to see. But as I said, it was Edex who comfortably won this game.
Is anyone else shocked by this? Because Fury, they impressed me back at Anaheim. They went 2-2 in their group. They were looking like they were a strong team. We know Remy, he went to a World Championship finals in the past. To see them losing this hardpoint, it's a little bit shocking.
It's very surprising to me. Remy struggled a bit earlier on in the series but this one, a bit of a better performance, 32 and 23, but overall, it really was the Zeus and solo show. The streaks on retail, we've said it so many times throughout this year, when you're able to, clutch up, get a streak on that, makes the game so easy on you.
Of course, there's a look at some of the games currently going on, but I do want to actually rejoin the Edex Pro versus Fury gaming matchup because guess what? It's Fury making a comeback in map 2. They currently have a 5-1 lead here in the Search and Destroy. And you look at that scoreboard, Matt. Remy, 8-4, shipping 6-3 as well. I mean, surely they close this out. They have camo as well.
Yeah, let's see what they do with it, though. I mean, he's going to run in here towards the site.
It's gone.
Yeah,
that was a really poor use of
find
camo.
anyone. Oh, he ends up staying alive at least, but
that was lucky.
If 5-1, you're up a man. This is looking like a game where Fury will close it out, tie the series up.
And despite interesting, let's just say, camo use, Remy, of course, as you said, Matt, does stay alive, and 45 seconds left. Time is starting to dwindle away, Chris. It is looking good that Fury managed to level it at 1-1.
I think Fury is going to be able to finish this one out, but Solo and crew are going to push in. It's all going to come down to this gunfight versus Miyagi. Miyagi had just been laying prone, waiting for that fight forever, and he does get picked by Durpin. So there's still a chance here for Edex. But Remy shipping, they should be able to lock this up. You got C-Ball all waiting for him, and they just picked up the kill on loading. That's going to be the round, and that shall do it.
Yeah, Godform surely should go down. Tries to jump in. He will go down. 6-1. Fury bounced back again. To reiterate, if you are just tuning in, that is an elimination game. That is losers bracket round 1. A loss here means you are out of the Last Chance Qualifier. On the flip side, of course, we do have qualification games going on, and one of those is going to be Straight Rippin versus In Control. We saw Straight Rippin earlier on in the day, Teepin. To be quite frank, they didn't look very good. They did obviously get a win, but by no means was it comfortable.
Oh, not by any means, but you have to look towards the duo, the young guns in Temp and Dashi, the amount of potential that these two have in terms of slaying double 40 bombs on a throwback. I don't think we've seen that from any other team throughout the CWL this year. Double 40 bombs.
Scope Informal probably had it once or twice.
Probably, but the fact that these guys come in here and do that on the first series of the day, that was awesome.
It definitely was, especially considering a lot of eyes on those two young players, Matt, and they come out and they really give us a show.
I mean, the young guys are great. This is not the issue or problem for this team. It's how does Ricky and Study play. I mean, Ricky had some really poor maps in that first series.
Yeah, if they don't have 80 kills between two people.
It's the old 23-year-olds and 22-year-olds that are letting the squad down here.
Yeah, he's an esports professional. You see Teep here. How old are you?
25.
Yeah, it ends quick.
I'm 31.
Yeah. 31. It ended a while ago.
I can't fly, man. Maybe on boots. I don't know.
Phil's ended before it started.
Hey! I just have no words to say.
It's all right, Phil. It's okay. Currently,
listen, I ended when Boots went away. I was like, I'm as well.
Yeah, that's a good excuse.
I think the player to watch throughout this series, though, is going to be Legal, actually, from In Control. Keep your eyes on that player, because in his last series, he closed it out with a bang. He was topping the leaderboard.
Yeah, it was indeed In Control, 141 to 125. And I mean, you look at their first series as well, Matt. It was a very, very impressive first series that they had. It looked much more comfortable.
Well, I think, look, they have some players who, have played well on the big stage before. Nelson, a really, emotional guy. He can definitely, stir the pot with some of the players on the opposing team. But I think TCM, Legal, we've seen some nice things that they've done in the past. I think it's a nice roster, a roster I think you most likely see at Champs.
Yep, I would agree with you there as well. And Legal had a fantastic performance in the first series, and he's continuing it here again, Teep. 19 and 13. I feel like a lot of people may have forgotten just how naturally talented this young man is.
Yeah, I don't really understand how big of a drop-off that he actually had going back to Black Ops 3. He really was that player on H2K that kept him in a lot of games. And the fact that he's slaying so dominantly here, I'm not sure why we haven't seen this throughout IW a bit earlier on here.
Is he just not a Twitter personality or a networker? Because that's kind of how I always perceived him, was a strong player, but a quiet game in and out of game.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I don't really know the guy that well. You know, I played against him here and there in Black Ops 3, but yeah, just kind of keeps to himself, it seems, stays to his own sort of clique. But man, you can see the potential of his slaying. It really shines through at times.
He's one of those players who, you know, comes, plays, and just focuses on that.
Does the job.
Doesn't care about anything else. He just.
I'm very similar. I respect it.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job here, of course, the last chance qualifier. Meanwhile, on the flip side, you take a look over at the straight Rippin side of the scoreboard. Temp, obviously, 15 and 17. It's great to be watching him in competitive Call of Duty again. Study, 20 and 14, having a good game. Dashy right behind him at 19 and 18. And Ricky at 14 and 20. And to be honest, it has been Ricky struggling throughout the majority of the day.
Yeah, Ricky's had a, he's had a tough kind of series, say, already. Go both this one and the previous one. We saw, the whole Temp and Dashy thing. But we've got to remember as well, this is your 6th seed versus technically your 14th seed. You're looking at this in straight Rippin. If you're looking on seeds, they should be taking this away. We heard, obviously, previous to, this day going out, that Temp was so confident he was playing 6 maps, and it ain't looking
about
like that now. Yeah, like
about that.
This is map number 6, man.
I don't know if Ricky has that same kind of performance when he's playing online. Same with Study. Study had a really rough first series, but Temadashi kind of carried them through that. For me, though, Study has that kind of X factor. Sometimes he can go off and he can, really turn up.
Yeah, Temp was saying they were just making some mistakes here that they don't make online, like making some plays that they're just really kind of odd to him and the rest of the team, and he thinks it's just going to kind of work itself out playing more games on LAN. I mean, they only have to win 2.
When you have a player that can just jump into a hill like that and just pop a 3-peat.
Dude, he's insane.
Dashy is nasty.
So good.
Actually, it was Arcides up front talking who is the best player in the venue right now. Arguably, it's definitely Dashy in the running.
Oh, that's playing today? Probably.
I mean,
look at the players playing today. Everybody in the venue, I've seen some pretty good players around here.
Yeah, I think Octane is in the venue, so.
Yeah, that's where Octane went around. I don't know whether I put Dashy better than Octane.
I will tell Arcides you are not happy with his phrasing.
Arcides is in the venue as well.
Yeah, he just roasted himself. As it stands, though, straight Rippin, they have started to pull away a little bit. And, we all expressed at one point or another a little bit of concern for the straight Rippin squad because, as I said, the first series was not comfortable by any means. Current score 239 to 179. And again, to reiterate, if you are just tuning into the stream, this is a qualification game. The winner of this will join Echo Fox and Project Evil at the Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time. Study with a team called Ricky, but I don't think it's going to matter. Straight Rippin will win map number 1, 250 to 179, and that is the start they need against this In Control squad, because this In Control squad definitely not too shy away from causing upsets, that's for sure. But elsewhere, of course, on Station 1, we have Allegiance versus Lethal, another qualification matchup.
As we jump into this game, I do want to touch on Nelson's performance from that last one. If his squad In Control wants a chance, they're going to need more out of Nelson. As we jump into Lethal Gaming versus Allegiance, though, what's funny about Allegiance is it's the organization. They finished top 4. Every single player from that squad is in the venue today. Of course, we have Royalty now on Enigma 6, but the other 3 are playing in the LCQ, and Allegiance is playing with a brand new roster.
Yeah, they put together a pretty good team. We've seen Spoof, I know, on some teams over the year be very good. Same with Mayhem. Going up against Lethal Gaming, this will be for a spot. It's a winners round 2 game, so the winner of this will qualify for the CWL Championships. And you see on the other end for Lethal Gaming, some players you're probably familiar with, Human Jesus and Juju the Don. Those are the 2 biggest names from this roster.
And I'm pretty sure Spoof was on Lethal Gaming at last year's champs, so going up against some former teammates here. For me, in Black Ops 3, Juju was the guy to watch. Today, I saw a little bit from Hate. Both of those players I'll be keeping my eyes on, but I'm most surprised to see Hate at 3 and 10 to open up this hard point.
Well, right now, Lethal Gaming's just getting waxed. You got Human Jesus with 5 kills, Hate with 4, 6 on Clink, and we're almost through a full rotation of hills. It's just not pretty so far for Lethal Gaming. They're in control of the hotel hallway. They can make up some time here. Make this a manageable game. They're getting outslayed pretty bad, but they're still in it. If they can work this down and only be down about 20-30 going into the second half, this poor start may not matter that much.
And Mayhem, he is a player that played alongside Arcides and Pristini, the twins from United, back on Apotheon last year. So I believe he is one of the few players on Allegiance that has any COD Champs experience. In fact, I believe he is the only one outside of Spoof there. Believe now on your screen is going to get cut down as we see the battle for the hotel hallway. Matt, early on, what are you seeing from guys like Spoof and Nova?
Right now, I mean, you're just kind of locking down this middle hotel hallway. I had nothing too special from either of the guys. You got Nova on a 3 streak right now. Just locking it down with the NV4, but you're going to have to rotate over towards Bridge. You see a streak come out. It'll be a Scarab just trying to get a player weak on that outer wall run. As he go over here towards Bridge, the second rotation of Hills. Lethal Gaming, they didn't get enough time for me on that hotel hallway. I think you're really looking at Cathedral and Broken. Needs to be 2 major hills for Lethal Gaming. They're going to come back.
Spoof picks up 2 big ones. There's Mayhem for a third, and the final player is spotted, but Human Jesus holds his ground for Lethal, at least for now. The score, though, it's about to be Allegiance doubling up on LG's performance here on our first hard point. And it's Spoof continuing to lead the charge, 17 and 12. Nova has slowed down quite a bit, but they aren't giving any breathing room to Lethal.
Yeah, they're doing an excellent job just trading these kills inside of the hard point. It's going to be Believe with some nice movement they're able to take out 2 with the NV4. But 15 seconds left on this. Lethal's in a tough spot. They need to play for the time, but they need to rotate down towards that lower market. They're not going to get the last 10 seconds or so, and you see Mayhem. He's already set up for that next hill.
Hate just spawned up over at the new hard point, and he is looking to find why his teammates aren't spawning with him. He's going to be pinching in, and you got Human Jesus into position. What is the plan from Lethal Gaming? They've all split up across the map. They're going to try and take control of the deck, it looks like, and it's going to be the first 2 kills. Believe in Mayhem leading the charge. That was not long for Lethal to hold that lower street. Already cleared out. They're simply not getting the kills. 9 kills still for Human Jesus. Hate yet to drop double digits as well.
Yeah, and Clink was waiting in that position by those lower market stairs. He was just seeing if he can hold that back spawn for Lethal Gaming, but he just was not able to force it enough. I mean, there's so many players for Allegiance down by the hill. You see player number 2, Spoof, he spawns up at Cathedral. And to me, if you see this hill dwindle down and Allegiance is still spawning on that side of the map, it is GG. It may still already be GG as Allegiance, they're up 208.97. This one has not been close.
Human Jesus continues to dance inside the hill. They break 100, but Allegiance double their score as the pressure continues. Clink with a big one, chases down Nova in the market. That's going to free up player number 8, Human Jesus, to lock down the stairs. And Spoof from Allegiance, though, still battling around the Cathedral, will be cleared out. How much time, if you're Lethal Gaming, can you gather right now, though? If you want a chance, you have to string this Cathedral and then the Broken Hill, and that's going to be tough when you got Mayhem raining down fire from the sky.
They still have 2 players who are still alive over here, though, so Hate's able to get 1, but it's Human Jesus and Hate. They're going to fall rather quickly, and the hill is broken. You get some time if you're Lethal Gaming, but you're in a very tough spot. I mean, you need to contest these last 20 or so seconds. They can get up to like 244, 245. And I mean, at that point, you can rotate early to Broken all you want. It doesn't matter. The game's really out of reach at that point.
Spoof picking up the final kills on Lethal as they will grab the remaining 5 seconds. They will need, it looks like 6 points to go. If you're Allegiance going into the new hill, make it 8 officially as they jumped out just a bit early. Believe is leading the charge through the hotel. Only 2 players up and Broken. One's in the corner. He's going to get double teamed. Nova should be able to handle it. He does on Clink. Allegiance is on their final push, and they're using the payloads to get it done.
Yeah, I was going to say, they have so many payload abilities to work with here. You see Mayhem, he pops the camo. Instead of going in towards the hard point, he turns to cut off the spawners of Lethal Gaming, and that'll be it. It'll be 250, 137, a blowout win in map number 1 for Allegiance.
And I'm excited to watch this Allegiance squad. I've heard about them. We've seen them in the bracket in the past, but I haven't had a chance to cast them myself. It's my first time watching a number of these players. Pretty impressive stuff in that first hard point.
Allegiance there with the 1-0 lead. Now we can go over to a losers bracket game. This is station 3, Amity versus 3s Up. Bear in mind, 3s Up are number 3 seed coming into this one, Momo, and they find themselves already in losers round 1. And for 3s Up, of course, they do have that 132 to 102 lead.
Yep. Amity obviously are currently in the lead, I was going to say, but at this given time, Pemby 13 and 10, the all-star that is. Apox 14 and 6. Been playing a much slower role so far on this map in particular, Retaliation, but so far so good.
Of course, just to reiterate, it is 3s up that are going to be our red team here, so they are actually going to be down. It's 102 to 152, so potential upset in the making. It's Amity with that lead, 154 to 102, Matt. And honestly, they could potentially cause a huge upset based off seed here.
Well, look, 3's up. They're the number 3 seed, coming into this. But you got Mochilla, who he was great on Allegiance at the beginning of the year. They have a great placing. Nothing really much after that. Drama, he's been in or around, group stages, earned some pro points there. Nothing too amazing to really speak of. And Swarley gets some pro points playing with United at the last event. It's like, you have a ton of points and you're up there at number 3. But would you rank this team at number 3?
Absolutely not.
I don't think so. So, would it be an upset? Sure. Amity has some pretty good players, though. Pemby was good earlier in the year. We've seen Diabolic and Cinder in the past in the Pro League. So, this one doesn't really shock me that much.
Cinder was a monster in Ghost.
And it's a long time ago.
Definitely is. I'll tell you who's a monster in this game right now, though. Apox, 18 and 9, 53 seconds of hill time as well. You see he has streaks available to use if he wants it. He's getting pretty close to his camo, and I feel like Teep, if he can keep up at this pace, we could see Amity take map number 1.
Oh, definitely. Apox has been great thus far. 19 and 9 for him. Getting pretty darn close to getting this camo. Has the Trinity in the back pocket as well, which is so darn strong. They should be able to easily close out this game. Talking about the 3s upside a little bit, we talk about how these players are sort of form a scrappy sort of team from the players that got dropped, but man, Drama from that TGC lineup earlier in the year, he has not had a good sort of showing after that. Mochilla, he was on that ALG team. That team sort of just disintegrates. He hasn't had a good run at things. Swarley was his sort of saving grace there at Infinite Warfare was only filling in for United at the last event. He didn't have the best of showings either, and then Colchan gets dropped off to TK. So all 4 of these guys, granted they do have a good seed, but man, the IW year for them has been a rough one to say the least.
You look at the names here, Sender, Diabolic, Moch. These are all guys that I first really started watching back in Call of Duty Ghost. They didn't have the best of time in the jetpack world, and they continue to struggle here today. I do want to ask you about the new names, though. Guys like Apox. When you look at this room, TP, and I know we don't watch this next level quite a bit, who's impressed you most here in the LCQ from North America?
Oh, man, it's tough to call. I want to see how things sort of progress and which teams really do make it into the champs, obviously. But I think the easy one is just going towards Dashy in terms of what players could probably break through into the pro scene. We've seen Temp play a lot. Dashy's sort of that guy that still has something to prove. I think that 17 bomber on that Crusher to win that series in round 1, well, that turned a lot of heads. And, a lot of pros are here watching. It's games like that might benefit you going into the future,
And we've seen Moch have success, in some of the more recent titles. You look back at AW when he's on that Prophecy team. It was, I believe it was
especially
Moch.
at Champs.
Yeah, that was at Champs. It was Moch,
like
Classic,
Bose,
and Ricky. Oh, no.
Is it Ricky?
I don't think. I'm forgetting.
Yeah, I think it was Rick. It was Rick.
It was Ricky.
Yeah, it was Rick. So, he had success with that team, but, that's the best roster he's ever had. So, I just don't know if you have the right parts around him. And then I think you also have to question kind of dedication with these guys, right? Colchan gets dropped from TK. They bring in Accuracy to take his spot. They were not really pleased with his dedication to the game. So it's just how much time these guys have been able to put in as a team.
That's definitely the question. And right now, 3s up are paying the prices. Amity with the lead, 236 to 193. Again, to reiterate, you lose this, you are out of the last chance qualifier. This map 1 of the best of 5 here. Of course, if you win this, you still need to win another series. As it goes over to Hotel Hallway, 3s up Momo. They're staying alive.
Yeah, they certainly are. At this moment in time that you can see across the board, all 4 players are negative. I'm kind of trying to jump on with someone, but everyone's still dying. I'm going back with Apox. He's been pretty reliable for me, 23 and 13. He's got his camo, which is going to come in dividends towards the end. Has he choose to use it here and try and steal those last kind of 10 points that he needs? He does fall down, but it opens the gates for his teammates. Diabolic, of course, just trying to clean up. But he's going to maybe go to that final hard point over towards the bridge.
I was going to say, a little lucky he had his teammates out of trade. Swally flies into the hill. He finds himself a double. As it stands, if Amity is quick, they can still win on this hill. Now they cannot, so it's definitely going to go one more hard point. It'd be an unbelievable comeback here, Teep, if 3s up was able to hold this.
definitely possible. We've seen it so many times on Bridge. These guys can just get a clean wipe over and over again and sort of streak back in, but looks like Sender and crew, man, I think they just close it out right there. Seems like trades are going down back and forth. The spawn's just out too far. That's going to do it, though. 250 to 220. Quality win from Amity.
Yeah, exactly what they need. They start off their losers round 1 game off with a win. Of course, we'll keep you up to date with that game and all the other games going on here at the Last Chance Qualifier. For now, though, we can move back towards Station 1. Allegiance versus Lethal, and it's Allegiance with a 1-0 lead.
Allegiance impressing us in our first hard point, and now we join them round number 3. This is Search and Destroy.
First thing that jumps out to me is Human Genius with 6 kills.
Yeah, can we just take our screen to the bomb carrier?
What the hell happened here?
What's going on with this man? He's close to a Scarab, so he's picked up some kills in the previous round. Spoof pulling out the sniper rifle on the defensive end for Lethal.
See the rotation, though, coming in for Allegiance. Human Jesus with the bomb in hand. So we see him go over towards that B site. Should be able to get the bomb down with relative ease here.
And once again, our scoreboards are confusing us, guys. Just to clarify, you're going to see Allegiance, your red team, your blue team is going to be Lethal Gaming. Down goes Hate, and it's Juju left up for Lethal. He is going to get picked. This one going in favor of Spoof and the Allegiance squad. They will take a 2-1 advantage.
And we can get that switched up for you guys at home. Taking a look at one of the other screens real quick, in control. Looks like they're going to take map number 2 over straight Rippin. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that.
Oh, we're going to talk a lot about
once
that
we come out of this game, but jump right into the next round of S&D here between Lethal and Allegiance.
There's a look at Lethal Gaming talking over the plan as we go into our next round here on Breakout. We're going to be starting things off here with Spoof. Spoof, he had the sniper on the previous round playing defense. Now we'll see what he can do on the attack.
So he's just going to look over the top of this building. It's a spot we see a lot of players like to peek. The site completely open, though. Should be a free plant here for Allegiance.
And Spoof turned at just the wrong moment. Believe is going to get the first pick, though, for Allegiance, as Human Jesus is caught off guard. So your top fragger, in fact, the guy that has 7 of your 8 kills is out of the action for Lethal. Juju, Clink, and Hate going to try and break this setup.
Well, it'll be how they retake. You see he had one player on that side stairs. That was Clink. He's going to back all the way up, and that is just an awful attempt at a push. I mean, he runs straight out from behind the truck, and there's nobody there to trade it out right away. I mean, Hate is able to pick one up, but I mean, you've lost the player for no reason. You've lost a ton of time. Now you only have one player up. Not a good attempt there from Lethal Gaming.
And that's your captain. That's Juju, one of the guys that your teammates will say is the smartest guy on the team.
Can't be running out there behind the bus like that.
Just don't think he had any idea Nova was sitting behind that site. As you see Spoof picking up the pistol kill in your round-ending kill cam.
You should know that, though. I mean, sitting behind the bomb site after you plant the bomb is one of the more predictable.
It's brand new here in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare.
Definitely not brand new. Maybe it's due to some of these guys just flying all over the walls, but we'll see. Lethal Gaming now on offense, as now they're going with the same type of push, but you see Allegiance on the defensive end. They vested some players here over towards the site.
And Spoof was on a nasty streak there. Good thing they finally shut him down. Almost lines up 3 kills, gets the opening 2 though. Advantage ALG, and Nova is gonna find every last one. Lethal Gaming, they're just running into pre-aimed crosshairs.
Yeah, this one's going by quick. Spoof with a very easy 2-piece. Players just running right in towards Medical Bay. He's able to pick up 2 with these, and then the rest of his teammates close out the round. Let's get into the next round here. It'll be Allegiance on offense. You have the FTL to work with. Maybe use this to kind of get in an advantageous position. And it's really all you have. You have the Scarab. Maybe you do a little bit of scouting, get some players weak, maybe push up the side stairs. But looks like Lethal Allegiance going with more of a slow play here. So I hear straight Rippin get very excited.
Yeah, I was going to say, Temp's pretty excited about something.
It's like everything that Temp says, I can't repeat.
Just not in public. Back on board with Nova, your bomb carrier now for Allegiance. 2 and 4 so far. He's struggled in the last 3 rounds. Mayhem on your screen is working towards a Scarab, as well as a 5th round for Allegiance. They picked off Juju for first blood. Now you're going to see Human Jesus take a nap. Mayhem finds Hate, so it's all up to Clink. He got one, but he needs the ace if they want a chance of winning round number 6 here.
I mean, these rounds have not been close. It's another round here for Allegiance. So it's 5-1 in favor of ALG.
I kind of want to jump out and just go over to that straight game. That one looks like it goes the distance. We'll cover it here in a moment. For now, though, we'll stay on board. Can ALG jump out to a 2-0 start? Remember, they are playing for a position in the Call of Duty World League Championships in just 2 weeks. Buy your tickets now, MLG.tv. As we have the $1.5 million tournament so close, just around the corner.
I tell you, I think this search and destroy is ending this round. I mean, Lethal Gaming has shown really nothing here. So Allegiance has played quite well in map number 2.
I bet you $1 Spoof gets another kill this round. It's already double digits.
I wouldn't take that.
10 and 3. FTL jumping his way in behind 2.
He's clearly
the first player didn't spot him. And good thing you didn't take that bet, Matt. I would have been poor. Mayhem takes down Juju, but it's a 2-on-3. Lethal Gaming with the advantage, and they will stay alive for another round.
So they're able to get bombed down. They don't get first blooded. It's really been a lot of their issues is, I know the last few rounds you've been seeing Allegiance get first blood. Be Clink finishing off some players here. So Lethal Gaming gets their 2nd round on the board. Still down 2-5. Allegiance still on map point.
LG's cool, calm, and collected, though. Lethal, no panic. No excitement or smiles yet. But it's Allegiance and Spoof on the attack. Nova, your bomb carrier once again. Spoof looking for number 11. Can't find it in the first engagement. Meanwhile, the ERAD has not even been looked at. Mayhem clearing out the showers.
They're going to move the bomb over towards this site. They'll be able to get it down pretty safely, as I know the A-bomb site completely open. So.
And they took their time. Spoof was out in the middle of the map by himself, and he gets punished by Hate.
This is a winnable situation, though. I mean, you get the bomb down. It's still 3v4. You're down a man, but such close quarters engagements. You just need one of these double kills to go your way. And with the ERADs at close range, you have a good chance to make it happen.
Oh, Nova.
Nova gets a 2nd player weak.
Believe is going for the wall run, but Clink is able to trade out the kills, so it's Believe in a 1 versus 2. Bomb timer ticking away. Believe has to check it. He knows someone's on it, but the hero Juju gets the defuse. It's back-to-back rounds for Lethal Gaming. ALG still on game point, but Lethal is not going away quite yet. Here's a look. After Nova picked up 2, Clink just catches his arm, and that was the moment that gave them a chance.
Yeah, it's a smart play by Juju to jump on the bomb. He's able to get the defuse off in time. Now Lethal Gaming starting to make this interesting. They're starting to come back a little bit. They win this round. You go on the defensive end. Where you think you have a little bit of an advantage. You can potentially force around 11. As Nova falls off the map.
ALG is trying to throw this game away. Mayhem is going to be able to trade out kills, but just for a moment, Hate is there from Lethal. 3-on-2 as it's Believe and Spoof left up for ALG. And Believe is going for the low wall run. He's been spotted. Shots above him, but he's going to find 2 players stacked up. And the trades go down in favor of Lethal 4-5, but that got ugly for a moment.
Allegiance is trying their hardest to give this game to Lethal Gaming. I mean, they have Nova just jump off the map at the beginning. It has not been a good few rounds here for Allegiance. And when I said that Lethal Gaming was pretty much dead in this search and destroy, they have bounced back. 1 round away from forcing a round 11. They go on defense. Mayhem has camo. If you're going to use it, you need. If they invest camo into this round, they do not win it.
And we should talk about Spoof. This is 3 or 4 straight deaths. He had 10 kills multiple rounds ago. On the other side, Human Jesus has stepped up his game, and Juju is finding first blood.
So now you die without even using the camo. So, I mean, at least you would have the camo for the round 11, but you give Lethal Gaming a kill in the middle of the map. You give them the man advantage on the defensive end, making it very difficult on yourselves to win this round if you're Allegiance.
I bring the round 11s, Matt, and I'm bringing you another one right here. It's not going to work out for Allegiance on this push. Believe he's taken the top of the map, but no one from Lethal out in the open to get caught.
And if you're Lethal Gaming, you can almost give up the site and then just play a retake. Don't need to do anything crazy here. Is Believe in Co. thinking about, okay, so it looks like they're going to go back towards bomb. They're going to get bomb down and planted for this backside. So the bomb's going to be planted, favoring the defensive end. And
oh, no.
Believe gets a good kill there on a hate. Picks up one, doesn't get traded out, and he has his reactive armor now.
Human Jesus got one. Spoof takes out Clink. It's going to be a 2-on-2. Believe it's going to pop the reactive, but Human Jesus just too strong. The FTL is going to keep a player alive, but at the end of the fight, it is ALG coming out on top. And you see Believe with the high fives getting fired up. They know just how close they are to locking up their spot at Champs.
For a minute there, it looked like Allegiance was trying to throw that map, but they do take it. They are now one map away from booking their spot to the Call of Duty World Championships in a few weeks' time. Elsewhere, here at the LCQ, we can take a look at Station 2. This, of course, Straight Rippin versus In Control. And it had myself, Momo, and Teep left just jaws wide open. Dashi, first of all, clutches a 1v2 to make it around 11. Then when he gets to around 11, flies at the opposition, picks up 3 kills, finishes 14-6.
Wow.
I mean, this guy is just so good.
It's just the way that he did that as well. You know, that final round when he's already picked up double digits, he has FTL available to him, and he just picks up the first, FTLs to the second, and then just sweeps in. It's like they were just easy pickings. He could have got the ace as well. He just turned the wrong way. It was as simple as that.
I don't know how you guys feel. I'm surprised he's actually playing in this tournament and he wasn't in Stage 2 of the Global Pro League. I'm surprised the team after Anaheim didn't take a chance.
Playing like that, I'm surprised as well. Moving forward, though, Station 4, we have Fury versus Edex. Going into this one, the series was tied 1-1. Edex took the hard point. Fury took the search and destroy 6-1. The uplink, however, goes back in Edex's favor. That was a 9-4 victory. Of course, this is an elimination game. Lose and you are out. And for Fury, they are now one map away from being out of the last chance qualifier. So.
And I wanted to see, was Fury just getting outslayed in this one? As you peek the numbers, it looks like they were hanging with them toe-to-toe. They're just getting out-objectived.
It's basically just the drone control overall. The fact that Edax basically just played keep away for the majority of the map. Yes, the trades were going down at that middle side of the map, but they could never generate any sort of good offensive opportunity. Solo has another dominant performance. That's the second respawn in a row that I've seen from him that's just completely outslaying people. Fury, yes, you're picking up kills. You're having decent performances from shipping again. Remy has another quality game, but you just can't generate those kills into any sort of drone forward progression. They just get kind of easily beaten, to be honest, in this link.
They do indeed. Edex takes the uplink, and then, of course, from one elimination game to another over on Station 3, Amity versus Threes up. This is a live look-in of the game currently going on right now. And first thing that kind of catches my eye, Pemby 0-5, Diabolic 2-5 from Threes up. I mean, Matt, that's just not good numbers.
Yeah, no, it's not great. And I believe the scoreboard's actually flipped on this one. So we'll have to get this one updated.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, they're always trying to trick you, Ben. They're always trying to go at you, but you see Diabolic.
It's a conspiracy.
I was looking at Momo's screen, though, and I want to say that Momo, our observer, set it up perfectly. So shout out to our ginger friend here on the desk.
Nice job, Phil.
There's a look at ALG, though, as they're getting ready for their game number 3. Can they lock it up?
One thing as well I do want to point out before this, and what you may have missed, Cole-chan is currently 5-1 up, but he's made a 1v2 to clutch around. He picked up a 2v3 alongside a teammate, but it was all him working it. I think he's 9-2. He may have just picked up the final one. No, he didn't. But Cole-chan really stepping up in the second S&D. Obviously, this is such an important match for these guys.
Well, moving over to station number 1, of course. This is the match that is currently going on. Allegiance versus Lethal. As it stands in this one, Allegiance 2-0 up. They are a map now away from qualifying for the Call of Duty World Championship.
We're locked in. It's official. But we're going to switch things up as this game goes on. Matt, we started here with a 4-1 opening from Spoof. Mayhem right next to him. ALG is looking for early points. And I thought this might be a chance for Lethal Gaming to make a comeback, but Allegiance is really just winning the slaying battle in both of the respawns.
Yeah, they get a 1-point play at the beginning of this one, but it was really just the aggression from Allegiance at the start, and you got to start to wonder whether Lethal Gaming can hang with them, in just terms of slaying in the respawn game modes. As you see, a lot of the kill feed right now is lit up red in favor of Allegiance. but they have drone control, and just look at the position Human Jesus is in. He's not really in a position to help his teammates back at the base. You know, Allegiance moving up the map, needs to get back closer, and it's going to result in Mayhem getting a 2-point play here, so more points for Allegiance on the board.
And finally, Human Jesus is back in his base, but there's pressure coming from the edge. He should lose this gunfight, and he's going to get finally pinched by Mayhem. Nice patience from Believe, setting him up for success, and now Believe looking to punish. There's the pass, gets stuck on a hay bale, but he can take it in himself. Not.
All right, well.
Not the execution you're looking for here from ALG, but it doesn't matter. They are better at shooting, and they will still get the points.
Even better. I mean, they get full streaks on Mayhem, so 5-0 in favor of Allegiance here. Trying to close this round out would qualify them for champs. It's, with full streaks at 5-0 in Uplink. Now, unless we got to see some kind of slaying power from Lethal Gaming, like a string of 3-4 kills in their favor. There you see 2. They got to keep pushing up the map, though. It's really easy to pick up that first wave of kills. It's the second wave of kills that teams really struggle with.
And why even challenge right there if you're Clink? You just lost 3 teammates. You know they're going to be pushing. Set up in the middle of the map. Catch them while they're not looking at you. Instead, he pushes into them and gets wiped off. Lethal coming off respawns, and here comes Mayhem with a team trinity. Stops the drone's progress, but does find Hate with the last bomb.
But you still have the bombardment. I mean, that streak, you're just trying to get as many points as you can here right now in the first half. It was a long 1-point throw, doesn't go through for Spoof. So you see Mayhem in position here, just trying to kill players off the spawn, trying to get a little bit of a flanko, and he gets called out though. Human Jesus able to turn, pick that kill up, but it's a nice position here from Spoof. Just picks up 1 with the NV4 in his hand over on the top side. Not going to be able to get by him. And
Spoof was your guy in Search and Destroy. He got the early streak, and then you saw him put together double digits in terms of kills, leading the way in game number 2. Allegiance, they could close this up right here. Just 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. A 5-0 lead in your first half. That's got to make you feel a bit comfortable.
It does, but you see the bombardment comes in as well from the side of Allegiance. So you use all the streaks that you had. I believe with the one player still has the Scarab. So you use all those streaks. I don't know if I would have used all of them in the first half, but they got to feel pretty confident.
Yeah, Mayhem's going to get a new set, don't worry. He's already on a 4 streak. Let's take our screen to player 8 if we can, and here he is. He's doing it with the ERAD now. 15-4. Mayhem going to champs last year with Apotheon alongside RCDs and Pristini, showing you that he was just a few feet behind them this year. Never really had the opportunity to break out. Didn't have guys like Gunless on their squad. But I wonder what potential is here at this next level. Who's going to be the surprise team this year as we get to the biggest tournament of the year?
Yeah, I mean, any of these teams from the LCQ can make a little bit of a run at champs. A nice 1-point play there comes in from Allegiance again, and I think Allegiance has been a team that I've been, pleasantly surprised with. They don't have the biggest of names. Some guys like, teams like Straight Rippin, obviously, and I know Project Evil, who have had success as a team in the past, but I think out of, your top teams and just all the teams here, I've been very impressed with Allegiance. It all depends on what group they end up in, right? I mean, they can make a run, they can get a very strong group and make it really tough, or they can find themselves in a group where they can cause some upsets. I think, Allegiance definitely a team, though, that has the capabilities to do it.
Taking a look at the mini-map, you see those 4 red arrows pushing forward with the drone. Great cover fire from Spoof is going to open things up for Believe. Believe, if you hear him screaming in the background, he is the guy getting loud. The fist bumps going across half. It is a healthy lead here.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, that last shot didn't go in. They cut away with from it, but I know that last shot did not go through. So still 6-0 in favor of Allegiance.
Lethal Gaming, you're on the ropes right now. How do you stay in the ring?
They got to pick up some kills. I mean, at the beginning of this game, they can't go, drop 2-3 dead. They need to control mid-map. They need to push it forward. Oh, wow. You need Hate to show up, Juju as well. Nah, 2 players, both fall. It's going to be Hate and Human Jesus, though, trying to hold down mid-map. All they got to do is just hold serve here. Don't let Allegiance get up on the map. Some nice kills there from Human Jesus. Able to keep this first initial push alive for Lethal Gaming.
And I hate to call them out, but Hate and Juju were the guys we said were struggling in our first hard point. They're doing it again in another respawn. From the other 2, Clink and Human Jesus. performing well, and it's going to be Hate with your first drone dunk for Lethal Gaming. They're finally on the scoreboard. The score 2-6. Still just a 2-possession game, though. You get control of the base, you can rally these in.
Oh, yeah, and they're far from out of it. I mean, we talked a little bit about it, but Allegiance burns both of their streaks in the first half. They use their bombardment, and they use the Trinity Rocket. You would love it here in the second half if they had one of these streaks. It'll be Spoof throwing in a 1-point play. It'll be Spoof getting in position here in the back, trying to lock this down. But now you see Allegiance, they push so far up on the map. It's a really nice spawn lock here from Allegiance.
Nova's just 11 and 13, but those were 3 big kills, as Believe is right behind him. Allegiance threatening to score once again. 2 defenders are in position here, and they go for the smart play with just 1 bullet left of life. The toss goes up and it's in.
And now, I mean, if you're Lethal Gaming, you can't get anything on offense. You're getting spawn killed, so you have to rotate back to your base. You just cannot force any engagements towards the middle of the map. You cannot get drone control. This is it's an ugly
Mayhem is paving the way, and Lethal Gaming is losing their thumbs. That should have been an easy kill. Instead, it is a dunk and another rally. Look at this. They're manually throwing over the building, scoring at will. This time, Spoof is going to have to pave his own way. Has 1 more player to beat, doesn't get the toss off. Finally, a hold comes in from Lethal. But we went from saying, oh, this is just a 2-possession game. It's anyone's game. It's now a 4-possession game, and you just got blown out in the last 60 seconds.
When you rotate back to your base and you don't pick up the kills, that's what's going to happen. Eventually, you have to make the call to go on the overextension, get back towards the middle of the map, and try and get some drone control, break out that way. It was just 2 or 3 waves, where Lethal Gaming comes off the spawn, and they're not able to get back into their own base. They just kept rotating back and not able to pick up any kills. That's what ultimately will cost them in this one.
Hate trying to string together a few kills. That's number 4 in this streak. Looking for 5. 2 minutes and 9 seconds left. Not out of it yet. Their dreams of going 2-0 and advancing to champs still alive. But every second that ticks off that clock, it looks like Allegiance will be our team pushing forward.
And the drone goes back towards mid-map, or Allegiance will have the fight for it as 2 players drop. You still have the camo on Mayhem. It has been Mayhem and Spoof have been the dominant forces in this series for Allegiance. So, I mean, even if this gets close, you have the camo on the side of Allegiance to make a play. So you feel really good. Now, even if you lose control of your base, maybe you use the camo to just break out. It'll be a 1-point play there from Lethal Gaming. So I know you kind of shorten the lead a little bit, but at this point, I mean, 1-point plays is not going to be good enough. They got to get control of the Allegiance base. Lethal Gaming has a lot of work to do.
You need to get kills before you can get payloads. That's how it works. Your score advances your payload ability, and finally we see one available for Human Jesus. Hate trying to push this drone up, and he is going to be cut down. Those red arrows just all over him. 4 players left alive after that last battle, and here comes ALG. They are not done scoring. 2 players to beat in the back, 1 in the front. And Human Jesus is going to get the first 2 kills for Lethal. Mayhem flanking is going to find all 4 while the drone slips by. Mayhem, the camo dunk comes in. 12-3, a blowout, Matt.
Yeah, and this game was close, and then you just saw the slaying just become way too much for Lethal Gaming. Allegiance was able to get in their base. Lethal could do nothing about it to try and break out of that spawn trap. And it's been an ugly uplink here for Lethal Gaming, but they're not out of it yet. This is a winner's round 2. Allegiance will move on. Lethal Gaming still with another chance to qualify.
And I think they definitely showed they're vulnerable. If you're sitting, watching, waiting to see who you're playing next in that losers bracket, you have to feel pretty good about matching up against Lethal Gaming. All you got to do is keep the pressure on Juju, keep the pressure on Hate. It doesn't matter what the other 2 are going to do. You'll be able to outscore them. There you have it. ALG, they simply sweep to lock in their spot at the 2017 Call of Duty World League Championship.
Allegiance looking so good. As you said, Chris, they now confirm their spot at the Call of Duty World Championships. Congratulations to them. Elsewhere, though, here at the last chance qualifier, Fury versus Edex. That was a losers bracket round number 1 game going on Station 4. Last time we stopped in, it was Edex 2-1 up. Well, If you're an EDEX fan out there, I got good news for you. Your team won. They knocked Fury out of the last chance qualifier, and they did so with style, to be honest with you, Teep.
Yeah, relative ease in all the respawns going down to this last Scorch, 250 to 179. And again, Solo and Zeus, just the payload ability usage at the last turbine, which you're seeing on your screen here, was just perfect. The score streaks in tandem with that. Zeus is able to pop that reactive ability to lock down this hill basically single-handedly. When you can lock down Lab with a payload ability, just makes the map so darn easy on your team.
Yeah, it definitely does. EDEX Pro, they advance to losers round 2. They there, of course, need a win if they want to qualify for the Call of Duty World Championships. Elsewhere, Station 2, of course, we were following that game as well. That was Straight Rippin versus In Control. Straight Rippin brought it back in the Search and Destroy thanks to individual efforts from Dashi. And I mean, really big individual efforts. It was a 1v2 in around 10 to force to round 11. And then in round 11, he runs directly at the opposition, picks himself up a 3-piece. It was very, very simple play from Straight Rippin. And then obviously, in terms of game 3, the uplink, Straight Rippin came out and just completely dominated Phil. It was 10-2, the final score for Straight Rippin. They also qualify for the Call of Duty World Championships. Yay, Straight Rippin.
It's awesome to see Temp get the opportunity to go to Champs. I know he's a player who's wanted for a very long time now. Excited to see him play on the big stage. Excited to see what the future holds for him. I think, if he's a player, again, a lot like where I said I was surprised Dashi didn't get into Stage 2. If Temp is available at the beginning of Stage 2 to play, I think he is on a roster. I think actually him available causes a whole bunch of roster moves across the league in North America.
Completely agree. I think many people would as well, to be completely honest with you. But now we have 4 teams that have qualified for the Call of Duty World Championship. We have Echo Fox, Project Evil, Straight Rippin, and of course Allegiance. There's still 4 more spots still to be decided. But we actually caught up with Prophet from Project Evil after he qualified to hear his thoughts.
Ladies and gentlemen, down here on the floor with Prophet from Project Evil. They just finished their match up against Rogue, took them down 3-1. Crazy comeback in the end, an awesome series overall. But first, Prophet, I've got to ask, what are the feelings like right now? You just qualified for the CWL Championship.
It feels really good. I've never been to COD Champs or COD XP, so to qualify for a $1.5 million tournament, it's exhilarating. It feels really good.
Oh, absolutely, and the fashion you did was great. You start off today, you wind up beating the 16th seed in Precision. Then your match versus Rogue was quite close. What were your predictions going to that series? What were you really watching out for to be able to take that one?
Predictions going in really felt like a 3-1-ish series. I kind of saw that coming. Retaliation Hardpoint was our first map of the series, and it's not our best Hardpoint. It's actually our worst. So we took an S&D from them convincingly after a couple rounds. We really took off with the lead, and we just clutched up every round. Uplink, we're the best Uplink team in the game right now. And then going into Scorch, we had a crazy comeback at the end. I think we were down like 30, 40, maybe 50 points. Ended up coming back, clutching up, and then just knowing that we held it down within the last final seconds felt so good.
Well, you guys now know you've qualified for the CWL Championships. Moving forward from here, what does Project Evil need to work on to be able to win that title?
Definitely got to work on Retaliation Hardpoint. Honestly, like, we still need to work on everything. There's always little things that you can work on. So we're still going to put in more work now than we did before. So.
Well, congratulations, my friend. You've done it. You've qualified for the CWL Championship. We'll see Prophet and Project Evil there in just a few short weeks. For now, though, we'll send it back to you guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Jack. Great to hear from Prophet, and congratulations once again to Project Evil. As we said, now 50% of the teams that we're looking for have qualified for the Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time, and we still have to find another 4 teams. When we return, Losers Bracket Round 2 matches continue. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League Last Chance Qualifier. We have 50% of the teams already booking their spots into the Call of Duty World Championship. Now we just need 4 more squads. Joining me in the studio, Merc, you're back here.
I'm back.
Nice to have you back.
Hi, Joe.
Hello. We have Puckett,
Nice to see you, Joe.
Matt, and of course the wonderful TP over at the end there. But I want to catch everyone up with some of the games that we may have missed during that commercial break. And it was Station 3, Amity versus 3s up. Last time we looked at this series, it was all tied up 1-1. Of course, Amity took the hard point 250 to 220. Search and Destroy was all 3s up. They blitzed through that one 6-1. Then, of course, the uplink. This was a weird one because it was just so high scoring, Teep. I mean, it finishes 16-7 in 3s up favor. And I think that the big thing to note is Pemby. Look at that stat line, Teep. That's not impressive at all.
That's not very impressive at all, to say the least.
Yeah,
that's
trying
not
to be
good.
polite. No, it's
That's like a what, a 0.3 KD?
That might be the worst I've ever seen.
Sub me in, dog.
the worst you've ever seen.
That's not true.
Well, it sucks is Apox is 31-19.
Yeah, he's crushing.
You know, he's playing pretty well. On the other side, Mochila had a very good game. That's what you want to see out of him again when he needs to step it up. Typically, he does. But you're not going to win when a guy has a 0.3 KD and uplink.
Yeah, that's very, very true. It's pretty difficult to win games when you're getting outslayed that heavily, but for 3s up, that puts them now at match point. They are 2-1 up in the series, and it's important to note, again, that is a loser's bracket round 1 matchup. This is an elimination game. Of course, you lose, you are out. So Amity's back is very much against the wall there. They need to clutch up in map number 4, Hardpoint. Of course, as I said, we already know 4 of the teams that have qualified for Call of Duty World Championships. We Echo Fox, Project Evil, Straight Rippin, and ALG. And after Straight Rippin won just a few moments ago, we caught up with their players and found out their thoughts on what it means to qualify for the Call of Duty World Championship.
All right, Maven here, qualified, Straight Rippin. 2 very different stories for you guys coming into this. First, I want to hear from you, Study. You know, you're obviously dropped recently. You have to fight back here in the LCQ. What does this mean to you to get in?
It means a lot to me. You know, we're playing for $1.5 million, but the only thing on my mind is literally to practice and hopefully play EG at Champs.
That would be great. I'm looking forward to that. And, you know, a battle of redemption for you. Temp, it's you. You're 18 now. You haven't been able to compete most this year, but we've been hearing all this hype around you. What's it mean for you to get in and show people what you're capable of?
It's dope. You know, first event back. Haven't played in like a year and a half, so I'm just excited to play. And it's fun on land again.
Well, talk to me a little bit about this team. I want to hear it from both of you because you got a mixture of kind of veterans, guys trying to fight back, and then also the young players. What about this team makes it work, pal?
Honestly, for some reason, this team reminds me a lot of my Denial team, like team that nobody wanted, basically. Like, no one wanted Ricky, no one wanted me. Donnie just came back, and Dashy's just natural challenge. At the end of the day, we are hungry as hell, and we're going to continue to be hungry, and we're going to push forward no matter what.
I'm loving it, man. I want to hear about the young tandem with you and Dashy. I mean, he dropped, what, 17 in Crusher, I think it was, most kills all season. Tim, talk to me about the ability of you 2 young players.
Me and Dashy are really talented. I think Dashy might be more talented than me, but he needs to get better at making plays. He needs to get better at making the smarter plays. But once he does that, he'll probably be one of the best for sure. So yeah, we're really good. Whenever we're at our best, we're one of the best duos in the game for sure.
Well, I loved it. I'm proud of you guys. Congrats on getting in. We'll see you as one of the 32 teams that compete for $1.5 million coming up. Again, guys, congrats.
Thank you, Maven. Great to hear from Straight Rippin. Of course, as we said, they've qualified, and Dashy has put on a show for everyone watching. I know coming in, there was a lot of people saying, hey, watch out for this young guy. He's very, very talented. And, I mean, he gave us just some fantastic moments. A kill record on maps. He clutching up 1v2s, popping 3 pieces in round 11. Really, the kid did it all today. But moving forward, back to Station 3. Amity versus 3s up. 3s up have a 2-1 lead in the series. This is a losers round 1 matchup, Teep, and currently 3s up have the lead, 110-73.
This is so surprising to me because Amity was that team that brought Straight Rippin to that map 5. And then you look at the lineup that they're playing against 3s up, and it's like, well, if they're able to take Straight to map 5, Matt, what you got for me?
I think Straight came into that one thinking they were just going to like
Oh, you thought they were chilling?
Yeah, I think they were chilling a little bit.
A little bit. Ricky was chilling a little bit too hard.
Triple neck chilling.
I don't know.
He was in the freezer.
We've all been there. You lean back a little bit in the chair.
Lean back a little bit in the chair.
Maybe you got your feet up.
The young duo's dropping double 40s. You're telling me they're chilling. All right.
Right.
Those guys weren't.
Man.
Those guys were not chilling. Maybe they came in just expecting to just kind of run
Yeah,
through
I
them,
know what
but,
you're saying.
but I think Amity caught them up a little bit by surprise.
Yeah.
And you have to win this if you're Amity. To just salvage IW in general, if you're Sender and Diabolic, you started on Renegades at the beginning of the year. You have a new org, a lot of money, a lot of attention. That doesn't go as planned. Now you're playing underneath a squad I've never heard of before today.
Right.
On the other side, Three's Up. Moch is showing his fire. This is a guy I've been following on Twitter since Ghost, and he's always outspoken, always telling people his mind, not always to, I guess, the happiness of his teammates, but he's going off. He started 18-8 in this game number 4.
Did you mute him yet, Puckett?
I have twice, and I've unmuted him once.
It's crazy to look at the lobby and say that, like, I guess Moch and Drama have had the most successful years out of everybody, like, coming in, like,
Yeah.
remember Diabolic and Cinder on Renegades, they get invited to PSX. We're all like, oh man, they'll carry over from last year into this year. They had Ivy on the squad as well. And then things just fall apart. I mean,
Oh, it sure did.
yeah, it just does not work out.
Ooh.
As, I guess Swarley, he kind of like came into the limelight a little bit when he was on United, for the one event. But other than that, I mean, Moch with Allegiance at the beginning of the year and then Drama with Gosu Crew. It's really the two standout players in this match. And Pemby as well. Pemby, beginning of the year.
Pemby 14-16 currently, and as it stands, it's 3's up, 145 to 139. But Amity coming back into this again. If you are just tuning in, Amity down 2-1 in the series. They won the first hard point though, 250 to 220. It was close, but they were able to take it. And of course, they need the win here to force the game 5. This loses round 1. If they lose here, they have no more chances remaining at qualifying for the Call of Duty World Championship. And I believe the winner of this matchup will actually be playing Havoc in losers round 2. So another tough game coming up, Merc.
Yeah, and I mean, Havoc, I feel like they showed two different sides of the coin. They had a very good game number 1 where we saw them slaying. You saw Balance playing very well. On the other side, I feel like their second match, just in their respawns, they definitely got outslayed. You're going to have to see BZ if he can step it up. In match number 1, he had a ridiculous uplink half. So, a team, with Miracles who I would be pretty surprised to see them qualify again. Like, coming into this, they didn't even know yesterday if they were going to be
I know. I think they do have a good chance to qualify. Yeah. I like that Havoc team. And, just getting back to this Amity 3's Up series, the one thing that I just can't stop thinking about, just maybe not much of a random thought, but, I mean, you think about Diabolic and Cinder, like, how high their stock was last year, and, like, they just stuck with the same team for just so long. It's like why I don't really hate when, like, a player kind of cashes in on like a lot of their like high stock. Yeah. You look at Diabolic, second half of last year, we were talking about him maybe going to Envy. They were looking at John and Apathy, and like that opportunity doesn't work out. He doesn't kind of explore other options when he was like really like sought after, and nothing after that just kind of materializes for him. This is why like I don't really hate when a player who's getting a lot of props like leaves a team for maybe like a team that doesn't place as well but a little bit more stable. Like, I feel like that's a way you avoid situations that they've gone into.
Yeah, very interesting roster changes. Interesting to see Chino not even in the qualifier as well.
Yeah,
that was sort of part of that
Yeah.
lineup from last year. He's not even here. So some interesting roster moves from these guys. And like you said, Matt, if a roster change is imminent, you have to do it when your stock is high, because if you wait, that extra month or so where people start to, I guess, forget about how good you are.
Do it when you have the options.
Yeah, exactly.
When you have the options to go, multiple options to go somewhere good.
Well, just think about how many like top plays he had. Of course, that CTF one. I mean, him and Chino were just such a good duo together, and I felt like they definitely should have made a better roster change after that stage 1. I mean, if you look at it, in stage 2, they did make it to the finals. It's not like they didn't go far. It just champs. They just choked big time.
You saw that team ending though.
Yeah.
As it stands, score 205 to 203. 3's up with a 2-second lead. Hardpoint about to rotate. And to be honest with you, Chris, this is looking like it could be a nail-biting final few moments to this game number 4.
I mean, Moch slowed down, but now he's heating up once again here for 3's up. They fell behind on the scoreboard, and Amity has control early on. So 3's up. They got a break now because Amity can win on this hill. And Sender and Diabolic have taken over this game. Sender now is looking at +6. Diabolic went on some nice streaks. They're looking for the spawners, and all they have to do is get 1 or 2 more clears. Sender's setting himself up to get at least 1 kill here.
Those guys spawned far away. He was looking forever. He's like, are they here? They're here.
They literally could not have spawned any farther away.
It looks good for Amity. 237, 205 in the hill. It was Drama from 3's up. He will fall. And Amity with 14 seconds left available on the hill, and they only need 6 seconds left. Mochila desperately tries to get in there. He will fall. Swally was able to pick up Sender elsewhere. Last player pushing is going to be Colchan. He goes down. In fact, Swally, my mistake, he goes in but falls as well, and that's going to be the final score. 250. Wow. 05. And Amity do what they do on hardpoint. They pick up the win, and they force, more importantly, a Game 5 in that series. Teep, if you had to give a prediction for a Game 5 in that one?
Oh my gosh, Ben.
I know.
That's a hell of a question.
It is, isn't it?
Okay, going back to like that Renegades lineup, like we were talking about, sort of the history there. I think I'm going to go with Amity. You know, a lot of time that team had that success because they did go down to the map number 5 scenarios, and for whatever reason, I think they won, like, I don't remember the stat off the top of my head, but it was definitely more than half of their Game 5s throughout the couple of seasons of Pro League last year. So if I had to choose, I'm going with the experience of those two in the map 5.
They just lost a Game 5 to straight Rippin, though. That's what has me afraid for Amity.
But no Dashy this time. Dropping 17 bomb FTL.
True.
1v2 clutches, 3 pieces, round 11s. Dashy, very, very talented. That is for sure. We've spoken enough about him. We'll be seeing him, of course, at Call of Duty Championships. We actually caught up with the Allegiance squad after they qualified to hear their thoughts on what it means to play at the Call of Duty World Championship.
All right, Maven here with Mayhem from the Allegiance roster. You guys have got your 2 wins. You've qualified now for champs. Immediately, I just want to hear how you feel, pal.
Everything feels good. We expected this. We've been grinding really hard. Love my teammates. They're my best friends, brothers, families. Yeah, feeling good.
Well, talk to me a little bit about the transition and preparation from Anaheim. You guys knock out Envy, I believe, first round losers. You play them. You go 5 maps with Cloud9. You end up finishing top 20. Then you had a couple weeks to prep and get ready for this. Can you tell me a little bit about that time?
We've always been like a good team. We just needed to polish our gameplay. Against C9, we choked against them really bad. Same with Envy. We were up 2-0, and then they came back 2-2, Game 5. We just make it really hard on ourselves, but now we're just polishing our game, trying to make it better so we don't choke.
All right. Well, yeah, definitely no chokes, please. But you got the 2 victories here. Talk to me a little bit just about the run today for the LCQ. How overall did things go for you? How you feeling about the team?
Everything went great. Like, we scrim these teams every other day. We play a lot, so we know like what their breaks are, what they do. We know like all the players as well. I don't know. It was just pretty easy. We knew we were gonna win. We're just happy. We're gonna go celebrate.
All right, well, last thing, anything to say to maybe your personal fans of Allegiance, now they got to see you guys qualify? Anything to say to the fans?
I just want to thank all the fans out there that are supporting us. Big shout out to Vandy and Connor. And also, yeah, no more chokes. Hopefully, we're going to polish our game and do well at Champs.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do. They're at Champs competing for $1.5 million. Buddy, congrats. Let's keep it rocking. Thank you.
Allegiance looking good, and as you hear, no more chokes coming in from them.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully, right? Especially considering you're playing in a Call of Duty World Championship.
Can't promise anything
there. But they have, of course, qualified. We know 4 teams. We're still waiting to find out the remaining 4. For now, we're going to quick commercial break. When we return, Game 5 between Amity and 3ZEL. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last chance qualifier here at the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. It's Game 5 between Amity and Threes Up in a loser's bracket, round number 1. Lose this, you go home, Threes Up, 3-0 up.
Sender got Amity to this position. He went off in game number 4. Amity completes the comeback in hardpoint, but Threes Up, they've won both of their attacks. Colchan showing the sniper early in the game, getting some first bloods. Amity, they need a first blood here, Matt, to give themselves a chance. They haven't done it in the previous 2 rounds.
Sender picks up a kill there, Diabolic with 1 more, and you have the site completely open, but 2 kills quickly. Make it 3, 4 Threes Up. It'll force a 1v1. Pemby going up against Drama.
Pemby had a really rough uplink, just 11 kills in that game. But he has been a star in previous rounds of Search and Destroy already this weekend. We saw him with an ace. All he needs here is a 1v1. And he's deciding what to do with bomb in hand. He is running out of time to plant. Player number 4, Drama, is looking for him, and Drama is going to win the round for Threes Up, already a 4-0.
Yeah, Drama gets the nice timing there. Knew Pemby had to plant the bomb. He had no other option. Comes out, checks Pemby sliding forward, had an idea that Drama was playing in that position. It's an easy gunfight win. Now Amity finds themselves down 0-4 here in game 5. Loser is going home.
And the first search wasn't pretty. It was Threes Up dominating. Amity has to step it up right now. They're on the defensive end, those blue arrows. And Sender is going to find another first blood. In fact, he's going to follow it up with a second kill on Swirly. If you lose this round, you're letting this man down.
I mean, they just lost the round the exact same way. I mean, Sender got 1, Diabolic got another one, and then they just fed kills 2 Threes Up. And Mochilla is able to get 1 kill. Now it's just on Colchan. He is taken out, so Amity close out their first round.
Back-to-back first bloods, finally a round win for Amity. I would love to open things up with Sender as we go back on the attack. One more look at how Apox finished off Colchan here. As Amity is not out of it yet, but Threes Up, you got to be feeling great if you're in this position. You are up 4-0. You only need 2 more rounds. Plenty of time to work with if you're Threes Up.
Well, and Threes Up is going to get closer to the payload abilities faster. So you see how close Drama is and Colchan to their payloads. You imagine, you get 1 more round on the board, you get the payloads, you're up, something like 5-1 or 5-2, you're in a good spot, but it's going to be 2 more kills at the beginning. 3 kills at the beginning make it 4 Amity. Drama gets camo. Would not use it this round as it's a 1v3 scenario.
And once again, it was Pemby and Sender getting kills 1 and 2 right away for Amity. They're starting to find a little bit of momentum. This is 3 straight rounds where they get the intro first 2 kills.
Yeah, they don't win all 3 rounds. They lose that initial round, which may be the one that ends up coming back to haunt them, because you give some more kills to Drama, who now has his camo. You lose the round. I mean, you win that one, you're looking at a 3-3 game right now. Yeah, you wouldn't care if Drama had the camo, but 4-2, Drama with the camo, it's a big deal.
Swirly with some of the most impressive Astro hair I have seen yet in competitive gaming. Drama, though, pops the camo, as you touched on, Matt, and here he's putting it to use. Everyone wiped in about 15 seconds. That's a nice use of a payload, and even better execution by your teammates behind you.
Yeah, it's a really nice use of camo. He comes straight down bike path. Mochilla behind had already picked up 2. Drama finishes off the others. It's a nice push there.
This is match point right now for Threes Up. You're not locking in your spot at champs, but you're giving yourself a chance to move closer.
You're knocking out a pretty good team in Amity, so another team you don't have to go through in the loser bracket to potentially qualify. You get rid of them now. Sender and co. We need to rally off 4 straight rounds to hang in here, and it's going to be first blood going in favor to Swirly and Threes Up.
What an aggressive play from Swirly. They have the rounds to work with, and Swirly's aggression is going to pay off. Diabolic, Pemby, and Apox. Their tournament hopes on the line right here. They need to clutch up in a 3v4.
It's not really a great spot for them to go either, as see Swirly actually was checking over towards the top side from the mid rails, and he doesn't spot them go by, so.
Yeah, he turned at the worst timing here. There's a player directly in front of him leading the charge. They want to start the gunfight here as Apox is able to grab 2. It's now down to a 2-on-2. Pemby in a 1v1 versus Drama. It's not Karma. Can Pemby clutch up?
We'll see. So, 1v1 rematch from rounds earlier as that one, Drama came out on top. Same scenario, it'll be Pemby on offense. This time, it's gonna opt for the A site instead of the B.
And Drama is already set up here, but he is just so mobile. Look how quick he snaps on, though. 3's up. They stay alive in our tournament today. They will get a chance to play against one of our teams that lost in the winners just a few moments ago.
Congratulations to 3's up. As you said, Chris, the 3-2 victory for them. Of course, that wasn't a qualification game. It was an elimination game. So Amity, they have been eliminated from the last chance qualifier, which means 3's up. They will face Havoc for their spot at the Call of Duty World Championship. Now, elsewhere, another game which is for qualification for the Call of Duty World Championship is a game going on Station 2. That is Rogue versus Edax. I know we were kind of talking a little bit about it in the commercial break. Here's a highlight of basically what happened in that map number 1. It does go Rogue's way. And Teep, I feel like you should probably going in be maybe a little bit more confident towards Rogue winning this series.
Yeah, I definitely would pick Rogue. They seem to have some more solid performances overall. But the two that have really impressed me, I guess, if I had to pick a couple players, is GodRx and Pander on the side of Rogue. Just both these players seem like they're usually the better 2 players in the lobby. GodRx is one of the best slayers that I've seen probably throughout the LCQ thus far. Just great stuff overall from them.
Yeah, fantastic performance from them. You mentioned GodRx. I mean, you see them. They're 21-20. Rogue close it out without really too much to worry about. And then, of course, they're going over to a Search and Destroy throwback as a game number 2. Matt, is this going to be a 3-0, do you think, for Rogue?
I think it has the potential to. I know Teep and I were off the last match. We were in the back just talking a little bit. And you can see that, like, obviously, you know, a lot of talented players here. But I feel like there are some players who have clearly kind of put themselves above the others. And I think, you know, Rogue is fortunate to have 2 of them in GodRx and Pander.
Yep, they are indeed. Of course, this a live look-in in a losers round 2 game. So that means the winner of this will get that spot at the Call of Duty World Championship. And as it starts off, it is going to be a 3 versus 2 in favor of Edax Pro.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of people are probably surprised to see Edax Pro in this losers round 2 match. You know, they do have a chance to qualify for the World Championship, and you know, what a surprise that would be, especially for those guys. Again, when you look at Edax Pro, not too much to know about him. Again, Solo was a Black Ops 1 Pro player a long time ago, and then
a long time ago.
Yeah, he obviously went, you know, to the military, but you know, he's finished up there and he's on his way back. But Rogue able to clutch up that 2v3. You have to be able to close out those rounds if you're Edax.
Be a very impressive story, of course, if he was able to qualify. Solo, that is, but have to wait and see. You got to go through Rogue first, and Rogue leads the series 1-0 after their first hardpoint victory, and now they lead the Search and Destroy as well, Chris. I mean, for Edax, what do they have to do against this Rogue squad? We know Rogue is full of confidence.
You need Durpin, right? He was your guy earlier.
There you go.
What is Durpin going to be able to get done? And let's take a look at him here with the K-Bar. So far, you've seen them not working together incredibly well. And Durpin, how aggressive he is there. 3 players waiting for him on the other side, and he keeps pushing. I feel like at times, Edax is just throwing their bodies at the enemy, and they're not even getting healthy engagements throughout this.
You don't have to watch too often to find out that on throwback Search and Destroy, you can't go up to the bomb and then just run right by it.
You can't?
There's always a guy in that close corner, like
every time.
I mean, he just ran
every time.
Right to the bomb. He waited a second, and then he just ran.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not going to work out.
I think, like, especially early on, that's an obvious play. But if you sort of, you know, notice a team works the flank a lot, sometimes that lemon push is available, but it's better to use, again, if you just saw Drama.
You got to let the game develop a little bit.
Yeah, you got to let the game develop. Also, if you have camo, that's a great push because it might catch people off guard. Again, we just saw that with 3's up and Amity. But yeah.
First round of offense, I wouldn't exactly
do that,
call that.
You definitely want to control middle, first of all. We've talked about it
Bold
time and
move.
time again on Throw by S&D, how important middle is, and you can see Johnny just trying to get that mid-map presence.
So smart from Johnny as well. He spots the cankles. Now he makes the calls. Does he know all 4 hit the flank, though? That's the big question. Interesting strategy on defense here from Edax, but it doesn't pay off. Zeus is going to get picked first. Basically, the teams have flipped spawns. The bomb's still not planted here.
Yeah, and we talked about just how many times first blood on throwback. I'm pretty sure, you know, JP, our stats guy, always hits it up. Oh, again, perfect 10 for 10. If you got first blooded, you win that round. And it just seems like Rogue doing such a good job controlling the map. And they gain so much information, again, by controlling that middle map. Johnny, he's able to see all 4 of those guys cross.
And Edax didn't get a single kill.
Nope.
In that round. They all got wiped. One by one, they are getting picked apart here by this Rogue squad. You can see there's better communication, there's better strategy, and there's better execution up to this point. I feel like you need some hero plays, but make those hero plays when you got a buddy close enough to trade.
You need a hero.
I mean, to that point, do you need hero plays though? I mean, the first blood comment that you made, Merc. I mean, it's been the comment and the stat throughout the entire of the stages, stage 1 and stage 2. First bloods wins your search and destroy.
I mean, they got it, but Godforms was alone, or he was just with one person where Rogue sent 3 middle, and 2 of the guys went towards this B bomb site. They got the bomb down. Of course, that's great, but you're in a 3v2 situation now. So just seems like maybe their strategy is a little off, but some bad shots there. Durpin able to pick up one now at 2v2. Panda picks up another. Let's see, there's still a lot of time on the clock. Durpin, he has to play this smart.
Durpin in the 1 versus 2, and he will fall despite playing the blue side.
I don't know what he's doing.
A pull around right there.
Okay. I need to be critical of some of these teams. There's just a lot of coin flip plays going on. What I mean by that is these guys they just pick a random timing and try and hit something, or randomly try and peek and take a gunfight. And if you look at the difference between the top pro teams that we're going to see in playoffs and a lot of these teams in Search and Destroy specifically, it's like everything's coordinated. They only react to things after they gain some sort of information. It seems like Edax is just randomly peeking out and challenging gunfights. I don't think I've seen one trade from them throughout this Search and Destroy on throwback. Probably the easiest map to pick up trades. It's poor play from Edax. It's showing through. Rogue making it look real easy.
That stuff works online for teams, though.
No, it does.
Like, you
send a guy,
it's like an online play stuff.
Hero play.
Yeah, just, oh, hey, I'm just going to hit this, and I'm just going to kill somebody. It's
and it works or it doesn't.
Yeah, but in this setting, it doesn't.
No, you need you thrive on consistency in a situation like this.
Rogue using the double scarabs to clear out the bomb site. Panda in the far back is picked by Zeus. The K-bar.
Zeus, the lightning. Bang.
Because lightning goes bang, baby.
It does, dude. It's loud.
I like it. Stamina 1 versus 2 against Zeus himself, and of course, Solo.
He's going to win this. This is a 5-0 start for Rogue.
Zeus is still alive.
Yeah, I was going to say, dude, watch out for Zeus.
Yep. Evidently shooting lightning, according to Joe.
They are in position to trade kills here for Edax.
Well, he makes it a 1v1. Zeus goes down.
Oh,
no!
Come on.
Bang, pulls it. The 1v2.
Oh.
Rogue a 5-0.
Luckily for him, there was a giant lemon to slide behind him.
And the worst part is I said they were in position to trade kills.
We thought.
Yeah.
You would have thought.
Yeah, but that lemon caught you off guard, Chris. Sure did.
I did not anticipate a lemon in the middle of this gunfight.
If EX Pro was confused by the outcome of the round, I believe it was Stamina who definitely stood up and reminded them of what happened and who won that round.
This game's over.
Sometimes you gotta let them know. God RX 6-2, Panda 4-1, Johnny 6-2.
Where did he even go that he got first blood of that?
Yeah, like Godforms again hit mid-map by
And
himself.
here comes his streaks. All right, you dodged the first one.
This is...
Watch out, Zeus. He's coming for you.
This is brutal.
Durpin did get picked while those streaks were coming down. And so it's just Zeus and Solo left alive here in game number 2.
Yeah, just look how coordinated Rogue are again.
Yeah.
Besides this one player who got into the top of the base, all 3 of them are flanking. Looks like Johnny, that was him. He was able to play with that one now, 4v1. That was a quick game, too.
The hot 6-0.
It's a lot of teamwork versus not a lot of teamwork.
That's true.
And Rogue was furious. They were so frustrated that they didn't win that last series. I think they're trying to make a statement as they lock up their spot.
Completely agree. Of course, Rogue now find themselves 1 map away from qualifying for the Call of Duty World Championship. They have a 2-0 lead over Edax. Elsewhere in the tournament, of course, we're going to see Havoc versus Threes up on Station 1. That game still has not begun. Before we get there, though, I do want to take a moment just to have a quick look and refresher on our brackets, just so if you are just tuning in for the first time today, you can see exactly where all your teams that you may be watching currently fall. Of course, winners bracket, we know are 4 teams that have already qualified. Project Evil, Echo Fox, Straight Rippin, and of course, Allegiance. The bigger question, of course, is the losers bracket. Which teams we expect to see potentially go through? As of right now, it looks very good. very, very, very good that Rogue will be one of those teams. But here, of course, we'll be looking at the games. On the top side, Lethal versus Panda, In Control versus Team Kaliber, Havoc versus 3's Up, Rogue versus Edex Pro. I do want to just have a quick conversation about that TK matchup against In Control. Matt, I think that was where you wanted to go.
That is. I think that's one where I would not be surprised if In Control pulled an upset. Not been overly impressed with TK today. I think they've been pretty lackluster. You know, In Control, Nelson, Legal, TCM, they have some guys who, if they catch fire, it could be scary for TK.
Legal! He's going to do it. It could be very scary for TK. I mean, they started off the day relatively shaky. They're hard point. They threw a 100-point lead.
Well, even against the match they won, that 100-point lead they threw away.
Almost 120-point lead in Game 4.
That was Game 4 they almost threw away. Game 3 Uplink they win by 2, and they got outslayed. Like, their slaying just doesn't seem to be there. Accuracy in that game number 4 finally picked it up for TK. But you know, definitely looking at people like Gunjar and Theory, they definitely, that old duo has to come alive. Still.
Theory was on point earlier. I think they have the potential, but like Joe said, they just don't have the firepower as of late.
Right, they need to really step things up, but there's still plenty of action here at the last chance qualifier. We'll return after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League Last Chance Qualifier for North America. as it stands. We were jumping in between the Rogue and Edax game, and Rogue 2-0 up in the series. They're in game 3, and 30 seconds has gone by, and they already find themselves 2-0 up in the link. So
that was fast.
That was very, very quick, Merc. I'm not going to lie. Rogue, of course, one map away from booking their spot at the Call of Duty World Championship. A win here will secure that ticket, and it will sadly knock Edax out. And of course, for Edax, they will not qualify for the World.
I'll be honest with you, Ben, I think this one's done.
I haven't seen that. All right, before Solo got the 2 kills, I had not seen Blue in the feed.
You were doing your introduction, just talking. And
I was doing my thing.
You missed the most important parts of the game. It's 4-0 already.
4-0. You know, I think the important thing to note is this game is not going to finish 4-0. This could spiral a little bit out of control. Going to be honest, Rogue looking very good, and they're playing with confidence, rightfully so. Of course, they come off a 6-0 victory, game 2, Search and Destroy. Zeus showing a little bit of life. Will secure the 1-point play.
And I think Rogue put up 20 points against Panda earlier in their very first uplink.
Okay. That's a lot of
points. At least that's what Johnny told me in the lobby. So Rogue could really run up the score against Edax Pro. And you look at the numbers here coming into the match, Rogue, they, of course, are going to be coming in with the 9th seed. Edax Pro, the second to the bottom, number 15 seed overall.
They play teams tough, though. You know, not really this series representative of that, but you know, Edax Pro, I think, has had a pretty good showing. I know Solo has had some big games. See a 1-point throw miss there from Godforms. I think this series, they've just been kind of outmatched, you know, gun on gun.
Was it close against ALG? Because they got 3-0'd in their first match.
I think it was.
I think it was. It was pretty close,
yes.
yeah. But Rogue, I just think they're sort of tiers to competitive Call of Duty teams, and I think Rogue is just a tier ahead of a lot of these teams here. You could probably put teams like Straight Rippin, Allegiance. I think Rogue, Project Evil, everyone just sort of knew that these guys were for certain based on matchups.
Who would be your top 4 teams here? Like just taking away the seat.
I feel like Echo Fox really wasn't challenged, to be honest. I feel like if they went up against like a Rogue or like a Lethal, it would have been a much better game. I'm not too sure. I definitely would have put Project Evil up there.
Do you have Straight in there? After the performances of Ricky and Study, which you're showing, because this isn't the problem is you have Dashy there, right? And Temi, you're like, it's hard not to.
I think you put them up there. And then after that, definitely Allegiance. I think Allegiance is definitely one of the teams that we knew was going to get through.
Fair enough. Of course, back to this one.
Oh, no. Wow. That's what I was saying.
5-1, 7-1. 2 minutes still to go here in the first half. And to be honest, Teep, this is just pretty brutal.
Go back to the God.
Unbelievable stuff. The passing coming in, and I wanted to touch on that. Actually, it was one of the points I was going to bring up with Rogue and Uplink specifically. It looks like they're the only team that knows how to, you know, get those back-to-back. The relay, that's the word I'm looking for. Get that pass off from reset over the next player, over the next player. When they got when they got those 20 points versus Panda earlier, they would set up a chain on Precinct from ball spawn to top balcony to the point, and they did that 3 times in a row, just passing the drone over and over again while simultaneously holding a spawn trap. Very impressive Uplink from
GodRx was in their base for a solid 2 minutes.
I thought he lived there.
Yeah, he was in their base for something.
He knew where they were spawning as well and dropping missiles on their head as they popped up on the map. That is total control of the map. And Rogue, Johnny says they played the game the right way. Is there a right way to play IWT?
100%. If you've watched the analyst desk at all, when we're being critical, it's because players aren't playing the quote-unquote right way.
Is that the right way?
That's a wall. That was a shot. That's like me playing golf.
That's definitely the Uplink portal right there. 10-1 still the scoreline in favor of Rogue. Edax with 50 seconds left to try and get something on the board. The problem is it's going to be Johnny who has possession of the drone. Ouch. And yep, that's going to be streaks.
I would tell you what though, I don't think, you know, Edax is the number 15 seed. I don't know if they're like that, you know, like representative of like that team. I think they're probably a little bit better than that. I think this is just, they're going up against one of the tougher teams here. Like, I think if you were to look on paper, like, from what we've seen from them, like, not in this series, but in some of their previous ones, like, playing some teams tough, like, I think there's definitely teams here they could have beaten. I just think they end up running into one that.
Well, I mean, they beat Fury, who had players like Remy and Shipping, who we saw playing so well, and they were able to take that team down. I feel like that Fury team was pretty solid, you know, as coming in as like a number 10 seed. I mean, I would have definitely thought Remy would have, in his, you know, friends would have been in the running for a chance at a spot.
Was Stam with Fury last event? It's starting to come back to me now. I'm pretty sure Stamina was the 4th before Miyagi was brought in.
I think he was, because I know Miyagi wasn't on that team.
Right. Yeah. I think that is right.
And Stam is now finding himself on Rogue with a chance to lock in his spot at the Call of Duty World League Championship. Rogue total control at the half. 10-point advantage. Pretty decent game of Frost, boys.
It's a blowout.
It is a complete blowout.
It's a blowout right now.
It's a lot of points to a little points.
I'll put some dollars on this game, though. I'm going to go ahead and say that Stam finishes with most kills.
Yo, Joe, where's Zeus's lightning?
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, what happened?
Bang!
Doesn't work in ice.
Wouldn't it be like hail or?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
If it was nice, doesn't really matter.
God RX
There's a-
counters Zeus. You know that?
The battle of the gods.
Did you go to school of mythology, dude? Did you read about that stuff?
Nah, thanks,
Yeah,
Joe.
me neither.
If you didn't know, now you know.
That's Johnny on a 2 streak. It's, just watching him
He's patrolling.
roaming around the EDX Pro side of the map as see the drone in the hands of Zeus. EDX Pro trying to get some points on the board here, trying to force the issue through sub bay.
Just throw a lightning bolt at him. Told you.
That was a good timed 1-point throw. Jumped out instead of throwing it right into the guy who was trying to intercept it. Just waited an extra second, able to get the 1-point throw off. A lot of players actually messed that up.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like EDX, they have the right idea. It just feels
They
like
do.
the slaying just is too much for them to handle. And then when they get trapped in the base, it seems like they're making split decisions. Some are overextending, some are wrapping back, and that's really the biggest issue is you have to either sort of get that drone control or get your base control.
Just feels like the pace is really fast for them right
Yep.
now. Yeah, I think they would have excelled like in a little bit of a slower pace. Like I think if this was Precinct, I don't think the score is as lopsided.
I think this situation describes it perfectly. You saw Rogue make that decision to overextend all 4 players, go blue. You're going to give up an extra dunk, and that's completely fine. Look at that. They countered to get that lead back up to 10. That's the game-changing plays. I feel like EDX, if they were put in that sort of scenario, well, we did see it on the other side. X was able to stay alive in the base for so darn long.
Yeah, this road team is definitely going to be a team to watch out for. I mean, obviously, we're going to have that draw, that COD Champs draw soon, and wherever they land, it's going to be very dangerous for them. You definitely want to avoid this road team. They can cause some upsets.
Would you say this team, this Rogue team, has looked like the best team here at the Last Chance Qualifier? Is that fair to say?
Well, they got beat by Project Evil, right? So
True.
you'd probably put them ahead of Rogue, but Rogue, I think, is definitely close by.
Yeah, I think Project Evil is on another level. They showed in the 1v1 matchup, but also just historically what they've done this year.
Yep.
2 top 16 placings compared to what Rogue performed in Anaheim. I think it's still going to be Project Evil at the top of the leaderboard there.
I'd actually take Allegiance. I think come Champs time, I think you look at either Allegiance or I actually think Straight to make an upset. I just think when you look at Straight, I mean, obviously, you know, Ricky and Study, they could have some, you know, poor games, but I just think the upside between Temp and Dashy is so high that they potentially could steal a series off somebody.
No.
I don't know about that.
I don't know, man.
I see what Matt's saying, though. Like, if you can get one of those God games from Study,
yeah, no,
maybe.
absolutely.
If you, it's
Right, but we're talking consistency here.
no chance in hell.
No, there you go.
But at Champs, I mean, you win one series against a top team, that kind of throws the group out of question. Like, you have a chance.
Yeah, you get
the potential's there.
Like, if you ask me, like, if I had to take one team, like, if there was one series against a Pro League team right now, who would stand the best chance? You'd have to consider Straight. In one series, can Dashy or Temp be the best player in that series? Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and talking about Search and Destroy, from what I've seen from Straight, yes, I know it's not the best competition here, but I think that individual playmaking ability, they can catch a lot of these pro teams in Search and Destroy, especially going into a group scenario at Champs. Maybe some of the top teams are, you know, not taking it 100%, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's possible for Dashy to drop some numbers on you.
And that was what was interesting, because Temp in the interview actually said, yeah, the one thing he needs to work on are those playmaking abilities. And I'm kind of sat there going, this is the guy that clutched a 1v2 in round 10.
I think what he was trying to say is, like, making the more consistent play. You know what I mean? Not trying to world star people all the time. You're not going to drop. Well, my point is that you're going into Champs groups when you're playing those top seeded teams. Let's say you face, like, an LG.
Right.
You're not going to world star 17 bomb them. Like, it's not going to happen.
Or are you?
yeah, the FT, he's probably the best FTL player I've seen.
Oh,
honestly.
yeah. Well, he preemptively pops it. It's so cool to watch.
Straight has also been one of the teams out of this that has been getting scrims against pro teams as well. So you think, I mean, they're getting this practice here on LAN. Then they're going home, they're playing against other pro teams. I mean, think about some of the guys who lost in week 1 and week 2 of the Global Pro League who haven't played on LAN in weeks, you know, not really a ton of scrims because some of the other teams are traveling.
Straight's actually had a lot of preparation up until this.
Yeah, I know they've played EG quite a bit. I always see them sort of, hey, are we getting on tonight at 7? So I don't know if that's the best scrim partner, but hey, it's better than
Study just wants to beat EG, whether it's a scrim or whatnot.
Look at that, almost 20 points again.
Yeah.
The points per game for Rogue is pretty unreal.
Did you win your bet, Chris? Did Stamino have the most?
I did. Definitely won.
I don't know if that's...
Oh, no, that's true.
You have no idea if that's factual information, do you? You're just going to say it. It happened.
Watch the scoreboard. Watch it.
I'm just looking for the scoreboard.
Yep.
I'm focused on that scoreboard. Was Chris right? I'm focused on Rogue moving through. Congrats on that 3-0.
True.
We're focused
That's
on your
factual.
bet.
Congratulations, of course, to Rogue. They joined Echo Fox, Project Evil, Straight Ripping, and Allegiance with their spots at Call of Duty World Championship. That means there's just 3 spots remaining. For now, we're going to quick commercial break. When we return, more action from the LCQ. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier here at the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. We have 3 spots remaining for the Call of Duty World Championship, which means we have 3 matches remaining. And I believe the game going on Station 1 right now is Havoc versus 3's Up. The winner of this series gets a spot at the World Championship.
All right, Jack, let's get right into this one. We saw, the first one we casted was an impressive performance from Havoc to start the day against TK. Let's see if they can muster up some more magic.
Here we go, baby. Map number 1, it's going to be Retaliation Hardpoint. We are hopping in, or not Retaliation. I just lied to you all. It's Breakout Hardpoint. We are hopping in, obviously, a few hills in, but it's dead even. Might as well just start it from here, as Havoc are currently up by about 5 seconds. Standout performances so far. Realistically, the big thing for me, everyone positive on Havoc, while you have the rest of the squad of 3's Up struggling right now in the slaying department.
Easy right now trying to hold on strong here. He's 8-5, gets the assisted suicide off the back, and his teammates clean up everything for now. This has been a solid hold at commissary. I didn't get a chance to cast much from 3's Up. Have you had eyes on with him? Anyone that stood out for you?
Haven't been able to talk or see too much of them. Definitely some ups and downs so far from Drama. You're seeing here right now, 4-7. But outside of that, I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier with Mochila and how he was feeling confident, and then, the next thing you know, they were having some issues because Drama's internet was out or something and couldn't scrim. I don't know how to stand with this team right now. Havoc, on the other hand, we casted actually more of BZ and Holler that you'd expect this year with the events we've done up in Canada and seeing them at other major events. And then obviously Miracles, he's no stranger to Call of Duty Championship moments. as he's won one himself back in 2013.
Well, let's see who can get the best of each other in this first map and get a foot forward and trying to qualify as one of the 32 teams for the CWL Championship just a week and a half away. Havoc built up that lead to just over 30 points. Now into our next rotation here at the central rooftop. It's Kolchan just trying to parole here inside a loading. The slide gets him off. It is so powerful, man.
Oh, the slide is absolutely nuts. You got, the best players use it, man, and it's for examples just like that. So close to earning these streaks is Bounds. There's one. Does he try to challenge a second in this top window? We'll see how really confident he is in himself. Not going to get the points for capturing that hard point, and not going to get the streak either. He seemed lost there at the end. Wasn't sure exactly who that final player would be.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going off. I think he was in a groove at 17-9, just kind of feeling himself. But you'd like to maybe play that a little bit smarter for an easy pick in transition. Try and get yourself fully streaked out, despite the fact that they build up a significant lead here now. As we head to cell block, you can see it's all threes up. There's one player in the backside, which is going to be Beezy, who has a chance from Havoc to really disrupt things here. Ooh. He gets one kill, smoked on the second by Kolchan.
Gotta commend Kolchan right here. Pushes into this hard point all by himself, surrounded by players from Havoc. Winds up getting 2, 3, now 4 kills. Stays alive the entire time on the rotation. Has helped his team get the spawns. And now might be able to even help his team get the lead if they get the full 60 here.
And we just saw Bounds pick up streaks on the other side. King Colt.
Oh, that. I feel bad.
It looked like it came out of his face there.
Yeah,
just got stuck. And unfortunately, you know, he was, what, 250 off Trinities. He maybe makes a play with that, finds another kill. You see him building towards streaks.
Wow.
That's an unfortunate way to go.
Well, Kolchan, your streak was looking great until you called in the score streak you earned. Havoc will get the rest of the time, honestly, because of that. And now they're back to up to a 45-second lead as we begin to rotate towards Grave. You can see the slang is quieted down just a little bit for the side of Havoc. But either way, the damage has already been done. They're going to begin to push on through with the Trinity Rocket as now they look to put the pressure on.
Bounds getting what information he can, takes out Mochila. Now the collapse is on. First engagement in Cave, not going to go his way. Despite the fact that the streak is invested, threes up, still holding strong here. Unless Holler has something to say about it. Gets a first kill, nice shots into a second, but can't finish.
I don't like that challenge. I never like that challenge when people try to hover over that, that bulldozer. For the most part, the people in the cave, enough of your body's exposed where it's a quick gunfight win. They're grounded, you're not. The shots are tough to hit. When you die there, instead of contesting or, you know, just staying alive, your teammates can watch over you. Now he's dead. It lets threes up push right up to that cover, and they're going to get the scrap time because of it.
Well, they were getting the strap time for a moment until Bounds came in the backside to make a kill. Now there's kind of a pinch opportunity developing for Havoc. Kolchan has to turn. Instead of pushing out towards Helipad, he has to deal with pressure from the back. Nobody's really won spawns yet so much for Commissary as the gunfight's still happening here by Helipad. Last man standing will be Moach. That'll put the favor on their side. You see the blue arrow spawning all the way out by cell block, and they have to make a decision. Are we going to hit mid-map? Are we going to hit the wall run? But look where Swirly, oh, they picked Swirly. Swirly's like right outside showers. I thought he was going to get a couple easy ones.
Well, now the decision has to be made from Havoc. Do they hit the wall run, or do they wind up pushing through middle map? I think this is the right call. Go middle map. Don't challenge that NV4. First Blood did come in for Miracles, but unfortunately a little bit ahead of his teammates before the trade could come in. Some nice movement from Drama. Keeps him alive for a second. But I do believe they've at least infiltrated this side of the base as Havoc look to get as much time as they can on Commissary.
They're trying to get in, get some time. Finally, with 20 seconds remaining, they get a couple ticks to go their way, but the rest has been all threes up. Scrap time will be to Havoc. We've got a 15-point game at this point. They'll blow open the lead a bit here with the final 10, but back and forth we went at Commissary. Let's see what Miracles and crew can do for our next rotation.
Yeah, Havoc still with this narrow lead. Do not count threes up out of this yet. And I can't believe I'm saying that, Maven, especially with how much they've been outslayed on this map up to this point. They've brought it a little bit closer, but still they haven't just been able to break on through. Some nice shots for a moment for Miracles, but he's not able to clean up the kill. There it is. They get loading control. They clear off the hard point, and now Havoc will look to retake. He runs out of ammo, and Kolchan gets a 3-piece because of it.
Despite the fact that Kolchan gets 3, the rest of his teammates were knocked out of the fight early in that, so all rotating back in, trying to get past the NV4 of Holler. He's got Bounds here to trade out the kill as well. Hard point time going to Havoc right now as they try to extend the lead once again.
And look at Kolchan again. Look at Kolchan again on the minimap. This is the exact same position he was in last time. The single player from threes up at that back cell block hard point, just trying to stay alive. This time he Oh my God, it's like he's unkillable. It's like he's unkillable when he's in cell block.
And Bounds,
he got another kill.
Bounds gets that kill. It ends up being massive. But now Colchan has had he's only 20 and 19, but how many of these kills have actually turned into points for his squad?
He is the reason why Threes Up has a chance in this game. Simple as that. Because of the plays he's made at cell block. Last time gets his team 40 seconds on this hill. This time again on rotation, holds off 3 members of Havoc. He is still alive watching the flank. Another 2-piece. Does he get the third? Colchan versus Miracles in a one-on-one. Both players one-shot. Miracles trying to stay alive. Colchan's still here. He's trying to just hold this front door. I do believe Colchan is still alive.
Colchan goes on a 4 streak both times and survives through almost the entire hard point. Finally, he is going to fall. Can his teammates back him up? The quick answer is no. 3 kills to Havoc. Finally, a little bit of, I guess, slowdown to the hectic gameplay we saw here at Cell Block. They'll easily enjoy these final 15 points, but now can we hop over to Beezy? I want to see him getting set up inside a medical bay, see what his POV looks like. Is 3 players already inside a Graven Cave.
Cannot stress enough, winner of this series goes to champs, loser goes home. Beezy trying to stay alive, 22 and 20 now. A minute and a half inside the objective. Havoc have to wait for a full push. They're going to lead with the Scarab. Even if he gets 25 points of this from an assist, he'll earn that FTL jump, use it to go right to the Bulldozer. Or no, he's going to try to charge forward. Bounds saves the payload for now. I think that they should have enough cover to push right on through if you're Havoc. Yeah, 227 to 192. They can shut the door right here.
I thought he was going to shoot straight up in the sky.
Same.
All the guns end up looking at him as he had a couple players in support, but they get it done without it. They can close the game out here. Just need 10 more points now. Beezy, Holler, Miracle still up inside, but they have to deal with the camo from Drama. Only finds one. Control still to Havoc. One more push to try and contest, and they have to get through a reactive armor player. Colchan slips in underneath. He's still trying to hold on to see another day. Runs out of ammo in the clip, and that will do it for game 1.
That would have been a much, much more of a blown open game if Colchan didn't make some of those plays at cell block. Either way, GG's, Havoc up 1-0.
And nicely played there by Havoc, as you said, up 1-0 in the series. Of course, this a qualifying matchup. You win this, and you had that ticket at the Call of Duty World Championship. For now, we'll just take a quick recap and a refresh button and take a look at our brackets now one more time just to update everyone on where we currently stand. Of course, qualified already for the World Championships. Project Evil, Echo Fox, Straight Rippin, and Allegiance. They were all from the winners bracket, but currently where we're at now is the losers bracket, and there's going to be 3 games currently going on simultaneously now to kind of close out the coverage of the Last Chance Qualifier. Of course, number 1 is the game that you guys were actually just casting. Of course, Havoc versus Threes Up. Havoc find themselves a 1-0 lead. We already know Rogue has qualified after that 3-0 victory over Edex, which leaves 2 other games, Lethal versus Panda and In Control versus Team Kaliber. And Jack Maybach, I want to get your opinions on those other 2 games real quick, especially the Team Kaliber game. We talked about it on the desk before you guys joined us. I don't think that's an easy one for TK,
no,
mate.
I think, I honestly, looking at every team left, I think I'm most scared of In Control. Honestly, I think that they are the scariest team you can have. Team Kaliber, you thought they got blessed at the start of the day with that kind of matchup we saw with FLG, and then they wind up dropping a hard point there, even with a wake-up call on that. They need to play better than they have played so far today, in my opinion, to be able to qualify and beat In Control.
I feel the same exact way. I don't think I was talking to some of the players outside about the matchup versus TK coming up, TCM and some of the other guys, and they were like, oh, well, the way they've been playing, we got this. Like, I'm not overconfident, but like Team Kaliber hasn't looked scary. You know, I think we all kind of agreed coming into today that they were certainly one of the favorites, one that we expected to get through. Yep. But they had a tough first round matchup versus Havoc. I don't know that TK gets in.
Yeah, I mean, Havoc, when they beat them in that first game, you just saw Bounds. I mean, he was going absolutely off in that game number 1, and he was really the difference maker. Him and Mir played extremely well versus Team Kaliber.
Don't forget Beezy. He had 24 kills and half of Uplink.
Yeah. but the rest of the series, those 2 played extremely well.
Yep, they did indeed. Memo, your thoughts on that TK matchup?
Well, I actually had TK. The question you asked at the start of the day was which team will I be looking at, and I chose TK. And the interesting thing was there's always that little bit of doubt in my mind now about TK since we passed the era of them coming second non-stop, and it's just creeping up again. You know, will they qualify? Going in, I agree with these guys. I actually favor TK to not make it to champs.
And of course, to that point, Team Kaliber, for some of the Call of Duty esports vets out there, I mean, this is an organization which, you go back to Black Ops 2, they had had great performances. You go back to Ghost, they were famously the second place team. They just couldn't beat Complexity. It's the past full of history.
The past 2 years has honestly been like a TK nightmare. I mean, it's just not the best, not what you expect from these guys. Just sort of the start of their Call of Duty competitive history. They were doing so well, as you said. Consistently top 8. Goonjar Theory were so good. Just since then, just fallen off a lot.
We need Sharp back.
Bring him back.
Get him back.
Sharp was the factor. Sharp was the factor. I mean, you must be right. I mean, Sharp, a fantastic individual, but of course that TK game still to come versus In Control, as well as Lethal versus Panda. For now, though, we can go back over to station number 1 with Havoc versus 3s Up. Havoc with a 1-0 lead.
We'll be doing our best here to cover these final 3 series. We know there's a lot of fans out there praying for their team to get into champs. If you are just joining us, Havoc secured a Game 1 victory. Let's see what 3s Up can do to answer in Search and Destroy.
Colchan tried to get that cheeky drag snipe onto the player and underpass, but it's a free plant for 3s Up. Love that use of the tactical to watch out for his close wall. He knows that that's his area that can easily be pushed towards on sidewalk. Gets his team a ton of information. They're worried about one more player close. Swarley cleans up both. Nice shot from Colchan to close it out. I tell you right now, that stun is not thrown to at least give his team information that that area is about to be pressured. That is a completely different round. I love that.
He gets some information, has a teammate there to cover him. I mean, how many times do we see a sniper at Bus get isolated and taken out, whether it's through the flank or hitting that mid fence like you talked about? They have support for him. He doesn't do a lot until the end of the round, but he gets a ton of information.
If they're going to give it middle map control like that, they need to give themselves as much of a warning that there could be pressure from that high-flying wall. That tactical is what does it. How often do you see a sniper rifle player use a tactical? Never.
It's true. Oh, let's see what Miracles can do on the other side of things. Knows he has one shot. I don't know how Colchan gets the better of him there. But it will be back and forth trades until it's like one player down from each side, then next thing you know, round over.
Very, very quick round again. 3s Up take that one with ease. As we'll see again from Mochilla's perspective, that NV4 hits every single bullet onto both players to clean him up.
We'll see if Mochilla can take over here. He was one of the better S&D players back. I mean, we're going way back to Ghost. He's had strong finishes basically every year in at least one tournament.
Yes.
I know he'd like to finish the year out strong here at COD Champs. Let's see if they can get in. This game too is so important.
See that? I never like that play. I never like that play on this map. I'll talk a little bit more about it as this round goes on, but Bounds will fall on back, try to stay alive. Over to a 3-on-3 as pressure still pushing on through to market.
Bounds just trying to get bullets in wherever he can, but finally swarmed by all the red arrows of 3s Up. Holler now by his lonesome. Can't get into barn.
That for me, that play, it is so horrible every single time when you just try to hit that wall run and go for it. Shoulder peek for a half a second. Shoulder peek and see the 3 players pushing that, and then you're not dead on the wall run. Instead, when you fly out on a wall run like that, you give yourself no out, no option to stay alive, and you get first blooded just like that.
And I mean, there, I know it didn't happen, but how often are you going to be challenging someone that's sitting in that top blue window with cover that can get away with their lives so easily?
Well, I mean, what's the difference in 1 second on that flank? Seriously, just one second to at least just stay alive and give yourself a chance.
Mochilla, another first blood. He's 5-0 in this one. Can we get over to Moch real quick? I just want to see how close he is to getting into any streaks. Okay, so still a ways to go. 250 off the Trinity. Bomb getting planted now for Havoc. The collapse starting to come. Miracles trying to keep 3s Up at bay.
Miracles can't get away with his life. First blooded on this retake opportunity for 3s Up. Drama with another kill to follow. Everyone dead on Havoc. This is a stomp right now, Maven.
And a lot of it's been Moch, man. I mean, he continues to get these first bloods.
Yep.
He had the 2-piece to close out round 1 or 2? Round 2. He's been very strong. They may have to get it done in Search, and looking this good. You know, if you can push this to distance, take a respawn, get a game 5, you feel pretty good about it, at least from this body of work.
Oh, yeah. All sorts of different players in the background there watching on. Again, a lot of these guys' friends want to see everyone compete. Started back up again. 3s Up, stomping so far in this game, trying to bring this series back to a 1-1 game count. As Drama with this bomb aggressively taking control of the site. First blood into Miracles. Beautiful movement. Miracles dead again.
And that, yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen Miracles almost caught there, right? When he's hitting that wall run, it's just, I don't know if it's a timing thing. He's not getting to that close pocket as quick as he can. Holler able to answer back, turn this into a 3v3 in round 5. Havoc just trying to get on the board at this point.
Bounds has site control. We've got BZ and Miracles combined 0-9 between these teams. Holler now dead as well. Mochilla again, 6-0. Easy dead, everyone dead, 5-0. Threes up, stomping.
Cruising right now, and you saw if this does get extended, Moch still very, what was he, 50 points, I think, off the Trinity rocket?
Yeah.
You see, like, that's him trying to fly over the wall, just put that last bullet in, maybe get streaked out. Leave him that kill.
This is what it feels like when you play Benson's Bandits in a game. As it's 5-0 now.
That is the stupidest name I've ever heard.
Threes up.
I love that your mic's muted too, Ben.
Over
you can't
Havoc.
even argue back.
0-10 from Beezy and Miracles. As again, Miracles is able to at least trade out one. He'll get on the board.
Miracle's first blood in a couple rounds. This time he's able to return the favor and actually get his first kill on the board. As I say that, Colchan takes him off. This might be a 6-0. It's looking that way, 3v2. Colchan has his payload. Holler has acquired the bomb for Havoc, but they're not really in a good position to do anything behind it now. They're both trapped in this, on the underground rail here, trying to get back over. And they're just getting hunted right now. BZ Alicia's got, well, he got vision on it, didn't matter. 7 streak now for Moch. Oh. Got nervous there for a moment. Can Holler clutch this 1v3 to keep their game 2 hopes alive? Or is Moch call it a streak on his head?
I actually love this setup. Keep one at the close sidewalk. You keep one by the bomb. They watch over each other. Holler should be able to get this bomb down. Colchan and Mochilla in the 2 versus 1. Holler will get this objective and get out with his life into barn.
Moch did call in the Trinity, so he knows right where he is. Penning Holler inside a barn. Getting time for Colchan to try and find maybe an angle on the exit. Do they realize he went out the back? Now they got eyes on. They realize it's in. The FTL comes through. Moch, a flawless 8-0, a flawless 6-0 sweep here for 3s up in the game 2. We've got ourselves a series.
Jack, I was curious to see what payroll you had BZ and Miracles on. 0-6, 0-5, trying to beat your own 15 meme.
I got another merch drop here soon. Trying to get it going again.
Slip him a couple hundreds or something like that. I'm not too sure, but 3s up dominated map number 2. A fantastic performance from them. But now we can actually go to a live look-in with Station 2. Of course, on Station 2, Lethal is currently going up against Panda. Another qualification matchup, as will be the remaining games here at our last chance qualifier. We can take a look at how that game is developing. I believe it's Lethal that have themselves a little bit of a lead here in the first map. Of course, it is going to be a hard point. I believe 80-54 the score. In terms of this series as well, Merc, I do want to get your opinion. Lethal versus Panda, which way do you lead?
I'm leaning towards Lethal. I just feel like they're a team who we've seen these guys do very well throughout the entire year. And by very well, I mean, well, they've gotten through open bracket quite a few times. We've seen them compete against some top professional teams, maybe not always winning, but they have gotten through that open bracket, and that's what you have to do. You have to beat teams that will be at the top of that open bracket.
Most definitely do. Of course, another series still to come. Team Kaliber versus In Control. I believe they are actually getting that one ready on Station 3. It still has not begun, but we're going to do our best from the studio here to bring you every single crucial moment from these final 3 games. Because as we said, Mate, these are all for qualification.
They really are. And I'm curious, I mean, the biggest thing coming out of this is I'm trying to determine which of these teams I think can actually make a splash at champs. Because you look at like Lethal, like Joe mentioned, they've had some strong finishes. They do get into pool play, but in Anaheim, they get into pool play, and I think they only won a map. I remember them getting steamrolled by, I think it was Rise. They had some really rough series.
A tough group.
They did. No, I agree with you, but has anyone seen a team they really think, hey, they could go into champs and really make a deep run?
I mean, you say deep. How deep? Like that? That's
let's say come out of
groups. I think
come out of groups.
I think like a top like 9 through 12 finish would be great for some of these teams.
Project
Evil. Yeah, I think like Project Evil, maybe like Allegiance, Straight Rippin, maybe. I think we were just talking about this. If Dashy or Temp and then Study gets hot, you know, they have the potential.
Study's done it before the World Championship, Merc. I mean, you know all too well. Team Envious, of course. He knows what it's like to go on a big.
Yeah, and you heard Reap in his interview, and I know he's going to say, like, you know, we're aiming for top 3. I think he'd be happy with, like, a top 8, top 16.
Well, you have to when you're coming through a last chance qualifier.
Absolutely.
But why do you think a lot of the pro players and teams are here? They're scouting their opposition for group play, right?
Playoffs is tomorrow, Clint.
Well,
they're here to actually.
They play tomorrow.
You don't think they're watching these matches because they're like, we could draw this team.
I'll be honest. Enable's sipping on coffee, talking about the fact that JCap just finally bought a pair of shoes he wanted. That was the thing.
All right, I take back everything I said.
They're not worried. They're not worried. Trust me. But no, they're all having fun. It's been great to see everyone around. Currently in this game, again, live looking of Lethal versus Panda. We will still continue to provide coverage on the other two matches. One game just got into map 3, the other one between In Control and TK. I know there's a lot of hashtag TK all day fans out there. Marble probably watching too. It's that one's about to get started on Breakout, Hardpoint. These are the final 3 series. 3 of this 6 teams will be at Champs, and that will round out our 32-team roster for the biggest Call of Duty tournament of the year.
And it's crazy how quickly it's come. I said to you the other day, Maven, I feel like it was just yesterday I turned around in the office, looked at you and said, we have 18 weeks of Call of Duty action. It's almost at an end.
It's funny how, like, this happened last year, too. It's like, when we're doing the creative producing part of our jobs, when we're in, working on scripts, getting videos ready for content and stuff, it feels like the year, like, kind of drags on. Once you get into the rhythm of the actual pro league and you're casting every weekend, it feels like you fast forward in time. And it goes so quickly.
What's crazy, too, is especially for working on the CWL the last 2 years was, when it hits January and you've got the full year ahead, now that Champs has been pushed back and it truly is the epitome of the full year, you base everything off, wow, 9 months until Champs. Both of these years, I vividly remember being like, here we go, 9 months until Champs, 8 months, thought that was so far away, and then boom. You snap your fingers, we're about to know every single team that'll be participating there. We know our favorites, we know the storylines. It all comes down to this.
Felt like Rise just won Vegas. It literally felt like
right. I remember saying, Pat's in the grand final again. Oh my God, he has a chance of winning. That didn't end well. No. But Lethal, in this one, they have themselves the lead, 166 to 141. To be honest, Memo, it's looking potentially good here that they could build themselves a bigger lead on Commissary.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Lethal have been very, very strong. The interesting thing to take from this as well is Lethal and Panda, they're seeds 7 and 8. One of those are not qualifying. You look across the board, your top 8, you've got seed 1, 2, 6, 5. They're all in there. They've all qualified. But the ones that are in question are Lethal, Panda, 3s Up, and TK. One of these guys aren't going to make it. That's the problem. Obviously, you're going to have that kind of upset. But I'm siding with Lethal. They've been looking more a consistent kind of team for me.
Yeah, I would agree with you there as well. As the current score, 187 and 153. Panda, though, maybe they're starting to make a little bit of a comeback. A little bit.
I mean, one thing I do want to bring up is, this TK squad, they've stuck together, right? This has been the same roster since last year's Champs, correct?
Well, accuracy.
Accuracy is added.
So accuracy being the one change, I mean, either way, still pretty nuts that they could go from obviously being at Champs last year to now trying to qualify and falling short to a team of, a couple players that couldn't even play because they just turned 18. That's totally nuts.
Very, very crazy indeed. Lethal now reached the 200-point mark. Panda at 164. And to be honest, you look at that scoreboard, you've got Human Jesus 24 and 17. Hate, though, 10 and 20, and yet somehow, Merc, they're still in the lead.
I mean, Human Jesus has been a beast all day long.
Where was his, 30 and 10 type game earlier? Was it Breakout?
Yeah,
I know he had a monster game earlier.
Big game. I think it was Breakout.
Yeah, but I mean, he's been playing extremely well all day. And honestly, when we've watched them at our opens, he's been the one that stuck out. I believe it was him and Juju who have played well all year long. So again, this team, they've been in these situations before. They've played some of these top teams. Panda, I'm sure, probably one of their bigger scrim partners, a team they're very comfortable playing against.
Current score 217 to 177. So Panda slowly but surely trying to close the gap. A couple of players from Panda with their specialist abilities ready to use if they need to. And Lurkscan, that's a double for him as he looks for potentially a third. And
yeah, this could be a lead change, though, Ben. If they get a complete hold here on cell block, look at them responding out. They're hitting wall run. I love this from Sinful. Try to get up in their face. Get an easy pick in the score. They're not going to be ready for this at all. Surprise. I mean, they do get the kill. That went very differently than I thought. I thought they were in a prime pass to hit the wall run.
There's no reason for him to jump off those crates there.
Yeah.
There's no reason to challenge the angle. They're not going to check that. Stay in that corner. Shoot him in the side.
Things may fall apart if Lethal can break in. They can't win it here, but 20 seconds left. They get this time. They almost put it out of reach. But how many times at Cemetery has it come down to like a 250, 240-ish type game?
Yeah. No, this is all the kind of notes of being a comeback game. Except Clink just got the kill on the rotation.
So yeah,
Clink just got the 2-piece. GG.
Yeah,
That's it.
That's going to be pretty hard for them to come back into, especially if he can stay alive back here. Score 234, 201.
Look at how far pushed they are.
Yeah, I would say that might have been the biggest single kill because you have the camo player who could have been in the contested, maybe get a 2-piece, something like that. Hate picks him off, and that should be it. Lethal taking game 1.
Yeah, nicely played from the boys on the Lethal squad. 250, 201, the final score. Of course, I know we jumped into Station 1 coverage earlier on, which was 3s Up versus Havoc. That one is in Uplink first half, and I believe it is going to be the boys on 3s Up that are actually leading in that one. But the game I actually do want to quickly take a peek into is going to be Station 3, of course. This one is Team Kaliber versus In Control, and this has just begun, Jack.
This is the worry today. I mean, I've seen a good amount of TK, but I feel like every time I've heard about them, Goonjar's just been having a lackluster day.
Yep.
6 and 12, 2 seconds in total in the objective. We mentioned earlier someone who had similar stat lines. It's literally like you're playing a 3v4.
Yeah, I mean, accuracy's been the one that's bailed them out when they needed slaying. But again, the games they've won today have been just based off teamwork. Nobody really stepping up. Accuracy had one great game on Scorch Hardpoint. Again, you want to see more, especially from a guy like Goonjar, who, it's weird saying it, but just a few years ago was one of the best slayers in Call of Duty, and now he's obviously struggling. At 7 and 13, only 2 seconds in the hill. Definitely needs to step it up on this second half of the hard point.
Well, let's see if accuracy can maybe get these streaks. 75 off the bombardment. He's got the Scarab out, just hunting. He's going to see 3. That's so much information to give to his teammate Goonjar, who's in the back. The information was, Goon, you're about to die, because 3 players soaring at him. Wow. You got to connect on those shots for the bombardment. That's an NV4.
Yeah, it's a K-bar. Yeah, it's a K-bar that he got gunned by. You have to be able to win that one-on-one if you're accuracy.
I think as well, one player, and the reason why I kind of sided with In Control was Legal. All of today, Legal's been kind of going off. He's been really stepping it up, and we were talking about him in the back, just kind of why he, dropped off a little bit, or where did he go? But he seems to be back in action, and, he's showing that he can kind of compete here. For me, In Control, obviously, is still in the lead, but Team Kaliber definitely not out of this one.
Legal's a beast.
Yeah,
he's
really
an absolute beast. I'd love to see stats of his based off today. I mean, the guy is just picking up a serious amount of kills. He's had some clutch moments in Search and Destroy as well. But this game, Merc, as it stands, 125 to 125. TK tied things up.
And those were huge kills by them. They obviously get the scrap time. In Control hits it. TK, they decide to rotate. They get all the entry kills, but as you can see right now, In Control, they're setting up a pinch. I believe that is Nelson hitting up these spiral kills. This is a huge one-on-one. He's able to win it, and they should be able to break now. There's only one guy left, but that's Happy to see if he's able to clutch up, and he's not. TCM race that graveyard hill.
I can't remember the last time I've seen this where Nelson had the least amount of objective time on his team. Typically, he's the one far and away leading.
It was earlier on today when you were on the desk. He had, what, two minutes, I think it was?
It was second in the lobby at like 45 seconds. Yeah. Right now, Nelson, uncharacteristic from him. You can see TCM doing what he can to try to bring back this lead, but unfortunately, there's 4 TK players around him, and yeah, he's a dead man walking.
That's just a great play out of TK as well, because they all hit middle of the map, and then what they decide to do is sort of get this side because of that commissary hill. They're on the next rotation. In theory, he's already in that next hill, but there's a lot of In Control players that he has to take care of.
Too many.
Tries to go vertical, yeah. Goon, accuracy, flying over the top, are able to take him out. There's what, you have 3 streak for Goon, 3 for accuracy.
That was another huge kill. Yeah. Nelson got a lucky spawn there. Back helipad. Accuracy wins that one-on-one.
And that means all 4 players now are out for In Control. TK, they have all the control. They can just sit here on commissary. They've got the momentum is going into this one as well. And this is where they can really start to develop maybe some streaks, working towards those second rotation of payloads as well. But yeah, these having a lead now going into that 3rd rotation of hills, super important for TK.
What was the score when we got in? It was a 30-point advantage for In Control.
120 and 90.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to tell you what, I think I can firmly say that Breakout Hardpoint's my favorite map and mode in Infinite Warfare. There's just so many swings, so many comebacks. Just look at how much it swung since we got in here. One mistake can really punish you.
Yeah, Jack's got that sharp voodoo doll again.
Oh, it's back out.
Yep.
Oh, that big boy Sharp. He's probably watching online, seeing what his team can do. Everyone at the TK house down there in Atlanta. Right now, though, 206 to 142. Accuracy has taken over again, 23 and 12, the 7 streak. And oh, he's hungry for more. There goes TCM. Another one right in front. Nope, caught mid-reload, but either way, the damage has been done. Streaks now available. And that really should close out the game, especially if we get all the way to that graveyard hardpoint.
And for me, this is a huge play for accuracy, because there's been so many times where he's gotten picked up by so many solid teams. And, this is the guy who performs very well online. He's a slow AR player. when is he going to step up big time, and he's finally putting up those stats.
And just quickly to pull away from this action, we will keep you updated with this and potentially go back. I actually want to go to Station 1. Of course, that was the game you guys were casting earlier on. Havoc versus 3Zup. Uplink, 54 seconds left to go, and it's tied 4-4. And there was a missed 1-point play. Oh my days, the action continues and managed to get reset there. A big defensive play comes in from Colchan.
Well, hopefully we can get into the action. Here we go. 40 seconds on the clock, tied up at 4-4. Drone at reset. Moch gets a big one. That's actually 3 down right now for Havoc. But how big is that 2-piece from Holler when the rest of your team is dead, just slowing down that onslaught? He doesn't get those 2 kills. That's points for 3Zup.
Oh, definitely. And look at Colchan again, trying to be the one that can help push the objective with his team. They got one player inside research. Colchan can't win the gunfight. Camo available, though, for drama. This could be the tool to shut the door right here. Use it down the mid lane. 15 seconds left.
Oh, the 3-piece
Mochilla watching over. The dunk to go off.
Oh,
and there it is. 3Zup now up 6-4. And with 9 seconds remaining, this one should be done.
Unless a miracle comes in, Havoc, I'm sorry, the camo was popped for a moment by Havoc. Holler trying to make a play.
Nope.
One player in on defense, not enough time.
3Zup, of course, they will now have a 2-1 advantage. Want to go back over towards the TK series, though, of course. That is still map number 1 versus In Control. TK with a 228 to 193 point lead, but this one with 11 seconds left on cell block, Maven, this isn't over either.
Well, accuracy has a streaks. Can we get over to him? Yeah, I was about to say, he's probably going to pop these as soon as his teammates get in a position outside of Medical Bay. As they rotate over, I want to see what he decides to invest here, but you got to think he's just going to nuke this out so they can try to get control.
You'd think that. There we go. Okay, so now it looks like he'll call them in. Watch these arrows either push into Medical Bay or fall back to cave. It's going to force them into awkward engagements. Accuracy wins the first. Theory with the second. The streak comes in to kill both.
Perfect.
GG.
Wow.
TK will take map number 1 off the back of a 31 and 15 performance from Accuracy with 2.5 minutes in the objective.
Yeah, again, this is the best I've seen him play, honestly. I mean, how many times, even last year, was he picked up by like stage 1 teams who were sort of at the bottom of the leaderboards, but you know, he was like, all right, can this guy sort of help change our year and sort of carry us further? But finally, he's starting to play very well.
Action continues here at the LCQ. We can go to a live looking at Station 2 now as Lethal versus Panda. Map 2 is underway. Of course, if you are just tuning in, Lethal with a 1-0 lead in the series. As it stands, though, it's going to be Panda 2-1 up in the Search and Destroy. Of course, as it stands as well, just as an update of the 3 remaining games currently going on. 3Zup, 1 map away from COD Champs. You have TK, 2 maps away from COD Champs. Lethal as well, 2 maps away, but they find themselves down here, of course, in the Search and Destroy. And you can see bomb has been planted as well. Looking for Panda to potentially try and clutch up here, Mert.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Panda, again, this is a team who, not too sure how they perform, but Lyric, this is a guy who's performing great all day, and this is a very tough matchup, but, you know, Clink able to stay alive. One has a chance, but Neglect cleans it up, and they will get that defuse. Now a 3-1 lead for Panda.
Yeah, looking good for Panda, of course, to manage to win this map number 2, tie up the series 1-1. Momo, obviously, in terms of this match, I know I haven't really been watching it too much because we've been jumping between all of the games, but do you have maybe a preference here as to who you think should win this game?
I mean, these guys obviously both very, very close on the kind of the seedings. I don't particularly, you know, look at one team and say they're the better team. One thing for me is knowing that pressure. You know, I can say from first-hand experience, not from a last chance qualifier, but from like the old European qualifiers where I actually went to there. It was a best of 3. You had to win 1 series. You either went or lost. You know, I was in that position and I actually lost. I know how that feels, and I know the pressure of what these guys are feeling. So it's really for me, whoever kind of steps up on the day and whoever can show that experience. But if you're asking this question, I've got to favor Lethal, even though they're 3-1 down right now. It's difficult.
Yeah, and in that sort of experience, that's why you look at guys like Lethal. He's or not Lethal, Sinful. I mean, he's been at Call of Duty World Championships. He's been through qualifiers. Yeah. He knows how to get there. You look at a veteran like him to sort of get this Panda team to the 2017 Call of Duty World Championship.
Well, as you say that, unfortunately, he died the moment you brought him up.
That's Caster's curse, right?
Hey,
let's see if Panda can.
Momo had a lot of those caster curses apparently in his career.
He's
caster curses.
I'll tell you,
playing.
His whole career.
I tell you what. It's
good at losing.
It's the series that will haunt you. You know, if this is a series that you don't make it to champs, I know how it feels to not make it, so I decided to cast, and that got me there.
Hey, you know what? You should have said Phil. You should have said Jack. You know what? At least I had a career.
Oh, got him.
See what I'm saying?
I mean,
Jack wanted to play. Jack wanted to be a pro player.
You know, yeah, I did. And guess what? I never made it. All right,
Wait, Jack.
I never came close.
You didn't really try, did you?
The peak of my career was beating the third.
Speaking, you know what's going to be funny is if, I know we want to do a hot mic for champs. If we do it on Friday, I'm going to have to convince 4 players that just got knocked out to come join me on the desk. They're going to be because the players that are competing in bracket play aren't going to come on, early on a Friday or something. But I'm going to convince some of these people that just had their hearts broken to come on the desk and talk about.
You think that's going to happen?
Oh,
that's actually the plan.
I'm going to convince them. Yeah.
I don't know.
There's no way that people competing are going to do it.
Well, can I come hang out with you?
Like if you're Scump and you're going to play at 10, you're not going to come on
Hot Mike's
Hot
canceled. Then I'll tell you that it's going to be Maven by himself.
It's going to be me with a bunch of people crying, is what it's going to be.
I'm going to have a
Maven's therapy session.
Maven's therapy.
I do look like Dr. Phil.
Okay. Wow. Juju finds his first kill of the game. Important to know, of course.
That little angle.
Donut.
It's a good one.
As Panda 3-2 up in this one. Hate helps Human Jesus out there. Sinful goes down. And I tell you what, all tied up now, 3-3. Got a game on our hands here, Momo.
Yeah. Indeed, and this is kind of showing the two teams of how close they are in kind of skill, seed, whatever you want to call it. But Search and Destroy 2 rounds back-to-back for Lethal. Tying things up here, obviously, taken map 1 already. And it is that kind of momentum that takes this. If you can take this 2-0 in the series, you have that kind of lifeline of Uplink.
You do.
Let's see if Human Jesus can take over another game. This has been overall this has been fun, though.
It's been nice being up here on the desk.
The constant action, hanging out with 4 of my pals, going back and forth between all the games, obviously being high pressure. This has been fun.
And you both, and kind of Joe's been touching your thigh a little bit, getting you all hot and bothered for these matches. You're extra excited.
Joey soft hands DeLuca.
It's actually true. As Neglect's all by himself in the 1-on-2. Gets cut down, though.
I don't even know what screen to look at right now.
I forgot that you're driving the action right now.
Well, no, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No.
Definitely not.
I've said a few things watching this one. I'm like, wait, that's the wrong game. Let me look over here.
I find myself looking at the quad box pretty frequently. But shout out to Sinful and the crew right now as they're trying to take over this game, too.
I remember Sinful casting him at AW Champs. It was my first ever Champs, and kind of talking to him a little bit. His team had just gotten knocked out, but he was putting up some incredible performances. This has been a guy that at times it seems like he gets his big break, then nothing's able to be done with it. He retired for a bit, came back. I mean, his career over the last 2 years has been as up and down as anybody's.
I mean, you thought that maybe last year, he's playing on the Echo Fox squad. You think, all right, this is a team that should be making it to pool play.
How many times have we like, all right, teams to watch an open bracket, Echo Fox, and
they just never did it. Nope. Crazy, but for Sinful now, of course, looking to qualify to the Call of Duty World Championship. The problem is they are down as well. Just to give a verbal update of what's going on Station 1, of course, Havoc versus 3's up. The hardpoint score there is 126-15 in favor of Havoc. They are dominating, and I mean absolutely dominating that as they try and force a game 5. But we will stay with this Search and Destroy for now, as this definitely the closest to action, essentially.
Thank God he's going to get a plant. Like, this whole time, he's just been trying to get a plant to get this Trinity rocket. His whole team dies in front of him. Thankfully, he's able to wrap the whole way back. Now you try to see if you get one.
I don't get that. Give yourself a chance in a gunfight. You have an NV4. Just shoulder peek it for a second, try to get a kill.
You're not winning the round. Just get one kill. Hide in a corner somewhere.
Like, you're one kill off a bombardment. I'm sorry, but you know what? You just made Uncle Jack mad.
Wow.
Stand there at the corner.
You don't want your uncle to be mad.
No, you don't want Uncle Jack getting mad.
I mean, Joe, right there. It's not like he has an ERAD.
Well, you don't tell him, Jack. He's like 5 feet away. Go ahead.
Might have just thought he had the timing.
What if I just go over whip?
I don't know. It did not work out well.
Probably shouldn't do that, Jack.
That'd be probably a lawsuit.
That's probably how you get fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
Let's not do that.
We kind of need you. So
thanks, man.
Let's not do that.
But first time anyone's ever said that to me.
Panda versus
You say kind of. So.
We need you. That's true. Depends on the occasion.
Sure does. Kidding. We need you all the time. Panda Lethal 4-4. Quick look at that scoreboard. You can see Juju, Hate, 2-6, 2-7. Not the best game really coming out from them. For Panda, of course, they need this map win to level it up at 1-1. Momo, who are you looking for in these late rounds?
I'm looking at Lethal. I just think really stepping it up. The likes of... It needs to be a team effort. It really does. It's so easy to kind of point the finger when you've got a team like Straight Rippin and you've got like Dashy and you need him to step up. But these type of teams, which are kind of formed not only on skill but kind of chemistry, it's those team pushes, those ones where you'll be committed to one site. So all 8 players, they're all talented. They're here for a reason. But I don't know why Clink just jumped out of me. If there's a name, I'm going to give it you, Clink.
Oh, Human Jesus. I mean, he got the Trinity. He just killed, what, 2 with the Trinity, then got the final kill? 11 and 4?
I like Clink's name, though.
Clink is a cool name.
Yeah, it is.
Neglect getting down to the site. He's trying to stay alive with the Centurion, just trying to force players off of that bomb plant. Look at all the pressure Panda Gaming are putting on right now. 4 blue arrows all the way in the base of Lethal. Lethal are pinned to the backside of the map.
Let's see if they can push this to a round 11 potentially. They do take out the superstar that has been Human Jesus throughout this one. They have a 3v2 advantage now. You have Camo still available. That could be huge if we do get to around 11.
Gotta commend Godlike and Lyric right there. They stop rushing. The players on Lethal paused for a second and went to pre-aim and see if the players kept sprinting through. Godlike and Lyric didn't fall for the trap. Just like that, now they all stick together in this 3 versus 2. Instead of forcing gunfights, they get back together on the map, they reset it. Love that play from them.
Yeah, I mean, we even see pro teams make mistakes where they just push just a little bit too far. Instead of a 4v3 situation, it then turns into a 3v2 for the other team. So a great job by Panda to probably push us to around number 11.
Looking good, and we do have that round 11 that you speak of. Tensions building here in the LCQ. Lethal, Panda, of course, Lethal 1-0 up in the series. We go into that round 11 now, Maeve. Who have you got?
Well, you had, I think, Camo
And
on
reactive.
one side and Reactive. Was Reactive on the other side?
Yeah.
Okay, so Camo and Reactive are going to be the keys here. I believe, okay, so Neglect has Camo, and then you just at the very end of that, I think Clink got his Reactive. Halo just got popped for Neglect. He didn't find anything behind it. Ooh. Back and forth we go. Sinful invest his camo in this one.
FTL past him.
Hate by himself. Hate is gone.
That's a huge map. I feel like if Panda lose that, I feel like the series is over. So
yeah.
A huge win by Panda.
A massive win indeed. They level up the series at 1 apiece. And for now, we can actually go over to the TK matchup versus In Control. That is Search and Destroy going on
I think it just
Station
ended.
3. And we can see the potential result of map 2. Of course, here are the final round. This is going to be round number 7. In Control, 5-1 up.
Yeah, quick map.
Replay. There we go. There's the sticker. Let's see how this final round went.
We'll see. Currently taking a look at Legal's perspective. This is 6-0. I know, Mark, you were driving in this one.
Yeah.
What kind of happened? Break it down a little bit.
To be honest, Heck and Legal just really took over. Again, Heck has played just as well as Legal. They've really been controlling mid-map, and then on the other side, Goonjar just getting caught off. As you can see, Legal, he was able to get some streaks, and you know, this was a pretty crazy round. TCM's able to pick up 2. Now on 1v2, and Happy does get that bomb down.
Does indeed, and that should be potentially that. Of course, you have that 1 versus 1. Heck versus Happy. And there is Heck's perspective. He gets the kill. 12 seconds left. Is he going to get there? Yes, he is. And that is a 6-1 victory for In Control over TK. Nicely done.
And a donut for Goonjar.
I didn't want to be that guy to bring it up.
You have to, right?
Not been a good day.
And actually, in fact, we can go to a live look in now as well with Station 1. This, of course, Havoc versus 3's up. I mentioned it early on. There was a huge lead in favor of Havoc, and guess what, gents? The lead is still there, but 3's up are slowly but surely trying to come back into it. But at this point, surely it's a little too late, Momo.
Yeah, I think, you know, yes, you're coming back into it, but you're 15 points away. There's too many points available here for Havoc to kind of steal some scrap. The only thing that would stop this is if they had loads of payloads, they had something going for them on streaks, but they really don't. This is going to go to the hotel hallway, and we should see Havoc clean this one out.
So now what would this be? This would put this in a game 5.
This will be game 5, yeah.
We'd have 2 other series tied 1-1.
Yep.
Very close series all for these final qualification matches. Beezy, oh my goodness, 32-13 on a 4 streak. GG.
He's had a couple
monster games.
What was his KD right there?
32-13, 2 minutes in the objective.
Okay, nice.
Pretty impressive stats.
Oh yeah.
Pretty impressive indeed. That game, of course, finishes, and as you said, that is going to go to a game 5. That is a tough one to call. I mean, the first Search and Destroy
dominated them.
6-0, but we saw them play very well on that map earlier on as well. So I wasn't sure maybe it's that map specifically, but if you're a betting man, Merc, which way you going? This is game 5 for COD Champs.
I think I go towards 3's up just based off their Search and Destroy. I think Mochila is a very good S&D player. We've seen Cole Chan bring out that sniper. And again, I mean, this Havoc esports team, this is a lineup just kind of thrown together. How much S&D experience do you have with one another? It's going to be tough. At least with Respawn, you can have players like BZ doing stuff like that.
Well, Station 2, I should say. Lethal versus Panda. Series tied 1-1. We're in Game 3. Uplink first.
We'll hop into the action here, see who can get the better of each other in this swing game. Drone right now in the hand of Juju as they're working their way forward into sub-bay. Who do you have in this series, Jack?
Oh, gosh. I'm not going to make a prediction for this series. I honestly can't. It's been the same thing all day. I could see either of these teams winning. It's just simply who plays better on the map. I don't know enough about how these teams play in each game mode and in each map to make a quality prediction. So I'm going to tell you, no, I'm not making a prediction. I'm going to watch like the rest of people at home.
Well, Panda are trying to get first points on the board. They're going to take it out to the cliff side here. As his teammates all drop around him, it's going to force the wrap back in the middle. You see the red arrows of Lethal flying out towards the dozer. They meet Lyrics Erad for just a moment. 60 seconds into this, and nothing resembling an offensive opportunity really either for either team.
So in our number one, we have kind of some offline stats that a lot of people don't get to really see from the public side, but for us as casters, we have a heat map that we can see where teams will bring the drone most often. On this map, the number one route is what Lethal just tried to do. You grab the drone, you bring it in towards ship bay, and you throw it down right by that kind of the side of that ship. You go for kills, then you push it in towards Robo. They just tried it right there. They're going to try it again here. Hate needs help, though, before he can try to push this objective, and it's because of reasons like that. You cannot be a one-man army, especially inside the ship bay.
Yeah, he basically had a 1v3 there to try and get the drone forward and make a play. Over to Neglect, who drops. A couple kills go the way of Juju and Lethal, all on defense right now. Ooh. But this round of kills should allow them to layer the map a little bit.
Hate again now with the drone. Not sure why he's peeking the corner right away when he's got two teammates to watch. He dies almost instantly. Juju the Don will have to back on up and wait for reinforcements as, again, all the action focused towards ship base side. And I actually like this from Panda. They're going to be the ones that change up the pace of this game.
3 down. You got to get forward and get points on the board. Last player will grab the drone. That's going to be Neglect. He has it tagged a little bit, but still has lead blockers. This is a dunk off the ice through 2-0 advantage halfway into our first side.
And remember, if you're just tuning in, Panda, they clutch up in round 11. They were down 5-4. They clutch up in round 11 to at least bring the series back to 1-1, carrying that momentum now into this uplink up 2-0.
Jack, maybe a chance for a counter-attack here if Human Jesus gets a little bit of help. He's already got Clink leading the way. Juju there. Human Jesus through. Tied up quickly. Whoa. They answer the dunk, and that hip fire and slide from the K-bar was wild.
Wow, gets blessed right there with the hip fire bullets to clean up that kill. Questionable decision with the NV4 middle map. Typically, you don't see that gun too often on this map. Maybe a 2-2 K-bar ERAD setup or a 3-1 ERAD to K-bar setup. Either way, Hate trying to get it done with the longer range weapon. Drone in towards research. Godlike has 2 lead blockers. It looks like it will be a green light to push forward for Panda as they look to take back this lead.
Looks like they're maybe just waiting on an opening kill. Now he wraps as the focus goes on to his teammate. He's able to get the 1-point toss in. Nice score, answering Lethal there. We didn't see really any scores for the opening couple of minutes. Yep. Now, back and forth affair.
I think what we saw right there was them trying to juke out with the kill symbol. You see that kill uplink symbol? It's delayed for the team on defense, so they only get a ping every few seconds to know where the drone is. They kept faking it in towards ice. They actually sent one player there, which drew enough attention away that opened the opportunity for a Panda 1 to go through. Typically, it's a very easy interception spot for the team on defense. But when you play mind games like that, it threw off Lethal and gave Panda the opportunity to go for the 1.
Let's see if they can tack on more points here. It's Godlike at mid-map with the K-bar. Juju gets the better of, and that's 3 down again for Panda Gaming, but a couple down for Lethal as well. Not going to be able to really make a play behind it, but if Clink can get forward and get an opening kill in the back, he does just that. That might be the opportunity they need. Human Jesus and Clink provide a solid duo here, wiping out Panda. 1-point opportunity. Nice shot. 3-3. 40 seconds left in the first half. What'd you like there, Jack?
I like the throw. Typically, we're so used to seeing players kind of float out of that corner and throw it from a higher angle. That would have actually been intercepted if that's the way they played it. Instead, he winds up sliding on in towards that portal, throws it from a low angle, and as everyone from Panda's expecting that higher up throw, it sneaks right underneath them to tie this game back up for the half.
Can we get another lead change? Going into the second half, Human Jesus is pushing it out towards Cliff, wraps back behind his teammates who are set up into sub-bay. Can they get the better of these gunfights? The answer quickly, no. 2 kills to Panda. Time will tick away. It'll be a tie going into half. And after, like you said, a crazy round 11, it looks like we're looking on a tight finish here for the Uplink as well for these two teams.
What was the score of the first hard point?
I'll be honest, all three of them blur together in my mind right now.
Because the S&D was obviously round 11. Can't remember the hard point score. But it wouldn't have surprised me if it was close because of how evenly matched these teams have looked so far in this best of 5. Currently going on, and the other matches will definitely update you throughout. Right now, focusing on the Lethal versus Panda Gaming series as it is 1-1. As we keep things going into side 2.
Watching Neglect right now. Will end up dropping. Human Jesus doing what he can here as he peeks out to mid-map. He's got FTL available, only payload up right now. His teammate Hate has grabbed the drone and tossed it forward, but good defense there from Panda to make sure they're not headed anywhere. Only one player alive really from either team, just trying to get in position as the opposition does come off a spawn. He's in a nice spot here, you think, to at least win one gunfight. Spray a little bit wild, doesn't finish it.
Surprised he didn't get that kill. Either way, Lyric now push up the map. Yeah, he's got a near perfect lane to go for this throw. Going all the way towards the backside, waiting for just a brief second, trying to bait out the jumps. You see everyone trying to go for the portal, intercepted. 4 players from Lethal trying to intercept that drone. Nice job by them to keep it tied.
I don't know that there was any window he's going to sink that, at least from that angle. Good job, everybody just covering the uplink there. See who's standing out right now. Godlike having a rough performance at 9 and 17. Neglect, though, 22 big kills, leads everybody in the lobby. Godlike, another opportunity here. If you can't get it done with the kills, get it done with the drone.
You saw right there, Godlike did a great job of holding onto that trigger finger. He looked up to go throw the drone, but then his teammate gets that one more kill they need. He knows worst comes to worst. I can just get a little bit closer, go for that dunk. This will be another dunk from Lyric. Great little rally, and they've got the kills to follow. They're going to keep this pressure on towards the Lethal side. Panda now running away with this game.
Running away with it now, 4-point edge, but still a lot of time here to go for Lethal to get back into this one. Simple one bullet, but manages to stay alive in the wall run. His teammates now coming in as reinforcements, maybe a deep 1-point toss in the books. Godlike again, the man with the drone in hand. It's away, just a little bit short.
Hit a body there.
Through, but the pass ends up working out. It's now a dunk.
Lyric flanked through ship. They had no idea, and the drone falls short to go for the dunk. Absolutely love it. This game now blowing wide on open. You can just see the slaying prowess coming in from Neglect, from Sinful, from Lyric. It's making all the difference. Now they get another combined 3-piece in your kill feed. Panda on side 2 have been lights out.
Lethal hasn't been able to get anything going on the other end of it. Human Jesus is literally set up in the base of Panda, at least for a moment he was. He's going to wrap back to try and get his teammates help. By the time they're going to get there, he's now been dropped off. You won't have 4 men to push through. Clink will grab the drone, though. We'll see if the 3-man effort will be enough, but his teammates just getting wiped all around him. Suddenly, what looked like maybe a decent opportunity for Lethal completely falls apart unless one individual can make a play. That was Hate, not going to get it done. The reset is alive and well. Still 2 minutes to go.
Wow. Yeah, Panda, I mean, Lethal haven't even gotten close.
Sorry to interrupt you, gents, but Game 5 is heating up on Station 1. Of course, Havoc versus 3 But I do want to pull away from this Panda versus Lethal matchup. We'll keep you updated with the final score, but Panda, they have that 9-4 lead. This, of course, the Game 5, as it stands, all things level, 2 rounds apiece. And to be honest, this is what we live for, right, Merc? Close games, Game 5s, cut champs on the line here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, both these teams, they want to go to that World Championship, so let's see how this one plays out.
Yes, indeed. A quick look at our leaderboard, and it's going to be Mochilla at 1 and 3, Maeve. Not having the best of performances, let's just put it that way. Bounds as well at 1 and 3. On the meantime, though, it's Holler 6 and 2. A fantastic map from him.
Well, let's see if Moch can pick it up. Beezy's been your respawn superstar throughout the course of the day. He's going to be inside, just jiggling back and forth, using the bomb as cover. Now they think something up. You see all 3 players get together and try wrap out to mid. They think they've all pushed through, and that's exactly what's happened. They're ready and waiting for this. But the kills do go back and forth. Suddenly it's just on Moch. Can he clutch?
Now in a 1 versus 1, and again, this is a little bit different because every search and destroy we've seen with 3s up, they've gone off to a very early lead, a 3-0, a 4-0. Right now, Beezy versus Mochila. This will be a huge 1v1. It'll give his team an advantage, 3-2. We'll see who comes out on top. BZ 5-1 right now. Look how he's playing this, so patient, making Moch make a play.
You have a historically great search player in Mochila. BZ, who has been so strong today. Moch checks the corner. I see ya. Finds the kill. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He's an experienced search vet. He's ready for him in that pocket. Nice kill.
Definitely is ready. And of course, you're going to see that in your kill cam. Moch just has that instinct.
Yeah.
His spider sense is tingling there, Momo. He checks the corner and finds a kill.
Not even your rear shield's going to help you on that one. You know, you're lying in a corner. You're a dead man. But it could have worked out. I don't know if he knew the bomb was down. He was kind of just playing off that. But yeah, definitely a big, crucial round. 3's up now. 3-2 in the lead.
3-2, as you say. We're going to kick things off on board with Swally here, and we'll see potentially Swally try and make something happen. Of course, he is going to be in the A-bomb side, Maeve.
Swirly does get in behind one, able to get it. Tries to snap on a multiple players that are behind him. Only really weakens one. Kolchan's got the sniper in this round, Ben, and oh, what is this?
That angle?
What is that?
That is naughty.
I don't think I've ever seen that, actually.
That's Kolchan, man. I mean, back in Black Ops 3, that's what he did. He was an innovator with those wall runs.
Breach S&D. Look, here's another one.
Yep.
Bye-bye. Hits the snipe on the holler. Look at the information he's getting his team right now. There's no doubt from Kolchan. Oh, and he gets the last one.
What?
My goodness, add him to the top 5 reel. That was disgusting.
The hell was that?
Look at this.
This hits him in the face, guaranteed.
Kobe! Oh,
Guaranteed.
hold
that. Hold that, Jack.
Kolchan was just a score streak right there.
Swirly was talking crap for him.
What did I just see?
I don't even know what was more impressive, the snipes or the name.
Right, that
was
name
disgusting.
landed on him. That was absolutely perfect. And because of that individual effort right there, 3's up, 4-2 lead. Looking very good indeed here, but you know, don't count out this Havoc squad. They could definitely make a comeback here, Momo.
Yeah, most definitely. However, that is a big game changer. You win the 1v1, you go in there, Kolchan clutches up, the snipes, all looking good. However, Drama and Mochila, they're going to combine for the 3, but now a 1v2. It's all coming down to Holler.
This is just what we've seen with 3's up, man.
Yeah.
As soon as they get going, they get rounds very fast, and they like to put the aggression. And they're very smart in these short, like 1v2, 3v1 skirmishes. Seems like they make decisions very fast. I'm not sure who is making those calls, but they're definitely listening to someone.
Bomb down. This is going to be really difficult for Holler now. I don't really know what's the best he can hope for out of the situation.
It's rounds like this, though, if you do clutch, give you so much momentum to come back into game 5s, but Holler, I mean, they've spotted him. He's
say if he clutches this, he gets reactive, and that would be a huge lift for his team. But a 1v2 with all this time, it's going down. It's gonna be very tough for him.
No way.
Tags him up a bit. The pressure does come in.
Smart. Really smart.
He ends up falling. But now think about what would be kind of crazy. So what our first round matchup was Havoc beating TK. Now if Havoc fall here in the game 5 and TK actually get through with a victory, that might sting a little bit more, right?
Wow, 3's up. 3's up are 1 round away.
Uno mas.
3's up, 3 up.
For the CWL championships. That would put us at 30 of our 32 teams that will be playing there in just a couple short weeks.
I can tell you, in terms of the atmosphere, it went from very, very loud
to intense
to very, very quiet in just a blink of an eye. Now all of a sudden 3's up, as we said, 1 round away from the Call of Duty World Championship. Havoc have to mount a huge comeback. They need 4 rounds back to back if they are to qualify. And as you can see already, Maven,
double scarab
down.
Yeah, double scarab coming in. I wonder if they can work together to maybe get a kill. Swollen's playing behind it. Yep, I love this. Hopped it, pushed them all out with a scarab. He actually gets off it in a way with his life. Might be able to bait them right into Drama, who's set up in this back corner. And you've got Moch sitting inside a cell block. That player didn't have a chance.
Nope. Swarly trying to watch his BZ, trying to save the round. Has camo, but doesn't use it. Miracles in the 1 versus 2. The last hope for Havoc. He's dead. And it's only right that the man himself gets the defuse. Congratulations to 3's up. With that defuse, they will qualify for the CWL Championship in August.
Yes, they will. Congratulations once again to 3's up, as Jack said. We'll see them at the Call of Duty World Championship. For now, though, I do want to jump back to Station 2. Of course, that was Lethal versus Panda. Map 3, Uplink. I believe we have the final 30 seconds here of exactly what is going on. Of course, Panda up 9-6 at this point. And to be honest, Merc, we'd be very surprised to see Lethal come back.
Yeah, 30 seconds. I mean, 3 points, that's very difficult to do. We don't even see most pro teams do it. You would need a camo, an overdrive to hit another one. It just looks like Panda's going to be able to close this up. And that would, put them up 2-1 in a game where we thought Lethal, I definitely thought they were going to be able to take it. So we'll see what happens in that game number 4.
9-6, 8 seconds left. Panda will take game 3. And as you said, Merc, that puts them up 2-1. Of course, elsewhere, though, now only 2 games remain here, and one of them is TK versus In Control. That's on Station 3. We can take a look at that game 3. Of course, that was Uplink as well, joining the final 37 seconds of that, and it's TK with a 6-4 lead, but a 2-point play goes in, 8-4. They're going to be feeling comfortable with that 4-point lead.
And accuracy again, you know, Merc was talking about it earlier. It's kind of great to see him play well this weekend, because I know last year it was a joke. We would call him inaccuracy sometimes, because he would either be spot on and playing brilliantly or just have a horrific day. And he was in and out of the pro league. Now you see him here. He's had a strong day.
No, I mean, from like an outsider's perspective, I mean, he was always one of those players. He got picked up by CLG to try to turn things around. He was always one of the top picks and 8s just because the bombs he would drop online, but it just seems like when he came to land, he just didn't perform. But right here, he's beasting.
He is indeed. Goonjar and Accuracy, good games from them. For now, though, we can go to a live look-in with the game on Station 2. Lethal Panda. Panda with a 2-1 advantage. And as you can see in this hardpoint, they have themselves the lead as well. About to hit 100 points to Lethal's just 28. And for all the TK fans out there and the In Control fans, do not worry. That game on Station 3 only just begun, so there is a big offset here. So we should be able to catch the action from both of those 2 games. And, I mean, it'd be epic if these final 3 games all went to a Game 5.
Yes, please. I would love that, man. This is, like I said, this has been fun, hopping back and forth. Very little downtime. It's been a pleasure sitting on the desk with you guys as we go through these. But the good thing about this particular match right now is it's a retaliation, right? We see crazy comebacks here in Breakout. Certainly not out of this is Lethal. They're inside the destroyed building. They kind of need I don't need a flawless hold, but they'd be right back in this game if they pick up these final 30 seconds. We'll see if they're able to do it as Panda's starting to collapse.
Well, Lethal trying to fight back. They've done what they can at this broken hardpoint so far. A good hold from Hate and Clink. They just need some more help from Juju the Don, who's 3 and 8 right now with only 3 seconds in the objective. He's got more kills on this hardpoint than the rest of the map combined, as they will get the rest of this time. So we joined in when it was Panda really streaking away, but now again showing why that's called a money hill. At back broken, Lethal bring it back within 20.
Raven literally says, yeah, I love this, man, because you always see back and forth games, comebacks, and that's exactly what we get. Momo, for you, Lethal now starting to make a little bit of a comeback. Who are you looking at individually to really lead the charge?
I mean, we've seen kind of all series long, all day long. Human Jesus have been playing very well. So I'll be looking at him individually. He's played fantastic in the Search and Destroys. And this is the time to shine. If Lethal and Human Jesus can step it up, he pushes it to that S&D where he can really shine as well.
And with it being such a close game, if this goes a stretch, you know, it always ends on bridge if you're having a real tight one. I was just about to say, if he can pick up these Trinity rockets, how big they can be.
Yeah.
If this game continues to go on, but he falls, what, just a kill, 2 kills short. No Trinity rocket to work with yet. I am extremely excited to see how this one plays out. I can't help but hope a little bit for multiple Game 5s, like you were saying, Ben.
Current score 116 to 115 in favor of Panda. Lethal, of course, down, but by no means out. Clink, he is going to be inside that hill as well on bridge. And Lethal looking to pick up a good amount of time here, Merc.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely, we've seen time and time again, bridge is a hill where you can put together. If you're able to chain some kills, you can get that enemy team spawning out pretty far towards that lower market. If you see now, actually, his teammate just spawned down there, so definitely not what they want. He has to rotate all the way through back through Graveyard. But this is a hill where you can definitely sort of, you know, break apart from that team. And you see only a 15-second point lead right now. Neglect, though, does take down Sinful.
Yeah, that team kill's not going to help your break opportunity.
Oh, gosh.
Godlike is putting in some nice shots, though, on that back line.
Obviously, you mentioned earlier on, of course, that the TK In Control game is currently going on. I do want to just stop in there real quick, just give everyone a good update, because, of course, TK, they're 1 map away from qualifying for the Call of Duty World Championship. We will, of course, go back to that Lethal versus Panda matchup as well and show the closing moments of that one. But for here, TK actually have the lead, 121 to 82. But this is a scary one, Maven, for the specific reason. This is the same map we saw them earlier on in the tournament throw away a 100-point lead.
Well, you're also 100 points off this Trinity rocket, though. though, if you're happy. If they can, and everyone's kind of going, if accuracy is your slow man, you're going to get a good game out of Theory, Happy, Goon. I mean, guys that you've seen kind of go double negative on and off throughout this weekend, you got to feel pretty damn good about them getting a victory here. But yeah, I mean, we'll say it over and over again. Breakout Retailer, you can throw away just about any lead on these particular maps. No lead is ever safe. But as I say that, TK gets 3 down and looks to tack on some more time here with just under 20 seconds remaining in the hotel hallway. They've done a brilliant job holding on to this. And you got to feel if accuracy gets to the swing of things, they can blow this open.
Exactly. That's what I was about to bring up. Everyone on TK seems to be having a pretty good map so far. Yes, accuracy a little bit under positive, but either way, the rest of the squad pulling their weight. 40-second difference there. About to be 30 seconds as In Control get early control of the hard point. Our other game going on right now, also a 30-point map. Either way, these games could still go as In Control are trying to fight back.
They are indeed, but it is TK still staying strong here. It's going to be Theory 15 and 12. You got Happy at 14 and 9 as well. TK really putting up a standard performance, but again, this map, it scares me a lot, Maeve, I'm going to be honest with you.
It does. And on the other side, that might be scary if you're a TK fan. Wow. In Control, it's Nelson who's back in form, right? 1.5 minutes to go in the hard point, significantly more than everybody else, and he's finding the kills behind it. We hear players behind us getting loud. There's a couple of these key gunfights go the way of TK as they're trying to get bridge control.
Yeah, but the 2 players for me, if In Control wants to turn this around, it has to be Legal and TCM. I feel like they're both very streaky players. I mean, we've seen Legal drop, some ridiculous numbers this weekend. Heck has been consistent all day, but you definitely need to see more out of Legal and TCM if they want to get back into this game.
And this is a map where, if you're an aggressive player like that and you like to hold forward, it can get very frustrating. Yeah. If you don't control spawns at all and you're running 50 yards dying, you can kind of tilt yourself very quickly if you have a play style like that and you never actually get into a rhythm. You might be at risk of that now with this much time remaining.
Heck is snapping.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this guy has impressed the heck out of me today.
Hey!
Almost dominated him.
Almost gave.
Oh, Mark, I love
almost gave accuracy the business there.
I was the only one that heard.
I heard it.
I heard it.
Hey, good.
What?
He's impressed the heck out of you.
Oh, you got it.
Joe's so good.
Joe's the last one to get it.
Puns without even meaning it.
Wow. Never mind.
Legendary. Those are the best puns.
Never mind. Heck, of course, picks up a big double, 18 and 14. TK still with the lead, but it is a small lead. That is for sure. Slowly but surely In Control chipping away at it, but I feel like this next hill jack is going to be so important.
Oh, yes. We've already seen what In Control can do when they lock down one hard point. We'll see if they can do it again. TK are in control of the spawns, 171 to 170. There goes your TK lead.
Yeah, and this is what's scary about this map. You can just be so streaky. I mean, both these hills, we'll see if TK is able to lock this down. They could potentially get close to winning, but heck, a huge intro kill. Then someone, I believe it's Nelson, already in that hill. These kills are huge. Nelson's able to pick up another one.
And Nelson opens up the collapse, right? Makes it, I was about to say, easy kill for Heck as he pushes in. But these are going back and forth. The last man remaining was Goonjar. There's one more pushing from Market side. That's accuracy. He can't win it. TCM guns him off that car cover. And for now, they look to hold strong. If you're TK, you're getting you keep getting this close spawn in Market. You had a chance for maybe one more flood. But look, they have to give up. Look at the number 2 on the minimap. That's accuracy. Last man alive. He knows he needs to say, screw it, can't push in, has to go over to the broken building.
I feel like it would only be TK like Momo if they have to win in a game 5.
Yeah, it really would, and all the TK fans out there as well. I do feel sorry for them sometimes because they're put through the pace of these game 5s and just kind of go in the distance here. FTL used, obviously, straight into the hard point. I'm wondering why.
He was 150 off streaks.
And look where his teammates are.
That was just a bit of a boneheaded play right there. If you're TCM, you have to play those streaks, especially again. You guys were touching on earlier how important bridge can be at the end of the game. We've seen just those streaks play such an impact role. And, well, TCM, he's not able to get that. But In Control, another huge break. Again, TK just not able to hold that setup. Nelson just gets into that hill and he's able to make plays.
Once upon a time, TK had the lead on this map, Momo. It's disappearing very, very quickly. In Control now, 226 to 198. Of course, a win here for In Control forces a game 5 against TK.
Yeah, it really is kind of crazy. For me, TK almost had this in the bag, and I just see the rotations and I see the way TK and In Control. Here he is stepping up. 4-kill streak, Legal, 90 seconds on that hard point as well. With only 5 seconds, you've got to now think about that hotel hallway. Just looking at the mini-map and trying to see which players are setting up for it. You can see In Control, they're kind of like pinching around it, which I do like here. Heck could be a big influence.
I love this from Heck. They're not ready for this at all. Peeks the corner, gets 1 second challenge there. You're dead. Oh, I was about to say, how about all 3? 244 to 207. in control, right on the verge, but it's still possible for TK.
Let's get to Heck, though. He has reactive armor. He's probably going to pop this to try and get in and win the game for his team.
Legal just killed TCM.
That's gotta wait now. Please don't pop it. Oh, God, he did it. Okay.
Popped it. Is there anything? Does it? He just sprays left, right.
Don't worry about it. He was bait. He was bait.
It worked out.
We're going to a game 5.
The best bait you could possibly ask for right there.
Game 5 here. Game 5 of the other series.
Speaking of that other series, I want to take a quick look at Lethal versus Panda. Of course, that one was in Game 4 Hardpoint last time we saw. I want to stop in and just quickly see how that one actually ended.
Of course, it's multiple Game 5s to close it.
I mean, this is what we wanted, right?
Yeah,
I said multiple Game 5s would be great. Lethal 241 to 194 in the lead. Panda, of course, 2-1 up in the series at this point. Lethal, they break the hill, and Lethal will win out on that hard point. A fantastic performance from them. You see the closing moments come through from Lethal. So as we said, we have 2 spots left at the biggest tournament of the year, the Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time. We have 2 series, both in a Game 5, Maven. You couldn't ask for a better ending to the LCQ.
I love it, and I just, Cole-chan, I wanted to bring out the sniper rifle again. That was so exciting. That was my favorite play from the entire weekend. But I don't know. Do we need to make predictions here and try and call who's going to take this?
Yes. I'm going to go down the line.
I feel like we have to.
I'm going to go down the line. Merc, I'm going to start with you. Of course, TK versus In Control, Lethal versus Panda.
Oh, God. I think Lethal versus Panda. I think I'm going to go Lethal. TK versus In Control. I know there's a lot of TK fans.
Oh, Joe's going to be that guy.
I just got that feeling, right? Like, the TK, like, bad luck, bad juju. I don't even know what it is, but I'm going to go with In Control.
Lethal, Team Kaliber for me.
Lethal TK from Maven. Okay,
Every time I pick Team TK, though, they lose. So maybe.
Well,
sorry.
There's going to be effigies of Maven. Courage?
I've got Panda and TK.
I'm agreeing. I'm going with Courage.
Panda TK. So a lot of difference of opinions there. I like it. But as we said, there are 2 final spots at the Call of Duty World Championship still to be decided. And both of those series are currently in a Game 5. TK versus In Control has not yet begun. So we will start off our coverage here from the LCQ with Lethal versus Panda. And we will see who can try and start off well. Sinful. We talked a lot about him, of course. Now in a 1v2.
I just thought it was funny because we talked earlier today how funny it would be if TK goes to a Game 5 round 11.
Yeah, we did.
That very well could happen here.
Oh my God. If he hits that final bullet, this is such a winnable round.
He chokes the last
I'm nervous. I'm nervous watching. I'm not even playing right now.
Hearts are racing up there.
I've played many matches of this caliber in my career. Many times for $1.
Yeah, what, a hot dog eating contest?
All right, you know what?
Jack's skinny now.
Was that needed, Maven? I want you to apologize.
That's not happening.
Momo's crying.
Dude, can someone help me? Why am I always getting roasted, bro?
I had to mute my mic.
We'll get back to the action. This is
so what? I've been in a few hot dog eating contests.
Jack, this is the most important game of these players' lives. Take it seriously.
It is.
I am.
All right, Juju. Started 2-0.
Once.
Back over to the Panda side here. We'll see what Neglecting Company can do. Lyric's going to get the entry kill. They've got control now of the site. Bomb being planted. 4v3 advantage. Things looking quite dapper now for Panda.
And Juju's been spotted and tagged up. How does he try to play this, though? He is the camo player for Lethal. He's about a quarter of the way there. And a takeaway kill from this round would be absolutely great for him. The retake coming on in. Clink and Juju both find 1. Now down to a 2-on-2. Still possible to win this if you're Lethal.
And not easy to enter a doorway with 2 ERADs spraying at it. But now they try to bust through. Nice shots from Clink to get the first, but it's going to be a 1-on-1. Him versus Godlike. Can't win it. 1-1.
If he swapped to the ERAD he had there, that might be a different scenario.
It's true.
Well, I actually now want to jump over towards the TK game. We're going to try and make sure we catch as much of the action as possible. As it stands, TK won that first round. They're now in round number 2.
Theory's got a sniper rifle.
Oh! Theory hits the sniper rifle shots.
Caught it, baby. Caught it.
Legal 1 versus 4. Kills happy and will not kill anymore. That is 2-0.
See what I say? I said I wanted to see some of them like Cole-chan-like snipes. Theories getting his Cole-chan out now for the Game 5.
Summoning his inner Cole-chan.
Maybe he was 30 feet lower, but still a nice shot there.
TK starting off strong, 2-0, but they've started off strong in every single map. Obviously, Merc, I know you've actually been driving throughout this whole series. You've been trying to multitask, do it all.
I do have my driver's license.
You do?
Joe, yeah. Hero.
That is factual information.
Yeah, there's a few times you've asked me a question and I don't know because I've been watching.
Right. It's okay. You're multitasking, but I mean, 2-0 for TK. As I said, they have taken the lead early in almost every single map, but they haven't been able to close it out. I mean, surely this is one they do.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's what you want to see. You want to see them pushing that middle map. Nelson's a guy who likes to take the fight. If you can see on that mini map where that number 8 is, he just likes to force 1v1 gunfights in these tense moments. But we'll see a 3v3 situation now. You know, TK, they do have the bomb down, and if you're Theory, you're sitting back here with a sniper, this is exactly what you want.
Well, he needs a little help if they're all going to push him from this side. Whiffs the first shot. That should call for a rotation over from Goonjar to give him a little bit of assistance.
I like that, though. He stayed alive.
Yeah, I like this play a lot.
I like this. He's just staying alive. He's drawing them away from that bomb, and even though Legal picks that up, you know, he's away from his teammates right now.
In control. Could be in a little bit of trouble. Nelson tries to go for the E-Rad shot, somehow stays alive. This is still a 2 versus 2, 60 seconds on the clock. Goonjar picks up Legal, it's ring around the rosy for Nelson. He finds one, but with 12 seconds left, I don't think Nelson is going to be able to clutch this. He will fall, and that is a 3-0 lead for Team Kaliber. Now actually switching back over to the game on Station 2, of course, Lethal versus Panda. Panda 2-1 up in the Search and Destroy. Human Jesus and Juju both picking up kills. This now a 4 versus 2 in Lethal's favor.
Now a 2v2. And now a 0v2.
a 2v0. Lethal.
Human Jesus, man. He's dominant.
Dude, he is. So is Juju.
Yeah, I didn't realize he had an MV4 there. That was the E-Rad in his face.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't win those.
Yeah, he can make miracles
But when
happen.
you're Jesus.
Jesus does what he wants, that's
2
for sure.
to 2 there. A little bit closer than the TK map. That's to say up to this point.
This is nail-biting stuff.
It helps both
He was
players.
one shot. Yeah, that makes more sense. We just hopped in. I wasn't aware of the.
No, I had no idea either. But that does make it a little bit easier for me.
Yeah. I was about to say that is not one you should ever win.
This next round, so important, of course, round 5. Going to give either of our two teams the lead. You can see Lyric on your screen. Of course, he does have the FTL to use. It's going to be in his disposal. 7-3, though. I mean, he's had a fantastic start to this map, Momo.
Yeah, he really has. And one thing about watching Lyric, he has been fantastic in respawns, but in S&D, he's kind of stepped it up towards the end of the day, which is all that matters, really, as long as you can solidify that qualification spot, of course, at COD Champs. But right now, 2-2, game 5 for this qualification.
And there, of course, that bomb gets planted over towards B. Godlike tries to put him in a position where he could maybe try and find a couple of kills here, Maven, but 36 seconds, time's ticking.
Yeah, they're going. He's got a player to push in front. They all swarm the back tank, and the kills going their way thus far. But you still have Human Jesus on the map, so you never feel safe. He has FTL. He's 150 off the Trinity rocket. Can he make another play? He's getting pushed there, I believe, by a Kaliber. FTL's behind. Somehow still up. Shots in the boat, but not able to finish it in enough time for the defuse.
And of course, the defuse will come through. Going back now to TK versus In Control. Again, if you're just tuning in, 2 Game 5s here at the LCQ and 2 spots left at the Call of Duty World Championship. It's only fitting that we see Theory's perspective. The young man, 6-1. He's been doing work with the sniper rifle, but things starting to slow down. Of course, TK now just need 2 more rounds.
In the round that we missed, Theory pushed into the A site with a sniper and stopped them from planting the bomb. Picked up a 2-piece with a grenade as well. The man's having one of his better maps of the weekend. The bomb now being planted in the 4v4, and it looks like here comes a retake from In Control. They're 3 hitting the wall run. A pinch from middle. It's first blood for Nelson. Happy can't get out the doorway in time. Yes, he does, actually. And he has an AR watching over. Still a winnable round for TK. They have no idea this is happening. Happy can't get the
Read
kill.
like a children's pop-up book. Goonjar.
What?
1v3. Children's pop-up book.
All right.
They have those in England.
It's easy to read. I'll vouch. I like them.
Oh, close.
Bomb defused either way.
Through. 4-1. TK, of course, still with the lead. We'll stay with this one for now.
Well, you talked about TK throwing away some leads.
Yeah, Kaz tweeted at me. He's like, no, because I obviously picked In Control, but it was all just, you know, I just didn't want to jinx him like you just did.
Like Maven did.
Yeah.
They're going to win it. I picked them to win.
Yeah.
I got faith in Team Kaliber. They're going to bounce back. They're going to finish top 12 at Champs, maybe even better. But no, they still got a couple rounds to get this done. Theory with the big stick yet again. Let's see if he can get an angle.
Momo had to mute his mic there because he is a child. As now Theory will push forward with the sniper at 3.5 KD this map. Looking over showers.
You can do math, Jack.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jack's math is very good.
Regular
He's one.
hot dog eating Einstein.
As now 2 players are pushing towards Dozer. He's got to back on up. Theory's done a great job of playing his life so far this map. I know his sniper shot is hot right now, but even hotter is him staying alive.
Theory gets to a strong position. He does, but look at the rotation coming in from the blue arrows on the minimap. And Control wants to hit the bottom. They've gotten a position. The site's wide open. They are still in a 4v4 here, boys. And who's going to sniff it out? It's going to be Happy. That's inside of loading. He just peeked in. TCM guesses left. He peeks right, is able to finish him. Can he get away with his life? The answer is no. 2 down now for In Control. They are getting the bomb planted, and they're going to have to fend off the 3-man retake that Team Kaliber is going to put up here. Surprise! Theory.
Theory's not missing. Theory is not missing. Heck just goes flying off the map. That was a pistol kill from...
Okay.
Accuracy, 4 and 2.
Thank God he's still here.
All right. Okay, right. A little bit of excitement. A little bit of excitement. You're 1 round away.
Panda
Call of Duty World Championship.
and TK so close from a 2-0 prediction.
And I think what Maven said before, TK, I think, they got knocked down by, who was it?
Havoc in their first series, right?
Yeah, and then obviously...
I hope that's correct, because I've said it like 5 times.
I hope it is, because I'm now on board.
All right,
You've dragged me down with you
both
otherwise. No?
Panda and Team Kaliber find themselves at COD Champs point. They need 1 round of Search and Destroy, and they will qualify for the biggest tournament of the year. So we're going to bring up both games simultaneously and make sure that we do not miss the qualifying moments from either of these 2 series. Of course, we want to try and bring you all the action as it happens live. It's very, very hard to try and predict exactly who is going to win what.
Theory is going to make a play with this camo and end it.
Centurion.
So on the left-hand side, I believe that is going to be Panda versus Lethal. The right-hand side, that is Team Kaliber versus In Control. Bomb has been planted. It's actually a 1v1 on the left-hand side of your screen. Lyric in a 1v1. Is he going to be able to find the pick? Bear in mind, bomb planted on the right-hand side. It is all going down in the LCQ. Kill picked up by Lethal. That's 5-3 Panda. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, bomb still planted. It's TCM by himself. TK qualify for COD Champs.
TK, a round of applause here for the boys at Team Kaliber. It's been a tough year, right, from a team that was once spoken about amongst the upper echelon of your elite North American squad. They've got a chance at the $1.5 million prize purse coming up in a week and a half. Couldn't be more excited for the guys.
And that leaves us with just 1 game left. Jack, Panda 5-3 up. We've seen Panda throw leads in Search and Destroy this year, but surely not now at the biggest stage of the year.
I hate to jinx it. Panda were 5-2 up against Opti Game and they lost. Anyway,
that was the point. That was
Reactive Army used to get the kill. Really good play. Smart play from Clink. Get that numerical advantage. And they're backing off. They just need to play their numbers here.
I like this a lot.
If Hate steps up as well, you have to think Lethal can bring themselves back in. Clink picks up a double. Sinful now left scrambling for his life.
Hate's going to hate this scoreboard tomorrow. 1-8 right now. He's got to turn it around if they have any chance in this. It looks like this round certainly theirs is godlike in a 1 versus 3, flooded and pushed. Give me a round 11, baby.
Yeah, I believe Hate also had like 11 and 20. They won game 4, but he did not play well.
Oh, I took what? TK Lethal, I think I took?
Yeah,
come on, Lethal. Bring it back, baby. Bring it back. Shout to the guys. It's funny, this is the last match. Everyone's just like standing around now watching this. You've got all the pro players ready to play this weekend. All the players that have qualified or been knocked out look to still be hanging. This is what we live for.
Hey, 31 of 32 teams.
That's a fact. If Hate steps up, you have to think Lethal force this to a round 11. Panda, I'm sure that the management, bless them, they're probably having flashbacks right now.
Why do you gotta say that?
Because, hey, it's history, dude. They pay me to be honest here.
True.
Come on.
The 2 biggest moments of the year for this org could be 5-2 comebacks.
Come on.
Imagine being remembered for that.
Godlike.
Hate does find a pick. That's going to be important. Going to give him a little bit of confidence. Hate picks up a double. What a time for him to spring into life. Now puts him at 3 and 9. A 3 versus 2. Lethal with the numbers advantage.
Look
And
at the
Hate,
pinch.
he's feeling himself. In comes Godlike. Not able to find the kill. Clean trades it. Sinful. 1v3. He goes down. We have a round 11. It's happening again.
I'm nervous.
It's happening again.
Can we check Clink really quick? He's got full streaks. Clink has full streaks.
It's happened again.
Oh my god.
These guys are literally right behind us. I just want to remind you.
We got this.
Yeah, they know he's on a 7 streak and has everything.
Yeah, 7 streak.
And they can see that because he's last
just
alive.
in general.
Okay, are we whispering?
I thought I was getting shushed. They know he's got full streaks.
I just wanted to make this more intense.
This It is. I'm so excited.
Round 11.
How big is that from Hate, though, to get those 2 kills after being 1-9 coming into this?
And now he goes into round 11 super confident.
Panda versus Lethal. Round 11. The winner of this round goes to the Call of Duty World Championship.
So much pressure on Clink here to make a play, and on Juju. You have camo, you have full streaks, you have no payload available on the side of Panda. This is Lethal's game to take. Bombardment out. Gets information. Hate again in round 10 and 11, going so big. 3 of his 4 kills come here.
From 1-8 to 4-9. It's a 4v3 now for Lethal. Payload pop from Juju the Don. He's going to try to camo right out middle. He didn't see him. He didn't see the player to his right. He didn't see the player to his right. Has he been spotted in the top window? I do believe so. The challenge is there. Lyric now dead. More streaks coming on in. Juju the closest to these enemies. There's the third kill. It's Neglect all by himself from Panda's 5-2 lead. Now down to a 1 versus 4. The hopes of Panda lie in Neglect's hands.
Neglect somehow still alive. Forces the 1v3, and he will fall! And Panda lose again from a 5-2 lead.
It was 5-2?
Yes.
The exact same.
Lethal will qualify for the Call of Duty World Championships. What composure from them to come back into that map. That is absolutely phenomenal play from them. I think credit where credit is due for Hate. He was having an abysmal map, steps up. He picked up 4 kills, I believe it was, in the last 2 rounds of gameplay.
Somebody get Jack.
Unbelievable. Jack, he needs some milk.
I'm tilted for the Panda organization. Their 2 biggest moments on the grandest of stages. One on the verge of knocking Optic out at Atlanta with a 5-2 round count lead. They throw it away in that famous series, one of the most famous series of IW, and now to qualify for the CWL Championships in Game 5, up 5-2.
I mean,
drop the map.
Ladies and gentlemen,
they're cursed.
We got our 32 teams, baby.
We do. Congrats to Lethal.
That was insane.
That's a big thing. Congrats to Lethal.
TK Lethal.
High five.
Nailed
Was there any strategy in those picks? Hell no, there was. I like their names more.
Not. We'll take a look now at our bracket from the LCQ. Project Evil, Echo Fox on the top side, of course, in that winner's bracket. They qualify for COD Champs. Straight Rippin and Allegiance on the bottom side. They also qualify for COD Champs. And then, of course, the losers bracket. Our final results now in. And it was a crazy losers bracket, that is for sure. Game 5 galores when it mattered most. Game 5 at the top, Lethal Panda. Lethal steal a 5-2 lead. TK versus In Control. A little bit more under control for TK. And then Havoc 3's up. Game 5, the only blowout, of course, was Rogue versus Edax. Rose with a 3-0 victory. But here is a list of the North American last chance qualifying teams that we will see at the Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time. Echo Fox, Project Evil, Allegiance, Straight Rippin, Rogue, 3's up, Team Kaliber, and last but not least, Lethal Gaming. What a day, Mark.
What a day. I'm tired. Yeah, ready to go home, eat some food, slay some demons.
This was fun. Oh, we're killing demons tonight, that's for sure. But this was, I had a blast. This was
good.
I hope the fans enjoyed it. I thought that was really fun to bounce amongst all the coverage. And now we've got, what, a short break for us until we get into champs. The players are going to be on the grind, I'm sure. But this is shaping up to be one hell of a conclusion of the year, man.
And the best part is, before we even get to champs, guess what? We got a Stage 2 playoffs, baby. That is this weekend. Of course, $500,000 on the line right here at the MLG Arena double elimination bracket, Jack. Stage 2 playoffs is going to be awesome.
You know what it felt like? It felt like predators spying down on some of the prey today for COD champs with some of these teams here. Yeah, the best in the game watching some of the up-and-comers. You know they were taking some notes. But these guys, they've got the big stage tomorrow, this weekend, 500 grand. Momo, there is still so much to be excited for.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the prize pool in playoffs alone, then you just go another week. We're talking millions of dollars on the line for these players. You win playoffs, you win champs. I mean, that's not too bad on the old bank account.
And here's a look at our schedule for the Stage 2 playoffs. We kick things off at 4 p.m. tomorrow with E-United versus Enigma 6, Optic Gaming versus Fnatic at 5:30. Then Luminosity versus Splice, a repeat of our Stage 1 grand final at 7 p.m. before we close out the day at 8:30 p.m. with FaZe Clan versus Team Envious. But that concludes the coverage of the Call of Duty World League North American Last Chance Qualifier presented by the PlayStation 4. Congratulations to the final 8 teams from North America who secured their spots and finalized our 32 teams at the Call of Duty World Championship. Echo Fox, Project Evil, Straight Rippin, Allegiance, Rogue, 3-Up, Team Kaliber, and Lethal will all be at the World Championships. Call of Duty Esports action continues tomorrow with the CWL Stage 2 playoffs at 4 p.m. Eastern as our 8 teams fight for their share of $500,000. Peace.